The Supernatural Dogshit podcast is controversial and confrontational and may cause offense to some. Listener discretion is advised.
Good evening, all, and welcome to the Supernatural Dogshit podcast. Why is this audio so low? Anybody else noticing that? Maybe hold on, there we go. Now we can hear ourselves, and the music is a little bit loud. Sorry about that. It's
alright.
A terrible intro to the show. It is Thursday night.
Fucked up.
What? How did I?
Can you not hear all that?
What?
It's gone.
Well, I don't know what you were talking about.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
It's my headphones then.
Oh, your headphones are knackered. You figured that out while
That's a great start to the show.
While we introduced the show, I'm sure you can hear us without the headphones.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Thursday night, and we do have a very special guest in the studio with us tonight. But first of all, I will introduce Nathan Princess Lynham. Say hello to you.
Hello, I'm here again.
And Ed the Anarchist Harris.
Hey.
What's the story, man?
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess called Aiden.
There was a beautiful princess called Aiden.
And she fell into a big, dirty-ass vat of ugly. And then started a podcast called Supernatural Dogshit. And here we are.
Nathan is over there furiously trying to get this sorted out, and he hasn't a clue what he's doing. Nathan, what are you doing? You're breaking it. You're breaking the system.
I can't hear myself or anything or any of you guys.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure you can rob the headphones there off of him.
Let's see if it works.
There's a spare set over there. I'm sure you can hear there.
Hang on.
And we should, while they're figuring all this shit out, is to introduce the guest in the studio. Tonight we have Pierce. Pierce Fox is a farmer. You know what, you're better off saying this shit. Pierce, how are you?
Hey, how are you? Thanks very much for having me on.
Yeah.
So the first thing I'll say is I'm not a medical professional, but I did do a master's in neuropharmacology, and I just want to say thanks very much for inviting me on to talk about addiction, drugs, stigma, moral issues, and harm reduction.
Well, we are delighted to have you here. Drugs is a bit of a hot topic at the moment. We're looking at legalising things in Ireland. We've been looking at it for quite some time, but there has seemed to be no headway whatsoever. So what we'll do is we'll delve into it later on.
Oh, yes.
And we'll talk all about drugs, because I'm pretty sure there's many people out there who are only too delighted to hear from Pierce. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to start the show straight off with a quick story. So during the week, I got a message from a listener, and it was a listener who I used to work with, and sorry, but I don't remember the girl.
Yeah.
But apparently, I sent her a random unsolicited dick pic one night.
I heard about this.
This is a bit of a problem of mine. What happens is I tend to. At night time when I settle into myself with a glass of wine and get a little bit horny, I go, hey, I'm going to send this on to anybody I can.
As you do.
Anybody who'll have me, basically. And
I've received a dick pic from Aiden, so that says enough.
Well, yeah. Ed, have you got a dick pic from me yet?
I hope not. I do cower in fear.
It's on its way.
No.
It is on its way.
I don't need dick pics. You wander around the house in the nip the whole time.
Yeah.
I do.
So
I get naked
why in
quite a lot.
God's name would I need photographic evidence of what I'm trying to burn out of my memories?
Well,
Yeah.
well, it's always there. Actually, something funny did happen the other night. Ed was heading off to bed with a lovely lady friend, and before he went to bed, I did say, what was it, picture my ass at the point of orgasm?
Oh, I remember this.
What was it?
I have no idea.
You can't remember.
It was something along the lines of that, at the point of ejaculation.
So, worst dick pic story ever. Worst dick pic story.
Is there a good one?
Is there even such a thing?
Well,
I mean, the chicks don't want them.
There is good dick pic stories.
Is there?
Yeah, when I'm on Badu, when I just randomly sending dick pics to anybody, and then they go, oh yeah, I'll have a bit of that, and you're like, oh yeah, awesome, I'm in there. Worst dick pic story?
What percentage is that like?
What's your success rate?
How many hits do you get on that?
Genuinely, it's one of those things, where you have to swipe left for yes and swipe
No,
right for
left is no.
Whichever way it is. So I'll just sit there, swipe.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
not even look.
I don't even look at them. If I get a response back from them, I immediately send a dick pic.
Wow.
And if they're interested, maybe 0.1% of them are interested in it. Maybe.
No wonder you don't get any replies.
I get zero.
Like-
No. I have got some replies.
Yeah, fair.
So back to the worst dick pic story ever.
Okay.
I had a friend of mine who tragically died in a house fire.
Not this one.
Yeah,
I never heard this one.
Yeah, so he tragically died in a house fire, and he had a very beautiful wife, very good-looking girl.
Oh, God.
Indeed. The day after he died, WhatsApp, sent a dick pic, never spoke to the woman again.
Aiden Doyle.
No. I know that's bad.
And that's the host of our show.
This is the host of the show. What can I say?
You don't want to explain any other part of that story, or
Yeah.
Why is there another part of the story?
So basically, what you're saying.
Wait, is there?
Is there?
the incredibly inebriated state you may have been in?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But I mean, then again, the actions of the drunk are often the thoughts of the sober.
it is only ever when I'm drunk that I send these things. Never during sobriety.
But you don't drink. Is that why?
And
Is that
that's-
why you don't
that's
drink
why
no more?
This is why we. Yeah, this is why we have a specialist in tonight to talk about these type of things.
To help you with your problems.
Maybe he
I
can
don't know
help me
if I'm
out.
qualified for this.
He's gotten himself in too deep here already.
Well, do you know what we have lined up tonight? We have the famous headlines from around the world. Was it weird headlines?
Weird headlines.
Weird headlines from around the world. And I think we should do that second. We should go straight.
We're going to go
into
straight
it.
in, yeah.
Yeah. So
We've got a
this-
lot to talk about tonight, so let's...
We do weird headlines from around the world.
Weird headlines from around the world. Coming to you live from the Supernatural Dogshit Studios. Brought to you by Nathan Lynham.
Mr. Lynham.
So professional, isn't it?
It's so professional.
Love
I like
that.
this new board, by the way.
Yeah, to everybody at home that can't see. Also, we were, before we started that, we were supposed to say about our text or WhatsApp for the
Oh,
show.
lovely. Good stuff. This is why you're here.
See?
This is why you're here.
I'm getting better at this thing.
If you want to text or WhatsApp into the show, you can do so on 085 27 27 212. That's 085 27 27 212. You can text us in you can text in your text messages or WhatsApp. You
Yeah.
can send us in a couple of pictures. Not dick pics like we were just discussing.
Send us a dick pic. I'll make sure Aiden sees it.
Dick pics on 085 27 27 212.
Unless you're a female listener and you want to send in something else.
Careful now.
If you want,
no.
I said something else. Why is it okay to say lads can send dick pics, but I can't
Because
say
we're
can you send
obviously
me-
not serious.
Are we not?
Are we not?
Well, I know you are.
Are we not?
Yeah, he's got that hungry look in his eye.
I do. So over
Ain't
to
nothing wrong with chick with dick.
Say it again.
Oh, hold on. What was that?
I just kind of wanted to put it out there that like there ain't nothing wrong with a chick with a dick. Like,
Would you?
would I?
Yeah.
Would I get pegged? Like,
Look, let's say you went over to somewhere like Thailand,
Yeah.
where these ladyboys, and I've seen these ladyboys, and some of them are
Some of them are
drop dead gorgeous.
very convincing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen it, and I genuinely, I went, yeah, probably.
And then she whips out a bigger dick than you.
Yeah, and
see, I'm just more of a demisexual. I need that connection first.
That's quite boring though.
I know.
To have a connection first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need that connection. I need an erection. Not a And these days, I swear to God, I think it's just because I'm getting older. Like I'm 40 years of age now, and I literally have to flog my penis with nettles to get anything out of it. It just doesn't work.
That's an
anymore.
image that nobody needed to hear.
Like my John Thomas doesn't salute me in the morning. Just not there. This
No.
is not your weird headlines from around
No,
the
it's
world,
not.
by the way. Over to Nathan for weird
Oh,
headlines.
all right, so the first headline I have is, yeah, a father and son accused of selling body parts infected with HIV. It's pretty fucking weird.
That's very weird.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
I'm
continue.
off to a good start.
Continue.
Yeah.
So, a father and son have been charged for allegedly selling body parts on the black market that they knew were contaminated with infectious diseases. Donald Green Sr. was charged with wire fraud in relation to a years-long operation that involved selling diseased cadavers to unwilling researchers, reports this thing, blah, 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 blah. So his son was charged with intentionally concealing a crime. The family, so father and son, fucking, what were they at, like?
The family that robs graves
Hold on,
together stays together.
What country is this in?
This is America.
America.
America. So yeah, the family duo was associated with the Biological Resource Center of Rosemount, Illinois, which provided human remains donated to science for medical professionals for a fee.
Who the hell were they selling them to?
Medical professionals, I think. Well, maybe this is.
Can medical
but it was-
professionals buy?
It was obviously black market black market-ish.
How does that work? Does somebody go up to a patient and go, "Listen, I can get you a liver"? No, you can't transplant a liver, can you? Not?
Yeah,
no,
you can.
You can.
Yeah,
Okay. We'll get you a liver,
I think these are more for research.
but wink, wink, nudge, nudge type thing. Yeah, but if it was for research, and what's the if they're infected? So
I'm sure there is black market research.
Continue reading.
Anyway, although it's not... Oh, here we go, actually. Here we go. This is going to help you out. Although it's not illegal to dismember and sell body parts, it's against the law to knowingly sell human remains that test positive for infectious diseases. which is kind of mad
That is.
that you're allowed to sell. It's not illegal to sell dismembered body parts.
And if
Weird.
I'm not here
Should
next
leave them
week,
for
I'm
medical
probably going to
school.
be pulling a few nixers.
If you don't see me, you know where I am. Yeah, so in May 2018, Arthur Rathburn, a Michigan man who was associated with the scheme, was sentenced to 9 years in prison. And although he was accused of exposing people to infectious diseases, including HIV, hepatitis, and sepsis, no illnesses have yet been reported in relation to the scheme. But obviously, the body parts must have tested positive for HIV and, yeah, sepsis and hepatitis. Weird.
That is weird. Very weird.
It's a very strange headline.
Well, they probably
But
have to do a control test on it before they go cutting it
But
up
if it's
in
black
a
market-y-
lab or something like that.
But I thought HIV doesn't survive outside the human body, and also when you're dead, does the infection not die off? I don't know.
I'm no scientist, I can't tell you that.
I have no idea. If any of our intellectual listeners,
You can WhatsApp us on 085 272 7212.
yeah, let us know. So
Very good.
go on to your second
Yeah,
headline.
literally,
there.
that's the first one, so pretty strange. This one's not as weird, it's kind of cool. So it's kayaker returns a message in a bottle to a woman who wrote it in 1985.
Seen this. Yeah,
You've seen this?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Yeah, so a kayaker who discovered a message in a bottle floating in the Delaware River was able to reunite the letter with the woman who wrote it 35 years ago. Brad, I'm not going to try and pronounce the second name, thought the bottle bobbing in the water, or he saw the bottle bobbing in the water about 2 miles away offshore of the Broadkill River. He thought it was a piece of trash. And just a few days later, tropical storm Isis swept.
ISIS? Tropical storm
ISIS? It is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it's called. As we usually do, kayakers try to pick up trash out of the water when we can. He told the station this week. But his friend noticed there was something inside, and the two fished the letter out. And the letter was written by someone called Kathy Riddle and her cousin 35 years ago, dated the 1st of August 1985. And it described their family pets and asked potential future readers
You're doing well, Nathan. Keep going. Keep going.
if they had any of their own among other childhood musings. Random.
Isn't it amazing when you kind of get stuck when you make your first mistake?
Yeah.
That's
and then
when
you
they just keep happening.
They just
and
roll
happening
off.
and
Last week,
happening.
not one
tumbling
mistake.
Yeah.
So yeah, this guy managed to return the bottle 35 years later.
Whilst it is
But there was nothing important written in it.
yeah, but whilst it is a weird headline, it's pretty meh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna judge you for that one.
That's okay. My last 2 weeks were perfect, so
yeah.
I
And
can
if
take it.
anybody can hear in the background, there's a can being opened, and that can is V.
Does anybody out there remember V?
Yeah, it's in a green
V
can. It's
Ultimate.
what flavour is it?
It just says
Guarana.
Guarana energy drink.
Can anybody pronounce that?
Guarana?
Guana?
Guarana.
Is it not guana?
No.
It's probably pronounced something. Here we go.
I don't
Go
know.
on, huh?
Guana.
I'd say guana.
Guana, have another can. Guana.
Yeah, they missed the beat on that one, didn't they?
They did.
They could have used that as marketing.
And I saved the best for last.
Please, go ahead.
Desperate appeal after seagull grabs dog from Devon Garden.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is the dog still missing?
Yeah.
Oh.
We shouldn't be laughing at this, but anyway. An appeal has
Probably
been launched.
impaled on a branch somewhere.
Oh, this dog's gone. It's a chihuahua. He's never coming back.
No.
An appeal has been launched after a dog was snatched by a seagull and carried away in the bird's beak. Becca Hill, 24, of Devon, said she hopes her 4-year-old miniature chihuahua Gizmo is still alive after the incident. She said the dog was carried away a fair way away by the seagull. My partner was in the garden putting the washing out at the time, and suddenly he saw it swoop down. It carried Gizmo a fair way until we couldn't see him anymore. I have no idea if he was dropped or where he is now.
Gizmo. You do know what that's in reference to.
I
Come on.
not off the top of my head. No.
No,
Gremlins.
no. Yes, thank you very much. I'm assuming you've seen Gremlins?
Have indeed, yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever tried watching it again as an adult?
I have. I liked a bit of Rambo.
Rambo?
Yeah, he puts the headband on.
I can't remember. What was that in
Oh,
part
wasn't
two?
that in the second one?
Oh, it
I
might
haven't-
have been actually.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah, he did.
you
He set
not?
the Tipex bottle on fire. He got into the office supplies and the...
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was a Steven Spielberg movie.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg, who done the
One of his
Gremlins.
best.
And I have to say, when I watched it years later, I only then realised this is not for kids. It's like, it's hilarious, but there's like a flasher in it who's a pervert, and they shoot each other, and they're just mental.
Ah, yeah, but they're fictional characters, so it's okay.
Is it okay? Well, it's okay for us, but you wouldn't let your kid watch that, would you?
Well, we watched it as kids.
Yeah, that's my point. I thought.
Oh
it was
yeah,
for
we're really
kids.
fucked up, aren't we?
Yeah.
Like, what's the show we were talking about on Tuesday night that a particular person lets his kids watch?
Oh, that was Big Mouth.
I've never seen Big Mouth. Is that bad? Is that
It's awful.
It's
No,
like
it's
horrendous.
hilarious.
Yeah, but
it's
for
absolutely
kids.
hilarious. Have
No.
you seen it, Pierce?
No, I don't know what it is.
So Big Mouth is a production that Netflix have done, and it's about children who are going through puberty, and they have this thing called the puberty monster, and it's
Alright.
basically telling the lads jerk off all the time. That's all he wants them to do is have sex.
lads do that anyway when they're.
But there's actual scenes in it where you see the genitalia of both the boys and the girls. Like one of the girls is talking to her foof. Using a mirror, and you literally see it, the lips moving and everything. I'm like, they're kids. They're probably about 12 in this. Gone a little bit too far. But there's
It's all right.
a friend of ours.
Good to know you have limits.
Yes, there's a friend I do have very small. limits. But there's a friend of ours which you probably know, Richie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Richie allows his 14-year-old daughter to watch that.
All right.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. Yeah.
Yeah, he allows her to watch that. Would I allow my child to watch it? I don't think so.
I haven't seen it, but just from what you said, probably not either myself. No.
And what about you, Ed?
What?
You have children.
Yeah.
Would you?
What? Let them watch Big Mouth?
Yeah.
No fucking way.
That says enough.
I wouldn't let an adult watch it in this house. I'm sorry. It's probably the only kind of way I'd ever be pissed off enough at media
Oh,
to not allow it in the house.
but it's hilarious. Like it really is funny. If you watch it, you'll actually say to yourself, "That's what I went through when I was a kid." You know that when the hormone monster does rush in and you're in school.
You get your first pube.
And no, not your first pube. You're in school and you're getting random erections
All
for
the time.
no reason, or sitting on a bus and you get an erection. You have to do something about it.
Well, no. Yeah, on a bus you're supposed to leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the back of class you're supposed to leave it.
I do think on the very first podcast, which is still up but will go missing very soon, and we did talk about where was the weirdest place you've ever masturbated.
I don't remember that. This is why the number one needs to be deleted.
It needs to be.
We
deleted.
were very
because
not-
I am not repeating what I said. That
Oh.
yeah.
Or you can if you want. You know.
No, no.
Search back on YouTube now.
No, don't,
Yeah.
don't,
Yeah.
don't.
It's actually on Spotify as well.
Oh yeah, and if you can, please share and like our YouTube video, and also give us a thumbs up.
Yeah, do all that social media
Do
stuff.
all the social media stuff. This should be your job, by the way.
I do it.
You should be saying,
just not-
reminding people. Go on, off you go with the spiel there.
If you guys could like, comment, subscribe on Instagram. We are on YouTube. We are on Facebook. You can listen to us on Spotify. You can listen to us on podcast. We are everywhere.
And you can also go to the website.
Oh, the website, supernaturaldogshit.com.
That's
The
the
website's
one.
really cool.
It is. It looks pretty
Yeah.
sweet.
I'd recommend you go have a look. There's also, if people want to see what we look like, we have our profile pictures on the website.
Actually, there was a guy, a friend of yours, who did say, "Oh, Aiden's a big guy. He looks like he works out." No, my man, that's just fat. That's fat.
He used to look good.
Yeah, used to. No, not anymore. So on to headline number 3.
No, that was headline number 3.
Was it?
It was.
You flew through.
yeah,
them?
Yeah, we did fly through them.
You did.
But basically, we want to say rest in peace, Gizmo.
Well, we don't know if he's dead.
Man,
He could have been dropped off
the
somewhere.
seagull took him. He ain't never coming back.
You never know.
He's missing.
Stuck on the roof of a tall building, surviving on mice, maybe.
Maybe.
Seen a story today actually of a lad I know from the internet. I know a lot of people from the internet, and that'll probably come up later. But basically, after 2.5 years, he got his cat back today.
What?
cat
After
back?
After 2.5 years,
Wow.
he got his cat back.
And what was the cat's name?
Oh yeah, no, it was a black cat.
Okay. No name.
Fair
Black
play,
cat.
though. It was-
We
and
actually
he's certain it's the same cat. Sorry, Aidan.
we did have a cat here, but poor John Joe has gone missing.
This story was also told on number 1, which will be deleted.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Poor John Joe. We had a cat here, and John Joe has gone missing. We don't know where he is, so we have an appeal out for, somebody please help find
Check the
John
bin.
Joe.
Check the bin outside.
That was the quickest, by the way, you've ever done the headlines. You read through them way too
it's
quick.
because we didn't. They weren't as
We
good.
didn't go off point.
Yeah.
That's terrible. We should have gone off point. Look at the time.
It took fucking 40. Sorry, excuse my language again. It took 45 minutes to get through these the other night.
did.
Because everybody was just
Interrupting.
yeah.
And I
We're
wouldn't
being
mind.
too polite.
Shout out Richie.
Yeah.
Mainly.
Shout out, Richie. We need your chaos.
Also, we don't have any shit heap tonight for you.
We don't.
Because Ed was late again.
I wasn't. Well, I'm busy.
Well,
I'm in demand.
Doing what?
I'm still obligating contracts I've had before this podcast.
For?
Bizarre shit.
Oh. So stuff you don't want to tell us about.
Well,
Or stuff you don't want to tell the listeners about.
no, I don't need to go on about
You?
shit I do be at. Yeah.
That's terrible.
Before we move on as well, Pierce just mentioned about a cat story.
Yeah.
I've a good one. Well, I think it's a good enough one. I had a kitten at the time, and this is not about the one you think it is.
Thank God.
And the kitten fucking went missing for like a day and a half, and it was literally a newborn. Well, newborn enough that it was tiny to walk. It could walk around, and it was missing anyway. And about a day and a half later, we got a phone call off a friend at the time, and she was like, she lived about 2-3 miles away,
Okay.
and the tiny little kitten, she's like, the kitten's at my door, at my front door. So we couldn't figure out what happened. The kitten had crawled up into the engine bay of the car
Oh, shit.
2 days previous because it was warm. The person drove home from wherever our house to her own house, and the kitten went for a little ride on the.
And survived.
Yeah, it was covered in gearbox oil and dirt, and you should have seen the colour. It was a ginger cat, and it was black.
At the very start of that, I did get a little bit of I went, oh shit, please don't tell that story. But then, while you were telling that story, I was thinking about, should you tell the other story? Or do you even have the balls to tell the other story?
We haven't told the other story on air.
No, you haven't. And what I'm afraid of is that if you do tell that story on air, what's going to happen is you're going to have every animal lover under the sun.
PETA will be here.
Oh yeah, they'll be on the doorstep.
Maybe we'll save it for another time.
It involves the strangulation of a cat.
It did happen.
Go on, tell the story.
I did murder a cat once.
Well, it wasn't murder.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't
I had to
murder.
put it out as misery.
Why? Explain.
So there's the same batch of kittens. So these kittens were so fucking unlucky, man.
Okay.
If that happened, like, so I came outside the house one evening about 9 o'clock. It was pitch black, and the kitten was lying lifeless under the car, just lying there. And I was like, oh, something's not right here. Went and picked it up. It was like convulsing, and there was like blood coming out of his nose, and it had eaten rat poison, basically, is what the conclusion that we came to. So I was like, right, we need to put this cat out of its misery, because this went on for like half an hour. The cat was like trying to breed, and it was just awful. And I didn't want to drown it. I just thought it was a bit weird, and I wanted to put it out of its misery. So I put it in a bag and put my hand around its neck, and I strangled the cat until it died.
Jesus Christ.
And that is a true story.
You know,
I find a brick, no?
It's pretty dark.
Thank
I
you.
think that's worse.
No, that's not worse.
I just held the bag, like nobody can see at home right now, but I just held the bag like this, closed my eyes, and just.
But isn't that a
Squeeze.
case?
So you didn't even go for like, a double grip twist?
No.
Isn't that a
No.
case of it's a bit more intimate when you strangle something?
Only if you look in their eyes.
And I also put it in a bag, so I wasn't actually touching the cat's fur or skin. Or
And this is why I have you saved in my phone as Kitty Strangler.
every time I answer the phone, he says, "Hello, Mr. Strangler."
Yeah, because he strangled a poor innocent cat. Would you not try to get help?
Oh no, this thing was gone.
Are you sure? It was,
Bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
are you sure it was past the point of no return?
100%. We tried to pour milk into its mouth, as because it says that might counteract the poison.
The rat poison.
Yeah.
Actually, we do have a little bit of a professional in the room. Pierce,
Yeah,
is there a way to counteract certain poisons like that?
definitely is.
Okay.
What they are? The only one I know off the top of my head is actually methanol. Methanol
Okay.
is the only one I'm aware of what the antidote is, and the stuff that's an antifreeze. Like,
Yeah.
if you have antifreeze poisoning, what you actually need to do is you need ethanol to overcome it. And
Okay.
basically, what happens is there's a preference. There's the ethanol binds more with higher affinity than the methanol. So
Okay.
basically, you just keep yourself drunk long enough for the methanol to pass out.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah,
does
but, like, I think that actually might need medical supervision and an IV infusion of ethanol rather than just a few sips of vodka.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's super high performance sports cars that run on methanol, so it's
There are.
Yeah,
definitely
all
it's
the monster
definitely
trucks are bored out V8s. with
yeah. So
methanol engines.
it's definitely burny
So
stuff.
what exactly does it do?
Methanol.
Yeah, what does it do to counteract the effects of the poison?
Oh, when you drink alcohol,
Yeah, yeah.
it basically blocks the enzyme, and so what happens with methanol is it's converted into formaldehyde.
Okay.
yeah.
Whereas ethanol is converted into ethylaldehyde.
Right.
And ethylaldehyde, it's like, if you've really, really cheap, dodgy drink, and it can make you go blind.
Really?
Yeah,
Yep.
I did not know that.
And
Oh,
that's part of methanol poisoning.
Hmm.
So that's basic. It'll just make you go blind, shut down your liver, kill you. But you know, the ethanol works better in your system and basically just kind of stops the methanol from having any impact.
And I'm assuming that there's because I know when I had a blood clot, I had a pulmonary embolism, and they put me on. It wasn't warfarin; it was the other one, heparin. And they said if you ever have a bad bleed, they can give you an injection. I think it's vitamin D. Is that what they inject you with?
I'm not sure. This is getting very much into a clinical area.
Are you saying to coagulate, like to stop bleeding?
To stop the bleeding.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that there is something out there for every drug that will counteract or save your life.
Ideally, yeah.
Is there?
I like, like for everything, like you're kind of looking at the effect and you're trying to either stop it, block it, or prevent it becoming systemic. But like, with some stuff is just very quick acting. Like look at some of the coagulants that are in venoms. Some of the coagulants that are in venoms, like they can act within like a matter of seconds, and you just get a huge clot. Like, I don't know if you've seen that little clip of what happens when some snake venom's put into a goblet of human blood.
Oh yeah,
No,
it goes like that
no.
kind of jelly shit when you're frying up a steak.
Yeah, it literally like
All the hemoglobin or something reacts and goes like a jelly or something.
yeah, and it literally gets like flopped out of the glass.
Have you ever seen the thing, Pierce, where the guy it's a Vice documentary, and he milks poisonous snakes? That's like his thing, and injects it into himself.
For what?
He's the snake man.
Why does he inject it into himself?
Because he wants, tolerance, and he wants to become the snake man, basically.
Well,
Fair enough.
I think it's sharks. They have on their teeth something that prevents your blood from clotting.
Yeah, bacteria.
So basically, it's an anticoagulant.
Like leeches.
Leeches.
Oh,
you know, like, the leeches in rivers and stuff.
Yeah.
They have an anticoagulant in their teeth and stuff, so that like when they bite into you, that they can keep kind of just draining you.
Isn't nature awesome?
It's amazing.
It's figured all this out on its own.
I'm telling you.
How in the name of Jesus does this happen?
We can't beat
Did
it.
some funky stuff with shrooms as well.
The which?
It's done some funky stuff with shrooms as well.
How do you mean? Explain.
Well, like if you look at like any like the active compounds or general poisons in general, like they're all created as a defense mechanism for the species, like.
Oh.
Whereas we've just kind of found them and kind of went,
Oh, this works.
this is good.
yeah,
But I'm assuming you can overdose on shrooms, yeah?
no.
Yeah, I would have said no
Like
as well.
you can overdose on anything. Like
Okay.
like literally, like for everything there will be an LD50. Like the amount, the dose that will kill 50% of, it actually comes from a bunch of rats. Basically, to work out the dosage that's considered lethal, they'll put like 100 rats in a cage and feed them so much of it until half of them die, and then that's considered like very, very poisonous dose. But like with stuff like shrooms and that, it's quite high. They're generally their shrooms physically are like one of the safest drugs you can get, and that actually comes from a proper paper.
Well, I mean, they are an actual food, I guess, in a way.
With the shrooms, I've heard so many times from people, because I've never taken shrooms myself, ever. And one of the reasons why I've not taken shrooms is because I've got it into my head that I'm going to have a bad trip.
That's not a good start, definitely.
That's not a good start, because I know that I've a terrible weak stomach. So if I, like years ago when I first tried, when I was sampling drugs, when I took ecstasy, that was it. I was vomiting just for the entire night. It was just awful. I just wanted to die there and then.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like,
And I think the first time that I tried any other drug, I had the very same experience, and I'd just be terrified to try shrooms because of that.
have you tried any other psychedelic?
No, never. Oh, no, I have. I think I've tried LSD.
Okay. Yeah.
But didn't really have an effect on me.
Did it not?
No, I remember this is a long time ago. It was probably about 15 years ago. I took LSD and I was watching, what is that asshole's name on TV? He was hilarious. Vincent Brown. Do you remember anybody?
Yeah.
I was watching Vincent Brown on my own, and his tie was sparkling. That was about it.
You didn't take enough by the
Yeah, I was just going to say, but what was the
Probably.
dose? And was it liquid LSD? Was it?
No, it was a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And how would that paper being stored? Because they are notorious for like deteriorating.
I have no idea.
No,
They
no,
leave
actually,
me.
just I'm more just kind of going along the lines of like, you might not have had a good whack in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that maybe I took it a second time. I can't remember. But all I know is that I've never really had great success with drugs.
Okay.
I've always disliked taking them purely because they make me feel sick.
Yeah, they're not enjoyable for you.
No.
Like, how could you describe that as being enjoyable? Oh yeah, I want to go puke me ring up for the
Yeah.
next 6 to 8 hours while fucking swimming in serotonin. Like,
Now, mind you, the night that I did take the ecstasy, I was at a party and the ecstasy was given to me, and then there was cocaine after being passed around as well. Plus, I don't drink, and I drank 3 litres of cider as well.
that's gonna rip the stomach off you on its own. 3 liters of
So,
cider, like.
Yeah.
I don't
a
know.
flagon.
I don't know what it was. It was probably it was just a mixture of everything. But I know that I did start feeling sick maybe an hour or so after taking the shrooms. No, not the shrooms, the ecstasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it does that. I've seen people like take ecstasy and then they vomit, and then that's when they say they come up.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
people kind of like they kind of thrill in that, like.
Yeah.
Really?
But for
yeah.
it's like for them, it's like a single expulsion.
Right.
And while they're doing that, they get this massive rush up their spine, and
Yeah.
it's just a bit tingly. Whereas, like what you're sounding is like a prolonged episode of strenuous vomiting. Like,
Yeah.
It sounds awful.
yeah.
There's actually one drug I thoroughly enjoy having put into my body.
What's that?
And I don't know the name of it,
Oh.
but I know the procedure.
All right.
So I had to go in and get a CT scan done. And they inject you with some sort of dye.
Oh,
Yeah.
the blue dye stuff. Yeah.
What is that dye? Not iodine, is it? Is it iodine?
I don't know, but I think someone should Google that.
I'm on it. Jamie's on it.
Jamie's on it.
I'm on it.
But when you get injected with this stuff, they tell you you're going to feel a warm sensation all over your body. And then it's going to feel like you peed yourself.
Okay.
So I've had this maybe 5 or 6 times, and every time I get it done, just so look forward to doing it because it's awesome. Your body genuinely feels like it's going on fire for maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and just this wave that just hits you. And then afterwards, like literally seconds later, it's gone.
Okay.
But I think that's why I like that, because seconds later, it's gone.
Yeah. It does. It never turns sour for you, like.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think with the other stuff, especially with shrooms, how long do shrooms last, by the way?
About 4 or 5 hours.
About that.
Ah,
You can speed it up if you eat as well.
Yeah.
can you?
Yeah, you can sober up if you eat.
So
Yeah.
what's the name of that stuff?
It's quite a strange name. It's gadolinium contrast.
Contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear them
Um,
calling it contrast, but not gadolinium.
They are a chemical substance used in magnetic resonance.
Yeah,
MRI scans. And when injected into the body, it enhances and improves the quality of the MRI image. There you go.
What I do know is about an hour after taking this stuff, you're literally pissing a luminous yellow stuff. You really are, yeah.
Like a Baraka.
Baraka? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, good man. It does. It looks the very same, that. But would you, actually, we're going to, just naturally the conversation turned to Pierce and about drugs, so we may as well just continue talking about this.
Well, we introduced properly as well.
So Pierce is a...
At the moment, I'm working as an analytical chemist. My background is I did a master's in neuropharmacology, and I'm also part of a wonderful, wonderful community called Cocoon. Cocoon Harm Reduction. Find us on Facebook. Basically, I exist to help plug the gap in social knowledge created through the stigma from prohibition and the general reluctance on society to kind of acknowledge the fact that people take drugs and aren't actually bad people for doing so.
And what Cocoon themselves, are they an official body, or is it just volunteers? Or
We're all volunteers, yeah.
Okay, but is it like a registered business, or...?
We are looking at going down the route of an NGO just for in terms of like, just for officialness, like, so that if we do go to events or whatever else, that like we have a registered charity if we wanted to do. But they're just more down the line at the moment. We're just a collective. We are a collective, and we never want to change that.
Okay.
If we do go towards any sort of structure or incorporation or whatever else, it will be more just to facilitate interactions with the external world outside of Facebook.
And can you elaborate on the event stuff? Because I'm interested in that. What is it you do at events?
At the moment here, I've just done a couple of talks at a small festival called Audio Garden.
Okay.
It's a weekend psytrance festival that also does some other music too. And it's fantastic, lovely, lovely people. Over in the UK, which is where the majority... Actually, no, there's a good few in America as well now. But basically, like, over in the UK, there are a couple of crew members, hello if you're listening, that go to events and do harm reduction and welfare with other organisations.
Oh, so I see. When you say events,
Festivals and gigs and
what
stuff.
I was thinking was that you were involved in was that you were doing some sort of drug testing to see were these drugs safe for people to take.
That's an organisation called The Loop
Okay.
that do that.
Okay. And is there not legalities around that?
Yeah, and it's all above board. They had a license from the Home Office to do it.
Okay.
And basically what happened, the way it is that basically when someone arrives, they meet with a trained professional that will take down, that will accept their sample and take down some details, like, you know, what they think it is, what they suspect it might be if they have taken it and the effects were not what they anticipated.
Okay.
This kind of stuff. And they pass that back to the lab, and the lab are on site. They have a couple of cool instruments and a lot of knowledge.
Right.
And they will basically kind of go, no. What you have is this. And they will have it to the molecule. They might even have it down to the mix.
Right.
They can have it to the dose if you give them a full pill.
Mm.
Sometimes people don't have that many, so they might only give them a half or a cheeky quarter, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, then.
And is it not a case that the guards, the police would be on site and see these guys doing this and say they're illegal substances? Hey, we need to take these drugs off the people.
There's a gentleman's agreement.
Really?
Where
Yeah.
there's a gentleman's agreement whereby it's a safe zone.
Right.
In their tent and around their tent is a safe zone. Now at the same time, if anyone's seen dealing within that tent, they will be reported. Like,
Yeah.
that's completely breaking the
But
entire
it-
spirit of the thing.
Yeah, but is that not a massive conflict of interest between the guards who are trying to get drugs off the street, and then if they're at a festival, because guards do do security at festivals.
Oh yeah.
They have
And
their chance at the gate, though.
Yeah.
You know? They
Okay.
have their chance at the gate. Inside the gate, people will take what they want to take, and there have been numerous deaths, especially in the UK, which has a much larger population, much bigger events. And to be fair, like, you could argue that it actually has stronger drugs because it's closer to mainland Europe. It's more of an economic hub. It's more of a shipping hub and everything.
Yeah.
That, like, stuff in the UK can often be a little bit better than what we have here, but you know, that's difficult to say now because everything's just so mixed in.
But it's purely a gentleman's agreement, and that's it.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
if the guards did want to, if they were standing there and they seen this tent and there was all these illegal substances in there, could the guards literally go over and confiscate that stuff?
They could, but they'd be going against a long-standing agreement and partnership with the Loop, with the festival, with their general community. Like, you know, it's very much a thing of like events where the Loop have gone to. No one's died. Now that night, that might not be directly because of them. I think there was like 2 cases in particular that they could kind of say that they actually really, really helped, and that's how cautious they are about the work they do. Even though they test thousands of samples across an event, they literally kind of said, look,
At whose expense?
well, it actually saves the festival about 20 grand on insurance.
Yeah, but who actually pays for this
The event.
lab? They actually pay for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Well, I mean, it's quite a positive thing to have as
it
well.
is.
Like.
The price of like a mid-range DJ playing for an hour and a half. You get
Okay.
them for the weekend.
So what can you tell us in and around what the price is?
I don't know, but I do know that it can save about 20 grand on insurance.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Like, you know, if you kind of have to pay an insurance on the basis that people might die at your event, it's probably quite a premium.
Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that you would be an advocate for legalizing all drugs.
To an extent.
Or maybe decriminalizing at least. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely decriminalising, because I don't think interactions with the law or the courts help anybody.
Yeah.
I think they're a waste of time for the courts dealing with like small possessions.
Agreed.
And I think, like, to be honest, for the individual, getting the stigma of a record will only pigeonhole them in life and will not help them progress in any kind of direction that could be brilliant for them.
And can you explain for the listeners what's the difference between decriminalizing and making drugs legal?
Okay, so if you were to regulate drugs in the same way we regulate alcohol, alcohol is one of the most widely consumed drugs. You have assurances of quality, you have assurances of quantity, it's all licensed. There's a big rigmarole to get involved in it and to actually supply it. You know, you have to go down to the court every September.
Get your
and
license.
yeah.
Yes.
And if there's any hassle, the court might go, oh, you better watch yourself. Or they would say, no, for 30 days you don't have a license anymore. It's very, very highly regulated and a huge money spinner. I mean, like, the excise is class for the government, like.
Right. So with the deregulation of drugs, so let's say we have a guy, a local weed dealer,
Yeah.
and he's caught with €50 worth of weed in his pocket. Is it a
Not
case?
much of a dealer, to be honest.
I was
with
gonna
you.
say, yeah.
Either that or he's
Let's-
very,
let's say
very, very
he's-
clever.
Let's say he's smart. He's a smart dealer. Well, so let's say this guy has got €50 worth of weed in his pocket. If it's decriminalised, it means he doesn't have to suffer any conviction.
No, that'd be like if you look at Portugal, for instance.
That's where I got from Portugal. Yeah.
Up to over in Portugal, I think the limit is 7 days supply is what you can carry. So
Okay.
what is agreed upon as a general amount that a person can consume in 7 days,
Right.
which is, it's substantial if you go on a good sesh.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you're not going to buy a yacht with it.
Yeah.
That's kind of where they draw the line. And basically, if you're caught with that, it's kind of a case of you're redirected into like healthcare and awareness and this kind of stuff.
Well, so
And-
for the complete dumbasses out there, what is, again, can you just...
Sorry, I'm being too vague.
No,
am
no,
I?
no,
not at
no,
all.
no, no. The difference between decriminalisation and
Legalisation.
legalisation.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So what is that difference?
So with decriminalisation, it means that literally it's just not a crime to have a certain amount on you. That's
Okay.
all it means, is that it's no longer a moral issue. That's all society is saying.
Okay.
That having this little bag of whatever is not a moral issue. And I think that's fantastic because, to be honest with you, carrying around something isn't necessarily immoral. Like, you can say people go off the rails and they act the bollocks, and sorry for swearing.
You're all right.
No, you're fine.
I
like it.
that their actions can be immoral and they can cause fights, they can break stuff, I don't know, whatever, like those things wander deep into the moral sphere, and they're personal actions. But the actual thing itself, like, I mean, people go off the rails in drum and bass, like, there's people who just kick up a fuss over a bad burger.
And the legalisation of the drugs, what that would mean basically is that it's okay for people to start selling then, shops to sell.
As long as they're of a suitable quality.
Okay.
Because
Regulated.
when you're getting into compounds and stuff like that, into a regulated sphere, you're looking at, let's say, paracetamol on the shelf.
Mhm.
Handy example. When you get that, you have assurances of the molecule involved, the actual crystalline structure of that molecule, if you really want to get into it.
Okay.
You have assurances of the dosage per tablet,
Mhm.
that will be continuous throughout the packet. There'll be no hot spots. There'll be no fucking duds. I'm doing it again. Anyway, I'm going to take a drink.
No, you're fine. Cheers. So you kind of did a little bit of when I asked you the question, should all drugs be legalized? So
Yeah.
why the unsurety? What's that? Is it, should you quantify what you...
There's some people hell-bent on their own self-destruction, and I'm not quite sure they should be able to walk into a shop and propel that any further than they can with the current means available.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, you can do that with literally anything. You could do that with alcohol.
Oh yeah, like 6 litres of water will kill you. Like.
Oh yeah, exactly. So what's the difference between you stopping them going into the shop and doing it with drugs or doing it with 6 litres of water?
That's true. And that is like the general thing. I think it's just more from my own background of self-destruction that. Do you remember when the head shops were here?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Does anyone remember the head shops?
I remember the head shop.
That's the problem. There's 2 years I can't remember.
That was a crazy time, shall we say?
What was that stuff that they were selling in the head shops that was sending everybody crazy?
Mephedrone.
BZP.
What was it?
Mephedrone, 4 MMC.
And was it a myth or were the
Cathedral.
rumours true
What?
that people were literally going crazy?
No. There was like a huge increase in people seeking psychiatric services, and considering how underfunded the system is here, like it was a strain, and they were just kind of going, "Nah, we can't be dealing with this anymore. Can you get rid of it?"
I think one of the weird things that I found with people who take psychedelics, especially psychedelics, is that they end up. This is going to be a weird one, but
Yeah,
they
go on.
all end up conspiracy theory nut jobs.
No. That's like saying everyone who drives a car ends up ripping around with a fucking bit of waving out the back. Like,
Yeah, but see, the people.
they're just the people that you see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see, I've met a lot of people who have done psychedelics and still do psychedelics, but when they're talking to me, it's 9/11 and every other conspiracy under the sun, JFK, and we never went to the moon, all that kind of stuff. And I'm trying. Is it a case that the drugs have affected them in such a way that they're more, I don't know, open,
Bit more like
open to suggestion,
malleable or something.
Yes.
It's that is quite possible because of like when you enter that open sphere of perception, that psychedelics can bring forward. Like it's due to the hyperconnectivity within the brain in different regions of the brain that start talking to each other that wouldn't normally talk to each other. So let's say there's a part that usually talks to your eyes and helps you process vision. Suddenly that can be linked to sound, and that's why sound can suddenly start having like waves of color and stuff like that. Like that's part of the reason that all happens.
It's synesthesia, isn't it?
That's for people who have it like full time. Yeah, you would call it synesthesia. I guess that is a synesthesia effect as well. Yeah, you're right.
It's like
you're
a temporary
Absolutely.
sort of thing.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, I'm.
So on a mass scale, not on a mass scale, when you do drugs on a regular basis, see, I always find that with drugs, with alcohol, the drugs and the alcohol are not the problem. It's when it becomes abusive.
Yeah.
When you abuse these things, they become a massive issue.
Absolutely, and that's why even the conversation around consumption needs to evolve. Like, I mean, you can say that someone has non-problematic recreational substance use. You can say that someone has non-problematic recreational substance abuse. And then it could go in towards problematic substance abuse, chaotic substance abuse. You know what I mean?
How do you quantify substance abuse, though? Because I'm surely it's different for everyone.
You'd look at, like, let's say a drink. And a binge of drinking is anything over 5 drinks in a single session, according to the HSE.
Yeah, as they say, yeah.
Yeah, like, you know, that means that technically every time you take over 5 drinks in a session, you're having an alcohol abusive session, like.
Okay.
Which is pretty much every Irish person.
Yeah.
but
Like, it's not out of the norm, but but that's a prime example of a non-problematic abuse of a substance. Like.
Yeah.
But surely it should be subjective. Because I remember years ago I had a conversation with somebody on air, I was on radio, and we were talking about drink driving. And I was talking about drug driving, you know, smoking weed and driving. And you know, some people, if I was to smoke a joint now, which I don't actually smoke weed anymore, but
You've cleaned up a lot, haven't
I
you?
have cleaned up a hell of a lot. But if I decided to start smoking weed now and get it back into my system and become a regular thing, I could literally get into a car, go from A to B and not cause an accident. But if I give, say, Ed a joint who doesn't smoke weed and never smokes it, and it has, like, literally knocks him on his ass, and then he gets in a car, then surely it's subjective. The danger is because you don't use it enough and you're not regulated with it.
You sound like a man looking for a drink driving license in Kerry.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like, I can drink 20 pints, so I can drive grand.
I genuinely do believe that we don't have a drink driving problem in this country.
We had this discussion as well.
Yeah, but what
I think we have less of a one anyway.
we do. It's tiny figures. You know, our figures are so small. You know, I know.
But do you remember those road signs that used to be at the front of at the entrance and exit of every county?
So many people died
in the last 4 years. On
Yeah.
Are they gone?
I haven't seen them in a while.
I haven't seen them updated in years. I think there's still one out in the M4, and there's one of the routes out the far side of Kiddingad.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, if road signs cost the government millions.
Oh yeah, of course. This is why I say stop putting it in Irish. Waste of time.
Yeah.
Waste of time. Nobody reads the Irish. There's only 11,000 people in this country who read Irish.
I know, but at the same time, there's no point.
Actually,
there's no point letting it die. Like
It's our heritage.
That number's actually
Right.
gotten bigger over the last few years.
2.
I don't know, but I know it's bigger.
One
than
more percent.
Yeah. On that,
I
Jamie.
know,
I heard
I
around.
know there's people living in this country for half the length of time I've been alive, and they speak much better Irish than me.
Yep.
And they carry an Irish passport, and they're every bit as Irish. And I think it's fucking class that they're keeping it alive because it's a cool language.
But just
There's actually more people
Speak
learning
Polish.
Irish
there's more
on
people.
Duolingo.
Yeah, more people speak Polish in this country than they do Irish.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I don't see why it's still in school. Why would a Polish person need to learn Irish?
Part of the heritage, like. If you went to look
But
at
heritage dies.
does it?
Of course it does, yeah.
Does
things
eventually, yeah.
There's things that happened 500 years ago in this country that, you know, traditions that we don't carry on anymore.
It's true.
So, you know, I think it's time for us to adapt to a new tradition.
Yeah, but language is
I'll
a big
give you an
thing.
example of one coming back to life, though.
Go ahead.
So, you know the Festival of Fires out the road?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was banned for... Yeah, it was banned for 800 years. It was banned, I think, in 1209 AD as part of the whole taking over of Ireland thing. And it was only in 2009
It actually came back.
when it actually came back. And the very first year, they had it as the proper festival where 2 cows were led around the fire because it's actually... it's a very, very funny festival, actually. I'm straying way off topic here.
No,
by
you're
the way.
fine. You're fine.
No,
go
go
ahead.
for it.
It's actually a marriage of the people to the land. It's an old pagan festival, and it's actually like the original kind of like sovereignty thing, if you want to go down that vibe with it.
Right.
But yeah, it's literally the marriage of the people to the land for the year coming forward.
Hoping
And
for the good
that's why-
harvest and the good crop and kind of thing. Yeah.
And just to
Sorry to
recognise their
cut across you.
guardianship. No, you're all right, man. To recognise their guardianship and all this kind of stuff, like, you know.
Sweet.
And
Well,
that was
it
why
is.
it stands
No,
out.
it's
like a
good.
vow that they look after it as well.
It's
Yeah, it was absolutely.
It's good to see some traditions come back. It's good, but I like to see them die off. I like to see us evolve.
So grim.
I know, no, because I like to see us evolve into something better than we were before. Like, the English language wasn't always spoken in this country. Would you prefer to speak Irish rather than English?
I think if I had a choice, I don't know, I might speak like Spanish or Mandarin or
let's
something.
say, but let's
Mandarin, I like
yeah,
it.
but let's say you could choose now, and I could magically make it happen that you either know just all English or Irish. Which one would you choose?
I'd have to choose English.
There you
like,
go, because
Unfor-
it's
it's just-
outdated.
I don't think it's outdated. I just think that it's easier to work in a fucking interconnected world when you can speak a language that others
Absolutely.
can listen to.
Absolutely. So that's why the language is dead, because there's nobody in the country who needs.
It's
to
just
speak
our
it.
little island. That's it.
Yeah, if you want to do
But
it
there's
for cultural reasons, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's the reason it exists.
That's
It's
the
that-
reason people do it.
Yeah, it's entirely cultural, like, and even just like the turns of phrases in it, like no language directly translate into another language. We all have like our syntax, our tone, our. Do you know, if you say something in French, it sounds different. It comes across different. Do you know?
But I think in general academia, it's there's no place for it. For teaching people your own culture in academia, I just think it's misplaced. It shouldn't be there. Schools
Why-
shouldn't be there for that.
Why shouldn't people like? I mean, that's like saying before you should never travel Ireland before you travel the world. Like.
Oh no, you can learn. Look, you can. There should be history classes, of course.
Yeah.
But to do with your own culture, I don't
Well,
get it. I
what
don't
part
get
of
it.
What part of it don't you think it should be taught?
I just don't think Irish language should be taught.
Okay.
History is fine. I
You're-
don't mind the
you're-
Irish history,
what
although
about-
it is boring as hell.
What about like the music?
No.
No.
No, see, I have
Bit of
nieces.
Keela.
I have nieces who both go to a Gael talk,
Yeah.
and they can play the flute and play
Irish
the,
dance
the
and-
fiddle, and they can Irish dance, and they can do
They
all of
must
that
have
type
been
of
sickened
stuff.
with the flat hole getting cancelled.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
Yeah.
still going to be here next year.
We were,
apparently.
we were
Can't wait.
all sick.
or is it?
Or is it?
No, I'm not pressing the button.
Okay, so I have statistics here about Irish
Please.
for you. New Central Statistics Office figures reveal that over 4% of the population use Irish every day,
Okay.
and it says one
Most
point.
of them are teachers talking to each other.
Yeah, is it right? And based on the figures of 2016, it shows that 1.7 million people, so that's 39.8% of the population, can speak Irish.
Bullshit.
But not all. Like, I'm sure that's just
There are people that
Tunis,
just
Boher,
did-
Colleen Bunya.
Well, they're just people that did the leaving cert, like, and they're actually, you know, still in the phase of like,
Yes.
Diego couldn't
Yeah.
start to Tommy and a Coney.
But isn't it amazing though? Because I genuinely, for a long, long time, I was like, I can't speak Irish. I don't understand that fucking language at all.
Actually,
If you're on holidays, it's
from
very
a
handy.
junior cert, I haven't studied it since I was 15.
But isn't it amazing how many words you actually do know?
Yeah.
So if I was to throw a random word like ball,
Leroy G.
there you go.
That's
Yeah,
actually plural.
simple
No,
as that.
milk,
Bunya.
teacher.
Munchor. Yeah.
See, we postman.
Ooh.
Far unfished.
Bar on
Oh,
fish.
look at that one.
So it's amazing how many words we do know, but we
Yeah.
just don't know how to put it together.
Well, is the past tense and the present tense and all that not very confusing in Irish?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's backwards.
There's like just a letter added on the end and shit, and yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you'll struggle with all languages. They all have them different things. Like
So which
Yeah.
language is right? I've often found that English is the one that's in the correct order.
That's because it's the one you're used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is it? But if you say
That's a
something,
very good point.
But if you say something along the lines of "I saw the ball," you know that's in the correct order. Whereas if you say that in Irish, it's "ball I,
I
saw
saw."
there" or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. but like-
fake me on Leroy.
What?
Saw me ball.
Yeah.
Saw me ball.
Saw me
left
ball.
or right?
Yeah, which one? Get him out.
But
I
the
just
same,
saw it clean in half.
the same is for Arabic, Urdu, all of these other languages. It's all a mix mash, and I can't get my head around why it's not linear. I don't get it. Why
Because it developed in that region.
Well, like, it just depends on which way you say it. Like, so you could say, like, I saw the ball. You could say that English is very focused on the self.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
Completely off topic. Can I bring us all back to something?
Yeah, please.
Go on.
We have a text
We have
Our, our first ever text on the Supernatural Dogshit podcast.
Well,
Tell us to shut up.
And it's going way back on topics. It's back to Big Mouth, basically.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
So it's he said when he was a 14-year-old kid, we wanted weird science. That's not half as bad as Big Mouth. Gary Gallagher from Donegal.
From Donegal.
That's his text.
Oh,
Okay.
Gary Gallagher is a Gaeilgeoir.
Oh,
No way, he's loving this topic right now. So
Yeah, he's probably hating me.
yeah.
Rightfully so.
I'm assuming that there's no other comments or
just one
just
text.
What are you all doing tonight? For God's sake,
Just
start
one text.
commenting in. Send in your text to 085 27 27.
You can also
212.
WhatsApp. You can send us pictures, everything.
You can, yeah, please do.
Or you can
please.
just comment on our various social
Yeah,
medias.
comment
Get to
on
work, Jamie.
YouTube, comment on Facebook, just
I'm here.
comment on it all. Just because just throw out your random stuff to us and we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about anything.
But I actually want to get back to the whole drink driving thing, just to keep it on track.
Okay.
So I don't drink. Full stop, I don't drink. I guarantee you, if I was to drink that bottle and get into the car and try and drive, I would crash.
No, I guarantee you wouldn't actually.
Actually, I know why, but you did say this earlier. It's non-alcoholic.
Yes, these are my driving beers.
Okay.
I've never heard it called that, a driving
Oh, you
beer.
should ask, you should wait.
Yeah.
Ask at the bar for a driving beer.
And see what they say.
No, it does like their head goes click.
Yeah, they just know.
No, they don't. Like it takes a second.
Oh,
like,
yeah, and then you see them.
No, then you're like what? And they're like, yeah, no, non-alcoholic.
Oh.
If I was to drink that, the whiskey.
Yeah, that might
If
be
I was to drink
different.
one shot of that, I drink just it doesn't agree with me whatsoever. I will be pissed drunk on one shot of whiskey, and there's no
Would
way.
you really?
I would, yeah, absolutely, no way, not
Let's-
a hope. You'll be dealing with me puking all night.
Also, for those at home, there's
There's a really nice
whiskey on the
carpet in here, by
table.
the way,
There's
lads.
a couple of beers on the table. There's non-alcoholic
Non-alcoholic
beer.
beers, yeah.
There's fucking energy drinks.
Yeah, and a cup of tea.
And Aiden's having a cup of tea.
Yeah, a teetotaler.
Well, we're all drinking.
But the point being, if I drink that, I get into a car and I would not even if I drink all of that. If I stay under the legal limit, I could still be impaired. My driving could be impaired.
Well, that fits in with like the general government guidelines and acceptance. Like, you mean even like the current regulation? I think I think the current regulation of like was it 50 megs per?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
That like even that has a level of inebriation and associated with it, but it's just considered like it's basically considered like the maximum restriction society would accept. Like, you know.
But there's a guy who could get into the car after drinking 10 of these shots and be completely fine and be able to drive.
Probably
so-
not his first time doing it,
Yeah, and that's my point.
Yeah.
Once you build up a tolerance
it's
to
tolerance.
this stuff.
and
So-
it only takes one bad twist.
I
very
find
true.
I find the law
Yep.
is a bit ridiculous because the law basically says you can drink and drive to a certain amount.
Yeah.
Well, is it not zero tolerance?
No,
now?
it's zero tolerance
No,
now.
it's
is it?
not. No, it's not.
No,
No,
zero.
you can have what's the?
I thought it was
No.
like.
Well, I could be wrong. Hold
I
on.
thought
Hold
it
on.
was. I
No,
thought it
no,
was
Shane
like
Ross brought that in. We did away with that.
Yeah.
Any sort of.
No, because they
reading.
have to allow for aftershaves and all sorts
Priest
of other
going
ways.
home from mass.
No, yeah, I said that. Yeah,
That was one of the. I remember that always being an example raised
Yeah.
of like.
Well, if Anton was going to save today, it was going to be that.
the priests. Apparently, they're not allowed to drink real wine anymore.
What?
What?
In-
Yeah, they just have
Ribena?
blessed
It's
driving wine.
Blessed, yeah, it's blessed wine. Yeah.
Well, I'm
Uh,
assuming there is such a thing as non-alcoholic wine.
There is, yeah. I haven't tried it yet.
Why don't
I've
they
tried
drink-
non-alcoholic gin, but not wine.
Why would the priest
Yeah.
not drink that?
What?
It is. So the simple answer here online is nothing.
What?
It's zero tolerance in Ireland.
Bullshit,
Yep.
because you're allowed a certain amount.
No,
of
you're
it.
not.
Used-
They
you
did
used
away
to
with
know.
it.
Me and Ed are right.
What-
I know this.
What's the date on that?
2018 from the RSA.
No, I
Fair
still
enough.
think-
Yeah.
I still think you're wrong.
No,
Danny-
we're not wrong.
So when you do a breathalyzer, you can score under a certain amount.
No.
Yes.
You
Not
can't
any-
score anything anymore. Zero. If you get a reading other than zero, you're going in the paddy wagon.
Yeah, and then they go back and they take your blood in the
Yeah,
station.
and then they bleed.
And that's when
Yeah,
you can.
the evidence one.
Yes.
Is it a case now that with the new drug driving laws, I'm assuming that there are many laws being introduced every, other week.
Yeah, the worst one is
I'd
that
like
if-
to think they're busy.
Let's say
Yes.
if you smoke a joint today
Mhm.
and you hop in the car in a month,
It's still in your system.
you get done, or you can get done.
Hold
it
on.
depends. See what happens with THC that they're trying to detect.
Okay.
Is basically that it's lipophilic. It gets stored in your body fat, and that's why it lingers around so long. Because you could just like eat load of stuff and it gets into your body fat, and then you could go running and stuff. Suddenly that little fucking metabolized molecule is out there.
And can that tiny little bit show up in the test they do in your mouth? You know, where they swab your mouth.
That's
So you-
that's the massive issue.
Yeah,
with
So
it.
what
that-
is it they're testing for with that swab?
They're testing for a metabolite of THC because that's the illegal compound within cannabis. Like,
So
whereas-
they're testing purely for weed.
No, in those
No,
swab
no.
tests, no, there's a spectrum of stuff. There's like
Amphetamines and benzodiazepines.
coke, opiates,
yeah.
cannabis.
And what about prescription medication?
That
the
too.
opiates would fall heavily within that sector.
Does it?
Yeah.
So does that not mean that people who are on prescription medication, say antidepressants, or would that fall under an opiate, an antidepressant?
No.
So
If they can prove that it's
It-
prescribed to them, they're clear.
Yeah.
what are those pills you take when you're anxious?
Benzodiazepines.
Xanax.
Xanax, yeah. So if let's say I was to take a Xanax, is it against the law for me to drive while under the influence of Xanax?
No, but you will be given the guidance with it of don't drive if you feel impaired.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, if you do drive and you are impaired, you can still be done for driving under the influence.
Okay.
Or driving, like, without due regard. Or
Would that swab
definitely
show
something.
Xanax?
Pretty
Yeah, I think
sure
it
they
does.
have. I'm pretty sure there's benzodiazepines on that.
Do
on
they?
that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Well, actually, we're going to go into a quick break because it is just gone past the top of the hour. So we will be back to you in about 5 minutes. See you then.
See you in 5.
Richie has to drive 2 miles to bum tobacco from his friends. With your generous donation of only $19.20 a week, Richie won't have to sponge from his friends. Text Richie to 521034 27591268089 so we can finally tell Richie to piss off.
From its rich traditions beginning when the first AM radio transmission was broadcast in the year 1900 to present day, where radio is still the most listened to form of media and the #1 source for people of all ages to enjoy their favorite music and discover new artists. Sure, the technology has changed, but the concept has stood the test of time throughout history. From the end of World War II
General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
to the falling of the Berlin Wall,
Our top story. The Iron Curtain between East Germany and West Berlin has come tumbling down.
to the U.S. entering the War on Terror,
None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
generations across the world are united by music as it transcends all language barriers. It brings everyone on planet Earth closer together. We at iStreamRadio.ie understand what radio has done for the world and would like to thank radio for its 100+ years of service. Radio has been here through thick and thin. Thank you, radio.
Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. And at last, we create what you will. Don't wait for the right opportunity. Let us create it. When the virtual world of the internet, ideas, dreams, and concepts have become a reality, now is the time to bring your idea to the digital world. MilestoneMedia.ie offer a full range of digital services such as web development, hosting, audio, and visual services. Inspiration has a new platform. MilestoneMedia.ie. Experience the difference.
Hello, Supernatural Dogshit fans. I want to play a game. On October 31st, the Supernatural Dogshit team will be live for our Halloween special. In studio, Psychic Deborah Orr and the team will be on an undisclosed haunted location. Will they survive? Tune in on October 31st at 9 p.m. Oh yes, there will be blood.
Supernatural Dogshit podcast is controversial and confrontational and may cause offense to some. Listener discretion is advised.
Yes, we are back. Supernatural Dogshit podcast. You know what? We need to make these ad breaks a lot longer.
For us, for everybody else at
Do you know
home,
why?
no.
Do you know why? Because I didn't even get a
Because we need
chance to take a
sponsors.
pee. No, I was taking down notes. Actually, we do need sponsors. Please give us your money. I was actually writing down notes here.
Yeah.
During the break, and I didn't get a chance to have a pee.
I didn't get to pee either.
I just remembered I need to pee so
Yeah.
badly. Like
Well,
I've been
look.
holding it in. I think I got through 2 cups of tea and a can of V. Yeah, and some Pepsi Max.
It's
I have an
tough.
empty bottle here if you want it.
Don't tempt him.
Have you ever tried to pee in a glass bottle?
Yeah.
You need a
Yes.
funnel.
Oh,
No,
oh,
just
wait,
don't-
wait,
just don't
wait,
put
no,
them-
you've just reminded me of something. Hang on.
Where are you going?
Hold on. Mr. Ed Harris is actually going to leave the studio right now.
Oh,
but
please don't.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
He's going off to get something.
I got a
okay.
teapot.
Oh.
Fuck the teapot.
Oh
You have a
my
glass of
God.
piss.
Oh.
Not just any piss.
What is that?
That is a glass of piss, but it's not.
Are
just any
you
piss.
fucking kidding me right now?
Are you serious? That's a glass of piss.
Smell it?
I will
No.
not.
Okay, so for
Hold on, whoa.
Whoa.
Everybody just relax for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Are you genuinely telling me that you've just placed a pint glass of piss in front of me?
Yes, that is
Dale
exactly
piss.
what I have done.
Okay.
it's all settled at the moment.
That's aged urine, man.
There's sediment.
Yeah,
There's sediment in the bottom of that. Who owns that piss?
Let's not say who owns.
I'm
no.
not going to say who owns the piss, but I will say this: the person who owns that piss was under the influence of mushrooms at the time.
Oh, you've.
So,
So that's been
if
there.
you drink that, there's a theory you could get high.
Yeah, I know. I was talking about. I never
That's
done mushrooms.
psilocybin piss.
I've never done mushrooms. I'm not drinking that piss.
Psilocybin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Psilocybin, sorry.
So somebody needs to like.
No, it's psychosil.
By somebody, I mean you.
Yeah.
You need to get that off
Yeah.
the table, man. That is.
For those at
fucking
home that can't
nasty.
see what the fuck's going on,
That's so wrong.
Ed Harris just got like a brainwave out of nowhere. He ran to the corner of the room.
People are going to think we're
That has
joking.
been hidden there all week.
Has it?
Or that's been hidden there since the weekend,
Yeah,
I
look how
think.
settled.
That's disgusting.
There's a-
Like that's beyond.
there's a
disgusting.
pint-
I've been trying to up my game since sauteed feet.
Well,
You just did.
haven't. No, he hasn't done
No.
it. No.
No, there's no smell off that.
No,
No.
no, I can't smell it. I'm
Yet.
terrified to smell it because I will vom.
Give it another
Stick a
shake.
fucking lighter above it there. See what happens.
No, I'm giving it a little.
Well, can you do me a favour? Can you
little
actually before you do me the favour of taking it off the table because people are going to think we are absolutely lying. Can you please
Yeah. Instagram.
Instagram?
I got you.
That this is actually on the table.
This is really happening right now.
Yeah.
So I will put it on the Supernatural Dogshit Instagram. Hold on now, get my story out.
Yeah. I'll actually. Can you knock up that light there?
No, I
Piers?
got flash. Don't worry, we got
Oh, no,
flash.
he has flash.
Got flash. So here is the pint of piss.
That's
It's
in question. Yeah.
it's literally a pint of piss.
That's so wrong.
Now it's now on the Instagram, on the Supernatural Dogshit.
Yeah, that's really wrong. And can you please remove it from the table? You just totally just got me with that.
Yeah.
Can you remove that your point of
I'm
piss
so
from
surprised.
the table? It's nasty beyond belief.
Is it distracting you?
It is very much so, yeah. Because I know it's there. Now that I know it's there,
But
I can't
it's
settle.
magic piss.
I don't give a shit what it is.
That's a perfect symbol for a dick pic.
What? A symbol for a dick
How's
pic.
that a symbol for a dick
Explain.
pic?
It's a metaphor, right? So basically, how uncomfortable that's making you feel and the general vibe you're getting.
Oh,
off
I get
it.
where you're going.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
So this is what your penis does to women. This is how uncomfortable they feel.
It's my
So
penis
I think
has
as
always
penance
done.
for your sins, you should be made sit there with that glass of piss in
No,
front of
you
you.
may remove it from the table.
Absolutely
Okay,
not.
question. Obviously, it's not going to happen. But how much to drink it?
No, never. Not a hope.
How much?
Not a hope.
How much?
Come on. Not a hope. Here's an even better
I have a
question.
shiny 20p from '98.
Ooh.
If you had to
I have a
drink,
Millennium Pound coin upstairs.
if you had to drink urine,
Boat on it.
if all you had to drink urine,
Yeah.
would you prefer it hot or cold?
Me own.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
okay, your own,
Well-
but hot or cold?
Oh, I don't care after that.
Really?
Yeah, no, like I'm drinking piss. Like it's not going to worry me as much as it was
Yeah,
someone
see,
else's.
like something's gone wrong for you to be drinking your piss in the first place.
I have drank piss.
I was just going to
I
say,
don't- I don't
unfortunately.
doubt it.
Get you with a dodgy Lucas.
But unfortunately, not the right piss.
Oh, hold on.
Hang on
Your
until
story
you check
sounds-
this out.
Pierce's story sounds very familiar to similar to mine, because you just said you drank out of a Lucozade bottle.
No, I asked you, did he get you with a dodgy Lucozade
No,
bottle?
actually something similar. So years ago, when I was living at home with the parents, my brother he's just a tramp. His room was upside down. He decided to pee in a bottle of 7-Up while he was in bed and just put it down beside the bed and filled it right up to the brim.
Ooh.
My mother went into the room the following day and cleaned his bedroom and went, "Oh, full bottle of 7-Up. I'll put that in the fridge." Of course, Muggins.
He must have been drinking. His pee was clear, yeah?
Yeah, highly hydrated, man.
Yeah.
So I went to the fridge and I went, "Oh, look, I was only in the door. There's a bottle of 7-Up. I'll have that." It even went psst when I opened it.
Oh my god.
It actually went psst.
That's from the fermentation that was
Slightly
taken out.
fermented.
I was probably 4. If you ever see me drinking out of a bottle, like, well, I drink a lot of Pepsi Max, I will literally gulp the stuff down. So 4 big gulps into it, I realised there was something wrong.
Oh.
Yes, something terribly wrong. And it turned out it was my brother's piss. Everybody thought it was hilarious. But I've also eaten human feces.
Aiden.
Explain that.
Yeah.
So
well, that's just his kink, like.
no, I was about.
What? It was about
7
last
or 8.
week, and you paid that businessman a lot of money,
What are they called? Fecal feelings?
and the smell of the house afterwards.
fecal
Scat play comes to mind.
You've obviously Googled this before.
No. I know what terms to avoid.
Oh. So I was about 7 or 8 years of age. My sister was only young and she was in nappies. And she was walking around and a lump of crap the size of an M&M, not an M&M, a Malteser, fell over her nappy. And Muggins again here, kid, and went, "Oh, and it's a Malteser." It wasn't a Malteser.
You were so innocent, man.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know.
I guess you drank piss and that shit.
The world ruined me. The world destroyed me. I've drank piss, I've eaten shit, and I have tasted my own semen.
And ladies, he is single.
And you wonder why?
Oh, yeah. You're really fucking selling yourself right now.
Actually, if I'm going to really sell myself,
Here we go.
this will get all the women going. By the way, I am single, so
If you like dick pics.
yeah. If you like dick pics, overweight and balding men,
Don't forget disappointing. Don't you dare forget
That's-
disappointing.
And yeah, but here's the thing. Actually, you know a great trick to get a chick into bed?
What's that?
Tell them you have a small dick. Seriously, it works.
Yeah.
If you go into a pub setting or where there's people around,
No one likes their cervix getting bounced off. Like,
but here's the thing: if you turn around and you say to a chick, "I have a massive dick," they go, "Oh, would you ever go away from
Yeah.
it?"
Yeah, it's
Whereas
boring.
If you say, "I have a small dick," now they're going, "Does he? I'm curious. I want to see this." So it's worked. And then again, when they do see it small, they go, "Oh, well, yeah,
And the smegma.
I told you the truth." So here's my story. This is the worst story about poop that I could possibly explain to people. So years ago, I had a friend of mine who lived in an apartment block, and he was up on like the 4th or 5th floor, and there was a buzzer to get into the apartment. So I
know
went
that
down,
guy.
I buzzed the buzzer, and there was no answer. So eventually I rang him, and he popped his head out the window at the top and said, "The buzzer's broken, here's my key," and threw down the key to let myself in.
As you do.
Let myself into the building. Got into the lift. Now, I should say that at the time I was on antibiotics and had a bit of a dodgy stomach. Got into the lift. A woman, a very beautiful woman, had just got out of the lift. The doors closed. I went, "I'll chance that fart now."
Oh, Jesus.
And it just kept on coming. It was the floodgates opened and it was rolling, literally like water rolling down the inside of my legs.
Have you got no control over your anus?
No, not then. It was gone. It was let loose.
It was too
just
late.
Came out.
do you know Andre the Giant?
Yes.
Did you ever hear about his 16-second fart?
No.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
and they had to clear the set.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Like literally in the middle of like a shoot, he just kind of had to stop and let out some wind, and everyone was a
Some
bit-
wind.
That must be a record of some
Yeah.
description.
Sure, like Andre the Giant is a record in himself. Like,
Did I? He's dead now, isn't he?
I think
dead
so.
a long
but
time.
Yeah.
You seen your man on Jackass who shoots the darts?
Out of his asshole.
Well, it's not out of his asshole.
Yeah,
he
it's a
he, gets,
tube.
he has a pipe
Yeah.
and he puts it to his arse and he can fire on command. And he shoots darts at a dartboard with his farts.
This conversation
That
has
man will
descended.
never be stuck for money.
Never.
This conversation has descended into farts and scat.
It's changed altogether. But anyway.
Yeah. So I'll finish my story about pooping myself.
Oh, it wasn't finished.
No, it wasn't finished.
Oh.
So my friend who was expecting me into his apartment, I clearly couldn't go into him because I was covered in shit. Now, when I say covered,
It was dripping down your
dripping
leg.
down my
To the
leg.
sock.
So I got back into the lift, went down onto the ground floor. I couldn't get into my car because I didn't want to destroy the car with shit. So I went into the underground car park and took my trousers off, kind of wiped myself up as much as I could.
Did you find a stray cat?
No. What? What?
And that's what happened to John Joe.
This is a long time
You
ago.
threw him away.
So I cleaned myself up, got into the car, flew down to the house, got a fresh pair of jeans, threw the other jeans into the wash basket, and went up to my friend. And he was like, Jesus, that was like an hour ago. Where the hell were you? And I explained the story to him that I had shit myself in the lift. And he thought this was hilarious. And he said, I told him I was in the basement changing. He said, dude, you do realise there's a CCTV in the basement. So I went down to check right in front of the goddamn camera. Right in front of the camera. About 3 weeks later, I was heading to work, and I'm sitting in the car going, what is that smell of shit in the car?
Oh, you left the bag behind you.
No. The jeans that I put in the wash basket somehow ended up not getting washed and put back on.
You
That was some pretty clean shit, man. If you like didn't notice
It was, yeah, but it was watery, so that was I think that was the reason why.
Okay, yeah, subtle stain, like.
Yes,
You
subtle stain.
dried to that leather consistency.
It did. It did feel a little crispy on the
Oh,
inside.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so
Dirt.
That was the day you turned around. I hope.
No, I could, but I think I should save this story for another night. The story of Deravara.
Yes.
Should I save that for another night?
I think so.
Yeah, we'll save it for.
Yeah,
another
we need to
night.
get back on. We've only
Yeah.
got.
Also, if you have any thoughts or comments or anything you want to want us to talk about, text 085 27 27 212.
You can also WhatsApp that number.
You can indeed.
You can send us any picture. You can send us videos and pictures.
Come on,
Anything.
do your social media shit there.
So we're on Facebook. We are on Instagram. We are on YouTube. We're on Spotify. We also have podcast.
Do like and subscribe on all of these things.
Everything. And support us, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so,
we're-
listen, if anybody wants to send us in a funny photograph, what we'll do is we will send them off a little Supernatural Dogshit goodie bag, which contains a mug, a couple of beer mats, a t-shirt.
Just for a
hat.
photograph.
Just for a photograph.
Oh,
It has to
wow.
be a funny photograph.
Oh, we'll pick a winner.
It has to be a funny photograph.
Yes.
Yeah, and we'll pick a wiener.
Get that swag.
Oh,
There you
yeah. Shall we?
No, actually, do you know what you guys can do? You can fill in for 2 minutes because I
No
have to
means.
pee.
Yeah.
I have to pee.
So what I wanted to do was I have a few people who just tuned in. So
Alright.
we'll just reintroduce our special guests.
Go ahead.
I will pass it over to yourself.
Hi, how are you? I'm Pierce, and the lads have invited me on here to talk about drugs, harm reduction, addiction, mental health, and other general things. The reason they did this is because I'm part of a collective called Cocoon. Find us on Facebook. We're a group with about 24,000 odd members. And alongside that, I did a master's in neuropharmacology, and I work as an analytical chemist.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Wow. There you go, guys. So I know you wanted to touch on mental health.
Yeah. So like mental health, like, it's something I suffer with terribly. I've kind of got a half grip in it, but it took years of banging my head against the wall. Like,
Do you think we all do slightly?
everyone has a touch of it because all these things exist in a spectrum.
Yeah.
Do you know, like everything in life exists on a spectrum, especially to do with personalities and people and stuff. But it's not just like you know, a mixing desk. I can see one here in front of me, and it's a pretty cool example.
It's a beautiful mixing desk.
Yeah, I love the lights.
I like the lights.
I'm a simple man. Leave me alone.
Yes. Hey, we see shiny things. We like them.
But like, okay, so like when you think of like a spectrum, you can often think of a left-right fader.
Yeah.
Do you know the sound goes over there or goes over there, and that's all that exists.
Yeah.
But it's more like the channels, where like there's different aspects to everything, and you can be like a 1 on something, an 8 on another, a 3. Do you know, you can be kind of faded in and faded out, and these can change on the daily basis depending on what stresses you're facing, what stuff's happening, and do you know, kind of like, have you been taking loads of drugs recently? Because that can just push everything up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can really push you over the edge.
Yeah. So like that's kind of where I come. That's kind of where I come from with mental health and stuff. That it's
Yeah.
not just like absolutes and nothing. It's like there's not just one coping strategy. Like, we are all individuals. We all have our own fucking idiosyncrasies, our own individual ways about things, and we all need to find our own individual ways of managing them and propelling ourselves to the life we want to live.
Yeah.
This is
Do
why
you-
I'm wearing my cheesy, overly optimistic T-shirt.
Stay inspired. I like it. And do you see a lot of mental health stuff, issues? drugs and such.
Yeah, like they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even
Beautifully
for
formed question, by the way.
Yeah,
It was terrible.
I came up with it on the spot.
Sorry, I interrupt you.
No, you're all right. You know, you can say that like the most obvious example is people who go off the rails and end up in a bad way because of drugs. But they forget that like most people choose to alter their consciousness because where their consciousness is at is not fun.
Yeah.
And you know, like, so
It's an escape, almost.
Exactly. It can be escape. It can be a mask. It can help with social anxiety.
Forget about all your shit, all your problems in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could even just be kind of a case of like, you know, I don't like this substance, so I'm going to use that one instead. Like that, you know, it can just be something like that, and it can just get out of hand if there's a spiraling set of circumstances, like a cascading set of events that just.
One can assume that there are particular drugs that have devastating effects on your mental health.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a really beautiful paper by a very, very brilliant man, Professor David Nutt, out of Imperial College London, and it was back in 2010. But he actually went and he listed all the drugs in order of harm. And basically kind of like he looked at like 16 different modalities of harm that drugs can cause, based upon the individual, based upon society. And he did the statistics on all this. And this is actually where his famous thing of like taking a pill is less harmful than riding a horse that got him fired from the National Drugs Advisory Board. I actually can't remember the exact name of. Apologies for that.
It's all right.
But yeah, like he was on the front page of the Sun because he'd come out and said like taking a pill is less dangerous statistically than riding a horse. Like,
well, is there any, what drugs in particular that you know of that do cause most of the mental health issues?
That's exactly what I wanted to ask.
If you're looking at like most of the mental health issues, really, to be honest, you're looking at things like you're looking. Like, I'm gonna have to say it first. It's like way down the list of drugs I'd like to be talking about right now in regards to this, but like you can't ignore cannabis, alcohol, LSD, alongside the more infamous ones of heroin and crack and all those kind of ones. You know what I mean? Like when you talk about mental health, it's very much more based on the individual, based on the environment. It's harder to empirically say these drugs are worse than those drugs because
every case is different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like, you know, the duration of use, the length of use, what they're going through in their own personal life can all propel them into a spiral, and the recovery will also depend on that individual.
And are there certain drugs that can have a positive effect on your mental health?
Definitely. And even more so when taken under the right circumstances.
Okay, explain, quantify.
Enlighten us.
Okay, so at the moment, you might have heard there's a couple of different clinical trials going around the world with regards to, like, particularly MDMA is the furthest in them. They're actually looking at phase 3 clinical trials. So to put that into perspective...
And MDMA is?
3,4-methylene deoxymethamphetamine, more commonly known as ecstasy.
Good stuff.
I enjoyed that.
It's nice the way he can just riff these
just
things
like it's nothing.
Yeah. Him with the big brain over there.
No, you just spend a few years drawing it, man, trying to wedge it into assignments, you know.
So which drugs do you think has a more positive effect for mental health rather than a negative effect?
When taken in terms of a therapeutic practice, and that involves a couple of sessions before dosing and a couple of sessions after dosing to help set the scene, be prepared for what you're going to uncover, and then also package you back up into a working human being afterwards, because it's going to rip you raw if you're entering that space with the intention of it doing that to you. MDMA, psilocybin, LSD, DMT to an extent, like it just needs more research, but there's also ibogaine, and ibogaine, while somewhat dangerous, is actually prescribed in New Zealand to treat heroin addiction.
I think you were saying there was psychedelic therapy now. Is that
that's a thing that's happening, and it's
clearly not in Ireland.
No. Mainly, the UK is a huge hotspot for it, along with America, Mexico, New Zealand, and there's a few other bits of it happening around the place as well.
And what drugs would be involved in that?
MDMA, psilocybin. MDMA and psilocybin as a combined therapy is one that's coming down the line. Then ibogaine is one that's progressing through trials to show it's at least as effective as the current substitution program, namely methadone. And
I did hear a thing that ketamine
Yeah.
is being
ketamine, I
used.
can't believe I forgot about good old ketamine.
Yeah, a good old ketamine.
Good old
It's on
ketamine.
the-
Just say nay.
It's on it's on the
I have
World
a
Health Organization's
horrible
essential
story about
medicines
that.
list. Like, it's already out there. It
But
just-
isn't there a common misconception that ketamine is just a horse tranquilizer when it's not? It's mostly
actually-
used in hospitals.
yeah, but it'd be much more commonly used in humans, especially in pediatric anesthesia.
Yeah.
Because
Pediatric rather than
well, like, it's used in adults as well, but because it's so well defined within the body, like when you're doing anesthesia, right?
Yeah.
To put someone into anesthesia, you need three things. You need the inducer, you need the disassociative, and you need something for a muscle relaxant. I'm thinking back now quickly, don't mind.
No,
me.
you're fine.
So basically, you give someone the disassociative that separates their body from their mind. You give them the muscle relaxant that means that they won't have twitches and tremors and stuff, and
Yeah.
their body will flop. And then you give them the inducer to put them into sleep. And basically, there's like
is that 3 separate injections?
yeah, anesthesia is so complicated.
I never realized
Because
that.
It goes into the one.
It goes into the one thing,
Yeah.
IV.
but it's all these things mashing together,
Right.
and the anesthesia, because like this is how like anesthesias, like they're my idols.
Really?
Yeah, because they have to calculate on the fly, depending on your
Yes.
body responses, how
Yeah.
much of X, Y, or Z you need at any one time.
But how do they do that? How do they calculate those responses? Is there particular machines that you're hooked up to, or
Yeah, like so you'd have like your blood pressure, you'd have your heart rate, you'd have all
Okay.
these like physiological characteristics being displayed in data for them.
Okay.
And they can just read that and kind of go, you need a bit more of this.
Because
a
they're
bit
just
more of that.
experiencing it. It's what they do, kind of.
They're just wizards, man.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming that
I can imagine.
I'm assuming it's gone wrong at some stage with
Well,
anesthesiologists.
that's why you sign a disclaimer when you go in. Like, you have like a 1 in 600 chance of dying from any general anesthetic.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of a thing.
1 in 600. That sounds.
I think
that
that-
sounds more than COVID, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Is it?
I'm not sure.
Is it? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I remember being put to sleep to get
Well,
my
3% is the general thing for COVID, so that would be 3 in 100.
3%.
Okay. So I'm wrong.
You're wrong. I know. I remember just saying. I remember being put to sleep to get my appendix out, and I could feel the anesthesia. Like I could feel the tingle.
Okay.
Going up my arm, across my chest, into my other arm, and then that was it.
Spreading, because
Yeah.
like as soon as it hit your heart, it goes.
I could feel a tingle, and then next thing that was it. Don't
Yeah.
remember. Don't remember anything else after that.
Well, I had an operation on my hand years ago. Silly boy, I put my fist through a pane of glass one day, and had to have the hand operated on. And whatever it was that they gave me,
You angry
during
man.
the surgery, I was an angry man.
Yeah, we've all been there.
During the surgery, whatever it is that they gave me, when I woke up, I felt so shitty after it.
Really groggy.
Like really groggy. And I remember my father sitting at the side of the bed, and all I said to him was, I want to go out for a cigarette. And he was like, no, you can't go out for a cigarette. You're like hanging together there.
Yeah.
And I've, no, I'm going out for a cigarette. So I eventually got up out of bed. I made it about 10 steps and just ba-dump straight onto the floor.
Yeah.
What is that they would have given me?
That would have been the muscle relaxant that still wouldn't have worn off, probably, by the sounds of it, like.
And it made me sick as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's you. Though. You were
That's
saying.
probably
It.
just
Again,
you with your weak
me.
ass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, and by the way, can I just point out my weak ass stomach is telling me get that pint of piss off the table.
I forgot about
no,
it.
hang on, no.
I've completely forgotten about that.
Forgot
That's
about
your penance.
That's not for what?
Your dick pics.
I'm sure if
You're sitting there in front of that until we finish up tonight.
I'm sure if there's penance, to
And
be,
then I'm going to make you drink it.
I'm sure if there was penance to be had, that it's the women that will dish out the penance. Mr. Judge and jury over there. I
Don't
will
be
get you
sending
back.
dick pics. No one likes dick pics. Do what I do. Post actual weird fucking naked photos of yourself online and then get barred from Facebook.
There's a bit of sign language going on over here. I'm trying to figure out.
Sorry,
what
I just rubbed his cigarette.
it's all right.
Sharing is caring.
It is.
We're all here together.
But do you know what I actually?
This is actually really bad in the time of pandemic and all that.
Yeah,
Pure accident.
yeah.
But sure, look, we just live
all
quietly for
good.
2 weeks.
I don't have any COVID. Don't worry.
keep going.
If I do, I already had it.
Aiden
I already
might.
had it.
That's good, me neither.
Do you find that around the drug, what would you call it, in the drug community, outside of the drug community rather, there are lots of morals that people will look down their nose at you if you smoke a joint? Because I find quite now, in particular, that I know a lot of people who smoke weed, and it's not as frowned upon as it was before.
No, definitely cannabis use is merging into the mainstream. It's
It is,
becoming
yeah.
quite accepted.
It's in every household at this point, I'd say.
Definitely,
It has to
definitely.
be, in some shape or form. There's people I've met that you would never, ever assume.
It's like, no, in fairness, like it is the new drink.
I got a 76-year-old woman stoned one time.
Was it her first time?
No.
Remember those grannies that
and
did
to look
weed
at her,
on
right?
YouTube?
She was like your typical Irish grandmother, right?
Yeah.
She'd the thick Cork accent or whatever, and she'd the big old fucking bag. You know, it's like a Tesco bag for life, the side of this thing.
Deadly.
And she's there with the long woolen kind of trench coat on or whatever. But I don't know, what was it? There was a bar manager creeping on one of her daughters. She was, I don't know, 32 or something at the time. This is going back a few years anyway. But I was about to go up to the hotel room and said, no, you stay here and talk with me. No, he's creeped me out. You stay here. All right, so that was it. So we got talking anyway. And
you're a good guy.
I was just smoking a doobie anyway. It was the end of the night. I was about to go to bed. Part of my ritual at the time. So I was smoking that, and she was like, oh, jeez, that joint. Jeez, yeah, I'll have some of that. Gave it to some of her. And then her mother came out to have a cigarette, and she was like, gee, you wouldn't have any of that stuff, would you? You know, it's that beautiful stuff. Now, it shouldn't be illegal. Shouldn't be illegal. Would you have any old grass for me? Jesus Christ, this one just out the Nathan Carter concert. Like,
what you're saying, Ed, is you literally got an old woman high.
I did, and then my tour manager came in, right? And he came out for a cigarette. It was like him and one other guy on crew that smoked. So, no, two others, and they came out, and they're like, saw all this going on. So I was like, right, I'll see you later. I left the joint with the old lady. I went off to bed, and then the store manager comes up to me the next morning in his thick Donegal accent and says, what's this I hear about you getting old lady stoned last night? So then I says to him, I says, well, look, if I didn't do it, who else would?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm away from the mic there. I was rolling early. I kind of have a similar feckin' story, except it was by accident.
Go on.
So, you know, have you ever heard of AVB? Already vaped bud.
What the fuck is that?
So I used to be big into
the resin that's left.
Yeah, it's not
even
kind of like resin from a bong, but it's not. It's at the same time it's not. So I used to be big into vaporizers. Anyway, so this is me admitting to smoking weed on air. But anyway, I used to be massive into vaporizers and thought they were the coolest thing ever. And when you vaporize weed, it stays looking like ground up weed, but it just turns really dark and black.
Oh,
yeah,
I've seen it. Yeah, people
yeah,
people pull it out their vapes and they save it in little jars.
Yeah, exactly. So I saved
after.
loads of this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I had about, I think I remember having 10 grams or something of it. It was a good bit.
Right.
I researched it online. It said put it in the brownies. If you smoke it, you'll get something off. Put it in the brownies. So I made brownies, whatever. Made about 15 brownies. Took 5 or 6 of them to my friend's house. Was living with my grandmother at the time. Left brownies in the kitchen.
I'm sure your mother will be really proud of you.
She knows the story.
Okay.
Yeah. She thinks it's hilarious.
Okay, fair enough.
My grandmother had a weird sensation in all she could say was she had a weird sensation in the back of her neck. And she was couch locked for like 12 hours, basically.
Lovely.
Completely accidental.
I had a similar thing with my ex where I used to regularly bake cookies, the domesticated individual that I am. But I made these weed cookies out of a can of butter this one time.
I
left them cooling on a wire rack. And I was like, right, I have to pop off for an hour or two. So went into town, did a few bits. And in that time, my ex had arrived home. And she was starving at the time. She's like, ooh, fresh cookies. So she just wolfed down 2 of them. And I come back about 2 hours later, and she's welded to the couch.
And
with glowing red eyes. And she just kind of looks up at me and goes,
was she a weed smoker?
In them brownies, or them cookies.
Was she a weed smoker as it was?
No.
Oh, well then.
But she was definitely a cookie fiend after.
Yeah, because I will say, like, from...
Just to interject there with a bit of science.
Yes.
When you eat cannabis...
It's way stronger.
It's way stronger because it goes down a different metabolism route and it has a much longer half-life.
Yeah.
That's why like with brownies, you know, you eat like a half one to see where you get to after an hour. If you're still not feeling anything, give yourself another hour, maybe.
Yes, I was going to say.
Because they
don't ever make that mistake.
Well, I've made it.
Yeah, I think we've all made it.
Like the highest I've ever been was from a brownie.
Really?
Yeah, like 4 hours of like smoking your first ever joint.
Is weed a psychedelic?
It's in the quagmire of kinda.
Because, you know, there's a misconception around weed for people who don't smoke it. If you ever watch any of the TV shows or cartoons where they're illustrating somebody smoking weed and they see all crazy
Reefer Madness.
Yeah, it's just not true.
Yeah, no, it's not true in any way, shape or form. Like, unless they get an episode of psychosis from it, like.
Yeah, I mean, if you already have
that, it's going to be a slow burner. Like, it's not going to flip you out instantly into like the depths of a delusion. It's just more that like it's going to start chipping away at your attachment to reality, and eventually, if you keep at it, you'll end up like in a bit of a mess.
And just back to the psychedelic therapy. How can we utilize that, or not even how can we utilize it? What is it that it does that makes the therapy better than regular therapy?
So one way of describing it, like just to take MDMA assisted psychotherapy for example, is that MDMA can block fear to try and encapsulate it, like. So, you know the way, I don't know if any you have, and I'm not going to ask, but like if you ever take pills that have MDMA in them, you'll feel a love buzz, an attachment to the world, an openness.
Euphoric kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with that, when you bring that into a therapeutic space with a trained professional, they can use that. They're literally using that as a tool to help you talk about traumatic events or to talk about yourself in some way, shape or form, to help progress the reason you enter therapy.
Makes total sense.
But surely if you're talking about traumatic events that has happened in your life and you're high and feeling loved up, how does that help?
Because it allows you to talk about them.
Yeah, if you can't talk about it sober, you can talk about it when you're...
Exactly.
So is this basically using a crowbar to get into your brain?
In a way.
Pretty much, yeah. That's why it needs to be done in the space of a professional, because anyone can use a crowbar, but not many people can hang a door again.
Yeah. Well, I did watch that guy, which I'm assuming you know, Morris Hamilton.
Yeah.
He's great.
He's amazing.
Great
Shout out Vice.
He's very funny, but he done an episode where they were talking
I was in an article of Vice once.
No way.
Yeah.
Can we go on that for a sec before we go back to that?
Is it online?
It is, yeah. It should still be up there. It was from like a group I used to be involved with called Slash Safety. At one point, we had 48,000 members on Facebook, and it was literally like a part-time job to keep it going. But yeah, no, like we got a Mix Mag as well, and we got in a few other things. But yeah,
that's a big deal, being on Vice.
And just give a shout out to the Facebook group that you're involved with.
Cocoon Harm Reduction is on Facebook. Search us. We have like a lovely little green emblem. And there's a couple of short little questions to answer in just to filter out bots and cops.
Okay.
Basically, like, you know, because it's a very, very open space and people can be quite raw in it. And just to kind of protect them, like, we kind of screen our entrance, as people do these days, you know?
So when you say people are quite raw, what does that mean?
Like, they'll say that, like, look, I'm going through withdrawals from opiates or whatever else. They might even be kind of like a bit graphic in what they're experiencing. And they'll be very, very, you know, they'll be open because it's a kind of a safe space.
Right. So do you help with drug abuse?
We try to.
Okay.
And oftentimes that might just be like giving them somewhere that they can vent and helping them find local supports.
Okay.
Do you know, like, I mean, like we're a guidance and signposting kind of arena.
Listen, it all sounds very responsible, but you know and I know that there's plenty of people out there who, you know, when they hear of groups like this, they're going to say all you're doing is advocating the taking of drugs. And all you're doing is promoting drugs. So what do you say to the people who say these things to you?
All we're doing is acknowledging the fact that people take substances and prohibition doesn't work.
Like people are going to do what they're going to do.
They're gonna do it.
What is the main reason behind that you find, given your area of expertise, what is the main reason people do start taking drugs?
To experiment. It can often just be to experiment.
Curiosity.
Yeah, it can. A lot of times it can be to curiosity. You know, the reason they have that curiosity can be whatever, but it could just be that, you know, they want to try different things. They want to see what their brain is like. You know, they want to just have a bit of fun.
Okay.
It's not, you know, it's not often a horror story. Like most times, it's just kind of a bit of like, oh, this sounds fun.
Yeah, my friends have tried this. I'll try it, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And they'd see it like maybe glorified in the media, like so. Like we'd notice that like when songs come on about Molly and Percocet or whatever.
Yeah.
Like people will start trying those combinations and stuff like that. Like, you know, like
every rap song right now is about Molly and Percocet and lean.
All right, pardon the old time over here. What's Percocet exactly? Is that an opiate or something?
It is, yeah.
It is an opiate. All right.
Do you know who Juice WRLD is?
No.
He's an art. Okay. Anyway,
go on.
So he's an artist and he's big into. He passed away about 6 months ago. He's big into lean and Percocets and stuff. And his private jet, he was coming in on his private jet, and he had like 2 pounds of marijuana.
Right.
And he had about, now I don't know the exact number, about 10 Percocets in his pocket.
Yeah.
So instead of getting caught with the 10 Percocets, he took them all.
Oh.
And he OD'd in the airport and died.
Why don't you just flush them in the toilet?
I have like private jet, and I don't know.
Some people just don't want to waste. Like that's a massive issue with having searches going into festivals. Is that it can, like, if someone's arriving in for a festival and they have something in their pocket, but they see a dog up at the top of the queue, and they start kind of going, "Feck, I'm a teacher, I'm a nurse, I can't get caught with
And then
this."
they take it all.
They take it all, and they suddenly end up in an actual medical emergency for what wasn't a moral issue. They were not going to like get involved in crime because of this. They were just going to an event to let loose, and
and they went and they did something foolish like that. Like,
do you find that the movies and the sometimes in the movies and the music industry that what they've done is they've vilified drugs, but not even, they didn't mean to do this. So what they're, like what I was saying about earlier, when you smoke weed, you see all these funny images and all sorts of stuff. I found when I was growing up looking at the movies that it was supposed to be, in the movies it's done in a kind of a fun way.
Yeah, Scarface is a load of crack, like.
Yeah.
But
and he buries his face in the mountain.
What I found is every time that I've sampled drugs, that it never lived up to my expectation, because my expectations were set in the movies and music.
Maybe you had shit drugs.
No, look, I've tried quite a few, so I have had my fair share.
Well,
but I've never had those visuals, those psychedelic moments. I've never had that moment where I went, "Whoa, this is exactly what the movie said it was."
You are one of the most particular men I've ever met.
Okay.
Look,
what?
Building this studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful studio.
No, that's not the point. It's the arguments we had. This guy is he's gone
Did you
nuts.
argue
He
over
was
the
like,
light
no,
bulbs?
it has to be this way. No, we didn't argue over them. They're beautiful.
Exactly.
Do you know why we didn't argue over it? Because everything's Aiden's way.
It is, unfortunately. But you understand what I'm saying about the movies and the music. Do they accidentally vilify drugs, or is it intentional?
I think it's just more of a case of like, a good story can often be just too boring to tell.
Oh, okay.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
If you look at, like, let's say movies about a good weekend.
Fear and Loading in Las Vegas.
Weekend at Bernie's.
I actually tried to watch that with my outlet there recently.
That's one of my favourite movies.
He got about halfway through and just went,
"What is this about?" Yeah, see, you don't understand if you're not.
Yeah.
Do you know, like, if you're not on the sesh, you wouldn't get what the point of a good weekend is about, like.
That's true.
Well, I found after watching the documentary with Morris Hamilton that when he done it on ketamine and psychedelic therapy, I genuinely, for the first time, when I see it in movies, you go, "God, I don't want to do that. It looks scary." But after he presented it to me, I genuinely, for the first time in my life, went, "I'm curious now. What is ketamine? What it's like?"
Yeah, he gives a much more honest appraisal of it, like,
I wasn't prepared for the 2 times I did it.
But is he?
I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, it is unnerving. I don't know. I don't like it. I've seen it do weird shit to people.
It's a very antisocial drug.
It is.
Because
it's got that Velcro effect where you're Velcroed to the fucking carpet.
See, it's a disassociative.
Yeah.
It's literally, it separates the mind from the body.
It was it was like picking yourself up and taking yourself away from yourself or something. It was it was just surreal and weird and incapacitating and
some people love ketamine.
Some people love losing their shit.
But I can only assume that ketamine is a dangerous drug.
It's on the World Health Organization's essential medicines list.
Okay, but again,
it has
abused. I'm assuming people can OD quite easily on this stuff.
I did see a bad situation of a guy.
You're more than likely going to like shit yourself if you do too much. Like, that's a thing that can happen. And if you do prolonged amounts, you're going to have bladder damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
People end up with colostomy bags from abusing ketamine. So don't abuse ketamine, because it also has, which is quite rare, is that it has irreversible tolerance.
There was
that makes sense.
A
actually,
guy that was at a festival, and I was running a site at it in a particular area, and someone got my attention to this guy that was in a hoop. So we're like calling for first aid. So I was the first aider on call. So I went over to him, call the ambulance, follow all the protocol, go over to him, and it was like this guy had just been pulled out of a bath. like
Sopping wet.
sopping wet through his clothes. Right, he was in convulsions. All his mates were crowded around him, so we put him in the recovery position. Got his mates out of his way. Took me ages to get the answer out of them what had happened, but
people don't like sharing that because of the stigma.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is where the stigma is dangerous because they wouldn't tell me what had happened. It took me ages to figure out. He thought he had racked up 2 massive lines of cocaine.
Okay.
And he'd hoofed them into him. And after a while, he realised, shit, that was ketamine.
It wasn't cocaine.
And
he was panicking.
Let me ask the expert,
so.
He was fucked. He was not responsive to fuck all stimulus.
What is it that happened to that guy? That he was sweating so much, or can you explain what the drug was actually doing to this guy's body or his brain, or what was it doing to him that made him go like this?
It was messing around with calcium signaling.
Okay.
Basically, the NMDA receptor gets blocked by fucking ketamine. Like it's an antagonist.
Like a calcite build up on a part of the brain.
Kinda like it just kind of stops. It stops calcium moving in and out through membranes. Like. And basically, yeah, like so it just shuts down an awful. It just shuts down an awful lot of you.
Why would he have been sweating profusely?
He was in ICU the next day. All his mates left that night.
Because I believe that ketamine doesn't have an effect on your respiratory system, so therefore it wouldn't have an effect on your heart, would it not?
Well, it slows your heart down, maybe.
Yeah, like give me a second.
No, you're fine.
He just had a brain fart.
I would say the sweating would be more like like a lot of drugs do make you sweat.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why
it's obviously a chemical
reaction
reaction that's happening in the body.
I'm just trying to think about the parasympathetic area of the nervous system and the auto sympathetic area of the nervous system, which relate into like your motor function, stuff like that. So like let's say the sweating is part of your autonomic nervous system.
Okay.
It's something you don't have active control over.
Okay.
And I'm trying to just remember how the calcium fits into that. But that's where it would just spawn from that. Like it was.
Well, it's probably the body trying to sweat out everything. Like,
as well.
Purge in response, yeah.
A purge, is that a thing? Your body actually tries to purge drugs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's the same way you get sick the whole time. That's your body kind of going, I don't like this.
Fighting against it.
Yeah. Pushes it out.
And then before
you ever get a cold and you're pissed like a racehorse the whole time.
It's your body actually making
it's a toxic
attempt.
It's a response to toxicity, like.
Yeah. The body's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it? But before we move off ketamine as well, K-holes.
K-holes, yeah.
Like, what is the story happening there, where you're conscious and you're there, but it's...
You need to explain what that is for people who don't know.
So a K-hole is where you take a substantial amount of ketamine and basically for an hour you sink into an internal world, separate from external stimuli to the point that you might not even be aware of external stimuli, which is why you gotta be really careful if someone offers you a cheeky line and you don't know who they are.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's one of them drugs that you need that's best around good friends.
Yeah, and that goes with any drug. And also, can we say we do not condone drug use on the show?
No.
Just to say.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I am not pro drug use.
No, God, if you are that way inclined, keep it safe.
Exactly.
Yes.
Everyone deserves to get home.
That's it.
This is very true. So just back to, I'm intrigued with the ketamine stuff. I really am. Because as I said, Morris Hamilton, he put it in such a way that it made it look like this can actually, because, you know, if I want to do drugs, I genuinely don't, I'm not really a regular person. I don't want to do drugs to get high and forget about life. I want to do drugs that will expand my mind. I want to do drugs that
you want to get a purpose from them.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
You need some DMT or something over there.
Yeah, that's DMT and ketamine in the same family.
No,
completely different things.
Yeah, DMT is. It works on your serotonin system.
And what is DMT? What's that stand for?
Dimethyltryptamine.
Okay.
And it's basically the most potent hallucinogenic known to man.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like just in terms of binding affinity and dosage and everything, it is really way up there.
And I don't know myself, is DMT man-made?
No, DMT exists in plants.
Yeah.
So like it can be synthesized.
Yeah.
But it's more often extracted.
Yeah. But it's quite difficult to synthesize, isn't it?
It'd be messy.
Right.
Yeah,
it'd be more trouble than actually
like extracting it. Like extracting it is something that can be done over a campfire if you want to be basic about it. Like you mean it's really it's using very simple stuff that
Well, I did-
this show really won't be covering.
I did see.
Yes.
There's a guy called. Do you know a guy called Michael Stevens? He's on YouTube. Vsauce.
No.
Never heard of him, you guys? Vsauce.
I recognise
I
the name.
didn't hear of him until the other night when you told me about Vsauce.
Well, Vsauce does a season called, I think it's Brain Games or Mind Games or something like that.
Okay.
And in one of the episodes, he heads to South America, and he participates in the taking of an ayahuasca.
Oh, he goes for a ceremonial ritual.
Now, this guy is a scientist, and he doesn't drink, he doesn't smoke, he doesn't do any type of drugs. But when he heard about this, he thought, I'm going to see what the crack is about, because apparently most people report talking to interdimensional beings, and it's all the same person.
It's life-changing.
Yeah, it's life-changing. So he decided that he'd go down and try this stuff, you know, as a scientist.
Yeah.
And he said it was rather disappointing.
Oh.
There's a guy, I think he's from Eastern Europe anyway, right? But this guy, he practices as a shaman.
Right.
And he has full license to go
Is it
internationally.
shaman or shaman?
Shaman. I always said shaman. Shaman.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever.
Continue.
If someone knows, text in.
Oh, yeah,
so
I
we can
remind-
argue about it all.
Oh, wait, 5 27 27 212. Jeez, where are all
Did
the
you
texts
ever
and
hear-
comments tonight?
We've only
Did you
received
hear
one.
of,
Yeah.
Did you ever hear of Albert Hoffman?
No.
He's the lad.
Is he the one that the acid tabs are named after?
Yes,
Yes.
he is the man that discovered LSD while working with Sandoz over in Switzerland.
Was that accidental?
It was, yeah.
There was a
yeah.
famous actor used to knock about with him as well, wasn't there?
Not sure.
Like Gregory Peck or one of them.
Maybe.
Golden age of cinema.
Perhaps.
But
go on with your point.
Yeah. So after he had his first accidental trip, when he kind of was like, "What is all this about?" You know, he'd never experienced a psychedelic in his life before. So then he went around the world traveling to different cultures, finding out what their ceremonies were, what their medicine plants were, and he wrote a really good book called Plant of the Gods.
Very good.
And it goes through like the chemicals within the plants, like the rituals around them, the plants themselves. Like, it's a proper reference book, like.
And is there a particular reason why the likes of the ayahuasca plant produces DMT? What is the benefit for the plant? Why is it producing this stuff? Is it
Generally, it's considered that most of these, like, they're generally alkaloids, which are they're like a type of structure which has a ring in it with like a nitrogen or something along those lines.
Okay.
And basically, they're considered to being produced as a poison. So, like, if you look at like nicotine is a really good example as well. Like, if you smoke too many cigarettes, your tummy will get sick. You know, you feel woozy and stuff like that. So for its general predators like caterpillars and stuff like that, you know, the amount they have to eat will be so much less compared
Minute.
to exactly. So it producing it in these quantities and leaves a defensive mechanism.
And can I just dig into a little bit of your background? if you don't
Yeah,
mind?
absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm assuming you have had a normal upbringing.
I absolutely did. Yeah.
It's not like you were in a household where there was drug abuse or anything of the
No,
sort.
no. My parents would be very like virgin on teetotal, nearly. Like,
Okay,
you know?
so how is it that you stumbled into this? What is it? What sparked your interest?
I've actually never really uncovered that.
Did you? Was it a case of smoking a joint when you were a teen?
Yeah.
and-
I definitely smoked a lot of joints when I was a teenager. I haven't in consumed time because they turned sour on me. They stopped being fun. So I
Yeah, it
stopped
happens to a
doing
lot of
them.
people.
Yeah. But yeah, like I would have smoked joints and I would have drank.
Was this
and I was in-
before you actually studied?
Yeah. This is all before I studied. Like,
And was it a case of going, "Oh, this stuff is awesome. I'd like to figure out why it works," or
it was more like I was banging my head off against the wall with it, and I wanted to know what the fuck it was doing to me.
okay?
And that's really where it all came around. I was like, no, these aren't getting the better of me. I want to know what's going on here. And it kind of set me on a path. Like, so as a mature student at 24, I went into Athlone Institute of Technology to study pharmaceutical science.
Okay.
I wanted to know why psychosis can be caused and what happens and how it is and what the story is with it. So I did my time there and I loved it. I actually have the AIT logo tattooed
What was
on me.
your? It's bachelor's or?
I did it like a level 8, like, so like an honours bachelor's degree.
Okay, so you didn't go for the masters.
I did not there because
Okay.
I had to do that before I could get into the masters.
Okay, and is that something you have done, or you
Yeah,
don't?
yeah.
You have a master's now,
I do, yeah.
so you can actually teach this shit.
I probably could, but to be fair, to teach it at the college level, you need a PhD.
Okay, and do you
and a
find
couple of postdocs.
Do you find that like the most of the college campuses are gone so damn liberal that this type of stuff would be frowned upon?
No, it'd be the opposite. It's becoming more accepted. Like, so when I was in NUIG doing neuropharmacology, I actually set up the first drug.
But I mean, even from the professors.
There's a bit of stigma around it. Like, it can depend on the institution. Like, so the people I encountered weren't really into drugs and were kind of a bit, why are you studying this? Like, you're kind of lowering the tone.
Is that what it was?
It felt a bit like that, to be honest, at the time. But at the same time, the Students' Union gave me great support in setting up drugs and alcohol and other drugs awareness week.
And when was the last time you had any dealings with professors from colleges? Do you do that on a regular basis still, or?
Well, yeah, I'm in the middle of a course at the moment.
And do you find now that their attitude has changed somewhat, or is it still a case of there's a lot of old fuddy-duddies who just, frown upon it?
I'm not really, the course I'm doing now is more industry related and nothing to do with my own personal interests.
Okay, have you ever heard of this? Are the professors these days becoming more liberal? And
it can depend on the individual.
Okay.
They all want to see, one thing about them is they all want to see society to progress in a harmonious way. I haven't ever really encountered a professor that wanted the world to be a worse place.
And can we progress in society with drugs being legalized? All drugs? Is that a progression, or?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Legalizes, I'd say decriminalized.
I know, personally I would prefer legalization rather than decriminalization.
Quality control would be quite
quality
good.
control.
Exactly, that's exactly my
Yeah, so are you saying someone could buy heroin?
You can
quality control.
Well, technically you can get diacetylmorphine anyway, so, it's already there.
Okay.
Diacetylmorphine?
Yeah, that'd be what heroin is like.
Okay.
It's like just
it's all opiates anyway, fentanyl or any of that, or Percocets.
Oh yeah.
Well, can you dispel a myth for me, because I've heard so many myths about heroin, and I have to say, I've had family members who were on heroin,
right,
and it eventually killed them.
Okay,
so it's pretty sad that this is the way they ended up. No, it's fine, it's fine. So I've always wondered why after that first hit, when this is the way you end up, why is it that you continue to take this drug? Why is it so damn addictive? What is it doing to the human body?
Part of it is that, people don't acknowledge their own vulnerability, and they think that they have a grip on it. And
you were saying what was that? The derivative of morphine?
The diacetylmorphine.
Okay, they give you morphine in hospitals?
Yeah.
Is that the morphine that they give you?
It can be.
So why
there's a lot of different types of morphine, to be honest with you.
Anthony Kiedis actually did a good bit on it because he was a heroin addict for years.
What's the closest thing to heroin that you are given by a hospital?
Morphine.
Yeah.
Morphine. So here's a question for you. If morphine and heroin are quite similar, and let's say I try heroin tonight and that's it, I'm hooked on it for the rest of my life. Is that a myth? Are you hooked on it for the rest of your life if you try it once?
No, I fundamentally
because
don't believe that.
Nor I, because I tell you why. Why can they give you morphine in the hospital and you don't come out an addict?
Yeah.
See, there's a difference. There's a difference in how your body responds to a drug, particularly an analgesic like morphine, a painkiller like. When you have the need for it,
right.
When you have the need for it, you get a functional effect from it. Your pain is reduced,
it's attached to the trauma almost.
Yeah, but as in, so let's say you've a broken arm and the bone's sticking out, and they give you a bit of morphine while they're putting everything right, or getting you ready for surgery. You won't get the euphoria that someone using it recreationally will. And I think that's basically because when you have no pain, no physical pain, because that's not the reason people take it. But
I assume this is being studied to great length, that why do people who come out of hospitals on morphine not become addicted to it, whereas versus the guy who takes heroin once, is immediately addicted?
Well, there's the other side to it too. People who are on long-term pain medication can end up switching to a highly addictive state,
Okay.
People who are on, for chronic pain, their tolerance can shoot up, and then suddenly their doctor can be like, no, I'm cutting you off now.
Right.
And so their only option is to go to the street and find something that'll help them,
And this is a personal question.
Yeah.
This is for me. Everybody here knows that I have a brain condition. It's called Arnold-Chiari malformation.
Okay.
So basically, it's where have you familiar with this?
Not a whole lot. If you want to talk about it, feel free.
It's basically where the hole in the back of your skull, where your spinal cord goes up, is quite large, and the brain herniates down through the hole and sits on top of the spinal cord.
It's going to be massively painful.
It's so painful. It's like, imagine a toothache throughout your entire left-hand side of your body. I don't know why it's just the left-hand side, but it's my left-hand side.
Whereas the right-hand side of your brain is stuck
It can
in the hole.
cause photophobia. It can cause you to just vomit for no reason. I can lose the power in the left-hand side of my body all of a sudden. It just comes with a list of stuff.
Yeah.
One of the pills that he put me on was amitriptyline. And later on, when I Googled amitriptyline, it said that it was given to people who suffered depression.
Right.
I was like, why the hell are they giving me amitriptyline? Have you ever heard of it?
I haven't off the top of my head. Is the straight answer?
Okay.
But isn't there another name for it?
No, it's amitriptyline.
I've heard of amitriptyline. Yeah.
Ambien.
No. That's a sleep pill.
Is it?
Yeah. No, this is amitriptyline.
Oh, okay.
Like, just because it's useful for one thing doesn't mean that's the sum total of its usefulness.
Oh, okay.
Like go back to ketamine, for instance. Like it's used as an anesthetic, but it's also found to be useful for depression, and the reason for that is because it, besides like the whole K-hole thing, which is all kind of a bit fun, it increases the production of a chemical called BDNF. And that is associated primarily with its therapeutic action. In, for instance, SSRIs, the more traditional antidepressants, also increase the production of BDNF, but it takes them like 3 to 6 weeks for that to trickle down.
Right.
Whereas ketamine has a much faster route to making that happen. Like.
Okay, well, we're just going to pause you there because it is time to take a break. We're like 3 minutes late, but we're going to cut into a break now, and we will be back to you very shortly.
Every day, Richie has to drive 2 miles to bum tobacco from his friends. With your generous donation of only $19.20 a week, Richie won't have to sponge from his friends. Text Richie to 521034 2759126089 so we can finally tell Richie to piss off.
From its rich traditions beginning when the first AM radio transmission was broadcast in the year 1900 to present day, where radio is still the most listened to form of media and the #1 source for people of all ages to enjoy their favorite music and discover new artists. Sure, the technology has changed, but the concept has stood the test of time throughout history. From the end of World War II,
General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
to the falling of the Berlin Wall.
Our top story. The Iron Curtain between East Germany and West Berlin has come tumbling down.
To the U.S. entering the War on Terror.
None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
Generations across the world are united by music as it transcends all language barriers. It brings everyone on planet Earth closer together. We at iStreamRadio.ie understand what radio has done for the world and would like to thank radio for its 100+ years of service. Radio has been here through thick and thin. Thank you, radio.
Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. And at last, we create what you will. Don't wait for the right opportunity. Let us create it. When the virtual world of the internet, ideas, dreams, and concepts have become a reality, now is the time to bring your idea to the digital world. MilestoneMedia.ie offer a full range of digital services such as web development, hosting, audio, and visual services. Inspiration has a new platform. MilestoneMedia.ie. Experience the difference.
Hello, Supernatural Dogshit fans. I want to play a game. On October 31st, the the Supernatural Dogshit team will be live for our Halloween special. In studio, psychic Deborah Orr and the team will be on an undisclosed haunted location. Will they survive? Tune in on October 31st at 9 p.m. Oh yes, there will be blood.
Supernatural Dogshit podcast is controversial and confrontational and may cause offense to some. Listener discretion is advised.
And we are back. Again, those ad breaks, just we need to get... You know what, somebody please sponsor the show and we'll give you a really long ad break.
Yeah.
So while we were having our little break, Pierce figured out what amitriptyline is. Pierce, what's amitriptyline?
Yeah, so like, I'm really sorry I didn't do my background on this before, because the first time I met you, you brought it up, and I was a bit like, it's been a... Sorry, I'll talk into the mic.
There we go.
So, yeah, when I met you the last time, you brought it up, and I didn't really have that much of a clue about it at the time, and I just, out of rudeness, I just said, fuck this, I'm gonna read it. So I looked it up, and basically it's a tricyclic antidepressant. They're like really old school antidepressants.
Okay.
They're before the SSRIs came out. They're like way back in the early 90s.
What's an SSRI?
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Oh, very fancy.
Yeah, but these actually have a similar action. So what these do is they block the amitriptyline blocks the reuptake of both serotonin and norepinephrine, which is the brain adrenaline.
Oh.
Yeah, the adrenaline in the brain is called norepinephrine, basically.
So it stops you getting excited and worked up.
Kinda, yeah. No. It keeps more of it in your synapse. It keeps you more fired up, like. Yeah. It inhibits the metabolism of it, but it can also make you drowsy because it works on your histamine receptors. So, like, you know the way you've drowsy anti-allergy drugs.
Yeah, and then you've got non-drowsy ones, and
yeah, the main difference in them is that the drowsy ones can cross the blood-brain barrier, but the non-drowsy ones can't.
Oh.
That's the only tweak in their design, like.
Right.
And with the amitriptyline, just a quick question, because when I started taking these, which was probably about 5 or 6 years ago, I have noticed that I forget things so much more often now.
Yeah.
Now I don't know whether
brain
that's,
fog can be a common thing with.
I don't know whether it's correlation or causation. You know, I could just be getting older, and you know, my brain isn't as good as it used to
Senile
be.
and all that
Yeah,
crap,
exactly.
yeah.
Or is it a case of these the amitriptyline? Because I have noticed, like, there's times where I can't even. I've a word in my brain. I can see the word in my brain. I can hear it, but it just doesn't come out of my mouth.
Yeah, there can be, like, I don't know your own circumstances, to be honest with you. Like, neurology.
You don't want to either. You don't want to.
Neurology is a little bit beyond what I did. Like,
Okay.
we touched on neurophysiology to learn the parts of the brain and where different things exist. But, like, so much of it related to, like, dopamine transition for movement and Parkinson's and, like, the meso-limbo pathway, which is your reward pathway. All this kind of stuff that we didn't touch on, something as physiological as is your brain herniating effectively, like, you know what I mean?
It constantly is
Yeah,
there the whole time.
But that's very much in the field of neurology itself, like, it's the physical characteristics, like, it'd be very, very deep medicine.
So why would they have put me on something like amitriptyline for something like this?
Because at low doses, it's good for pain. At high doses, it's an antidepressant.
Right.
But for low doses, it's a relatively safe thing for managing pain.
So it more or less has two uses, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
That's cool.
Like, it's a dose response curve.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say with drink, people can say that, like, if they have a drink or two, they can become chatty, exuberant, and whatever else. But if they have 5, 6, 7, 8 pints, they can be a bit slurry, slotchy, like a bit all over the place. You know, that's the dose response happening there. Like, you know, as you take more, you can get a different effect. Basically,
that's a great example too, because everybody can relate to drink.
One of the things that I was considering doing, because it has had, and I think personally that it has had a negative effect on how I think and also my emotions as well.
Yeah.
Because my emotions seem to be stunted lately. I don't know why, whether it's the antidepressant that's in the amitriptyline.
That can be a thing,
I think that's just living with me, man.
Probably.
Yeah, that too.
But here's a question actually about antidepressants.
Like lack of empathy. That's what you have.
It's when you I do have a lack of empathy.
Yeah, you do.
Sociopath, not psychopath. When you take antidepressants, what is it that an antidepressant does to the brain? And just let me. What I'll do
Take
is
your time,
I'll
take your
quantify
time.
this. What does it do to the brain, and how does it make that person behave differently?
Okay, so there's different types of antidepressants, but they all work on the basis of altering the level of a neurotransmitter, be it serotonin, dopamine, or norepinephrine.
Okay.
Noradrenaline, like, and really, like, the dopamine ones, they aren't used, because if you look at, like, one of the most common examples of a dopamine reuptake inhibitor is cocaine.
Yeah.
Right.
That's literally its mechanism of action. It blocks the metabolism of it. It doesn't replace it. It doesn't create it. It just stops you metabolizing it. But because it's such a short-lived thing that it just builds up so quick, and, you know, you get all these, like...
Obviously, antidepressants are taken by people who are depressed and feeling sad.
Yeah,
so I'm assuming it doesn't just squash the sadness; it squashes the happiness as well. Does it?
Yeah, like, definitely. When you're starting a course of antidepressants, let's take SSRIs for example. They're one of the most common. They work on a single neurotransmitter. It's just a handy thing to talk about. So they work on serotonin, and they block the SERT protein, the SERT protein, which is the serotonin transport protein. Basically, it brings serotonin from the synapse, and that's the gap between two neurons.
Right.
Do you ever hear, like, a synapse fire?
Yeah.
That's the gap between the two neurons.
Somebody's saying something here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've robbed his skins.
There
I'm
you
just
go.
robbing everyone tonight. So it blocks your reuptake. So it means that serotonin lingers around longer in your synapse,
Right.
while other mechanisms of metabolism.
Well,
happen.
what I have noticed is, I know quite a few people, and we all know people who have taken antidepressants.
I
And,
take
you know,
them.
and rightly so. When people need to take these, they should take them, and they shouldn't be discouraged from taking them. But a lot of people have come back to me and said, "I feel nothing.
Yeah, no, like especially for like the first few months, for the first couple of weeks, things can be really chaotic as your body adjusts to this like alteration in natural homeostasis, like in their own natural level, and it can be like positive or negative. It can just be a bit chaotic, and then when that settles out, it all becomes a bit blunted.
Right.
Everything becomes a bit dull, but the aim of that is that they're no longer trapped from their emotions. They're no longer like stuck inside the house with fear or whatever, that they can do things to help build a better life for themselves.
And can antidepressants be abused?
Anything can be abused.
Yeah, I was about
Like,
to say.
can you take enough antidepressants to get high? Is
Not really,
Because
no.
I genuinely have no idea.
Yeah, no worries, no, but like
Well, what is Xanax for? What's that?
Xanax is a benzodiazepine.
Right.
It works on, it's a GABAergic drug. It works on your GABA system, the same as alcohol does.
Right.
So like it works on a different site on the receptor, but basically it does a similar thing. It like
Kind of sedates and numbs.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
But I don't think anybody really wants to be numb.
Can,
I think that's probably the worst thing you can do for depression is to actually be numb rather than
No,
face your problems.
Yeah, definitely. But like
it's better than being sad.
when you're in
When you're in that
the
funk, though.
crisis, when you're in that crisis of depression, where you're like, you could be looking at ending your own life, literally.
Yeah.
Like, to be numb is an improvement,
Right.
and it can allow you to do some ordinary things, because a lot of these mental health issues, environment has a role to play.
Okay.
And if you can do a slight thing like you can get out every day for a bit of a walk,
So I'm
you
assuming
can
these should
improve
never
your
be
personal hygiene. Like
these should never be long term.
ideally not. No.
Okay.
Like you mean like there's a drug called risperidone. It's a brilliant antipsychotic. That was actually my thesis. I did a thesis on the safety of atypical antipsychotics. Like, so I was looking at all the adverse effects. You know the way people like are always scary, these drugs.
Yeah.
SSRIs come with a black box warning. This drug may cause suicide.
Right.
That's an actual warning on the box.
But then what's the point in
Yeah.
bringing a drug like that to the market with such a severe side effect as
But it's,
suicide?
yeah, but you know what? I took a drug years ago called Chempex, and it was to stop me from smoking.
Right.
And I was reading, of course, the instructions inside and the side effects. And it turns out that you can also, if you have suicidal thoughts, you're not supposed to take these drugs because it can make you commit suicide.
Yeah.
So I think there's that has to kind of be on every drug, really, doesn't it?
Anyone's that can produce that kind of effect, but like awareness is
But
part
sometimes
of it.
it's a case
Like,
it doesn't have to produce that effect. It's just more of a catch-all, and they're trying to
if it happens at all during the clinical trials,
right.
that's when it gets flagged up, and that's how it ends up on the leaflet.
But again, that could be correlation, not causation.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that's considered so serious that they will not overlook it if it pops up.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
risk assessment, like.
Yeah.
So how do you go? Actually, do you know what? We're going to go over to Nathan because he's giving me the eyeballs here.
We've actually had some technical difficulties.
have we?
All of our
Oh,
all of our
no.
comments were supposed to be coming in on one platform.
Did you
And did they not come in?
We've missed out on 21 comments.
Oh, Jesus
fuck's
Christ.
sake.
Yeah.
Let's get
So,
on
so
that.
sorry to everybody at home, but all of our messages were supposed to be coming in on a one platform. So obviously our program is not working right now. But anyway, so there's some people at the start saying it wouldn't work. This is going back an hour ago now. So I don't know. I won't go second name. I'll just say Lauren. Someone you
Cool,
know.
yeah.
She's sharing.
Hey, how are you, Lauren?
Yeah. Richie says brilliant stuff, lads. Gary says I speak Irish every day here in Donegal. So
Yeah.
this is going way back.
Cade Míle Fáilte.
Zero tolerance for novice and learners. Which could be anything, you know what I mean?
Gary's one of the
So sorry we
soundest
missed on
stooges
these.
ever
Yeah,
raised.
they're so annoying that we missed all of these. Lauren says super interesting stuff. Definitely need to acknowledge that many people take drugs just for the experience, but we can't ignore the fact that substance use can also be a symptom of trauma / poor mental health.
Very well said.
Well, Russell Brand brought up a great piece. He said trauma was the gateway drug.
Yeah. No.
And I never remember trying drugs because I was in a good place.
So go on, continue with
Lauren also actually contradicts something I said, as in she's definitely right, not me. She said ketamine actually speeds the heart up slightly, contrary to popular belief, which I thought it would slow it down. Sorry, I need to scroll here. So
Scrolling.
really interesting stuff, lads. I'm glued. That's
Okay.
from David.
Yeah. Good man, Dave.
Gary says good show apart from the shit conversation earlier. I have a funny feeling that might be about me and cats.
Oh, probably.
I would say so. Someone called David also just commented 1 minute ago saying, good man Vinny, great stuff to hear here.
Yeah.
That's
excellent.
it.
Perfect.
There you go. So sorry guys, we would have done all that
It was, yeah, sorry, we'll get around to
it. Wasn't meant to all be in
technical-
one go.
technical
You
issues.
forgot to hit refresh.
Lauren, by the way, is one of the founders of Cocoon.
Yes.
I just want to recognise the fact that, and thanks for listening.
Sorry, who is it?
Lauren.
Lauren is her name. She lives over in Glastonbury.
Oh, she's one of the founders.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well,
Good
welcome
place
to the
for
show,
it to
Lauren.
be.
Shout out, Lauren.
Yeah, good work, by the way. Happy days. So, sorry again about the text.
Yeah,
we
we
will
missed-
get that
it
fixed.
just
and
didn't
please
work.
take the piss off the table.
No,
The piss is still here.
I
on
know.
the
I've
table.
moved it more into your view because you refused to look at me.
Do you know what the problem is?
Why?
I'm genuinely half tempted to smell that.
Don't.
Well,
I
do
don't
it.
know why. Just,
Do it.
Just curiosity. I'm tempted to smell
Go
it.
on.
So, can I bring us all back?
No.
Anyway, I know Pierce wanted to touch on harm reduction.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you on the spot there now.
No, I'm delighted, to be honest. Thanks very much.
No worries.
So basically, I wanted to talk about harm reduction and like what it is. So harm reduction is a way to keep safe while doing risky behaviours. To put it into example, a safety belt in a car is a form of harm reduction. It's a way of keeping you safe if things go awry. Another one is a life jacket on a boat. Helmets are harm reduction.
Yeah.
Like the safety switch on a kettle is harm reduction to avoid like fires and other things around like electricity and water. But basically, like it's about risk minimization. It exists because there's a need for it. People do risky behaviours all day, every day, and we need to be able to help them keep safe in what they choose to do. You can't force a person to change. I think everyone knows that at some point in their life, someone has wanted them to change an aspect or, stop an activity or start an activity or whatever else. And unless they want to do it, it's not going to happen. Like,
Yeah.
do you mean like fucking? It's not going to happen. Like I gave up Irish. Well, I have dyslexia, so I had a genuine reason. But like, yeah, I gave that.
Oh, hold on here.
I was gonna say-
Knuckles for that. We're both that.
A very intelligent man. I'm surprised by that.
That's a genius.
Yeah,
Genius.
yes.
Hide it well.
Yes.
Smartest fuckers I know. I keep telling you.
That's what they say.
So what is it that you find the most common complaint around harm, self-harming? I'm assuming it's unintentional. Most of it is unintentional harm that they're doing to themselves.
Yeah, like an addict in active addiction, isn't intending on harming themselves as such. They could be just intending on blocking out an aspect of their life.
Or chasing a high.
Exactly. So like it's just about it's about keeping them safe while they do it.
And how
So,
do you,
like,
if you could
I've
give
got-
a proposal to the government in and around harm reduction, what would that be? How would you propose something? What give us a plan.
Okay, so harm reduction is used, and I got introduced to it while I was volunteering with Cork Simon Community. If you don't know them, they're a great charity in Cork. They help the homeless, and they're really, really good. Like 67% or something really high up like that, I think goes directly into the services and not into the administration or caretaking of the system. Which is,
And is there any
it's
government funding for harm reduction?
There's not a lot. I know Anna Liffey give out crack pipes along with their needle exchange because they're noticing a change in the direction of drug use. So
I did notice that there was a theatre I regularly worked at pre-COVID in Dublin, and there's a particular alleyway down that way. And for years, we'd put certain hardware in place around the building to stop people throwing used needles over, and being a danger to the staff because a lot of people have passed that way, and they used to just like whoosh, throw it
Do
over
you
the
ever
wall.
throw a sharp spin on the wall? Do you ever think of throwing a sharp spin up on the wall?
What's the
that?
sharp spin?
Like the yellow tubs you'd see in a doctor's office. For
Oh, yeah,
needles.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
No, but I will mention that.
That's a good idea.
But here's the thing, sharps were no longer the problem. I went out one day for a cigarette and I needed my lighter out of the car because I didn't have a lighter that day, so I had my car parked outside. And when I went round to the car and I hit the unlock button on the key, this guy just kind of looked real shocked and stood up. And then he was a guy about my own age. And obviously it was pretty obvious he was homeless, but then he was like down the ground picking stuff up, and I just kind of hopped in, lit my cigarette, and hopped back out. He just said, I'll drop my crack. But I just got chatting to the guy. It was just an unfortunate set of circumstances. His life, he wasn't from Ireland originally. But it was an unfortunate set of circumstances. He'd been working as a chef, and he'd been looking for something to keep him going, working the long hours and that. And then eventually, the upshot of the story was he wound up addicted to crack.
What is crack?
Crack is cocaine. It's a form of cocaine. So usually when you get cocaine, it is cocaine hydrochloride. It's in a salt with hydrochloric. But if you turn it back into the freebase form, you get crack.
Okay.
Sorry.
So why is crack so much more harmful than crack cocaine?
It's due to...
Oh, no, sorry, I said that wrong.
Yeah,
I said it wrong.
Yeah,
why
I
is
got what
crack...
you meant.
Yeah, you know, everybody knows it.
Yeah, right.
So why is crack more harmful than just ordinary cocaine?
It's generally smoked for a start, which is a much stronger route of administration. You have like a matter of seconds before it's in your brain, and it has a direct route there. It has a much stronger high, and it's also shorter lived.
And is it supposed to give you the same high as taking cocaine regularly? Like regular cocaine?
No, it'll be a stronger reuptake inhibitor.
Yeah,
But so what
the same
does it
sort
do?
of...
Yeah, it's that same vibe. Like,
Yeah.
It's like the Rolls Royce of stimulants, according to some.
So,
Okay.
it's an upper, yeah?
Don't do crack.
Yeah,
It would be considered an upper, yeah?
yeah, very much an upper. Yeah.
Okay. So back to the harm reduction. So what is it that you propose? Is it just purely education?
I think education's important. Awareness is important. Like, even just so that people can spot what's happening in their friends if someone starts a spiral.
And at what point in academia do we start teaching about would it be third level education or
No,
would it be
before
secondary?
that, third education is too much of a
Primary? Where do we start?
I think some of it begins in primary. I think definitely, like, with regards to mental health, because that's a basis for it all. Like, you can say addiction's a mental health issue and whatever else is as well. But like, to become aware of what mental health is and how to mind your own mental health is something that starts in primary school. Then when you're getting into secondary school, it can build on that, and it can build towards, like, what are troubling scenarios, what is a crisis, and by the time you finish school, you should be aware of, like, what dangerous compounds are, how to spot a friend going into addiction. Like, I'm not in favor of teaching the joys of drugs in any shape or form. I think there's enough of that out there.
Yeah.
But like, I think it can't be swept under the rug any longer. I don't think it can be ignored as a topic. Like, it's like not teaching about condoms.
Okay.
Yeah.
What age do you suggest that we should sit down with our children or bring it to the schools? Would you say primary, like 5th, 6th class?
Again, I think very much for mental health issues. Yeah.
There is already a child's book.
Is there?
Brezzy.
Oh, the Brady children's book.
He has mental health children books.
Does that delve into drugs?
No.
No.
Okay.
But
Well, I'd listen with my own little one, and she'd noticed the family events. There's a particular nameless individual who I wouldn't class as an alcoholic, but I would definitely consider a mean drunk. And she witnessed this, and I just noticed when I'd be at other events then, and I'd have a beer, she'd get kind of anxious, and I'd say,
she'd be worried about you.
She'd be worried about me, and she'd be worried about what I might behave like.
Yeah.
But she kind of... Now, it took me a while to get it out of her, but I eventually got it out of her and broached the subject. I said, well, look,
That's really good of you to
that
do
can
that, by
be
the way.
down to the individual. So I don't drink around her now.
Cool.
But...
That's you respecting, like, her boundaries in a way,
Yeah, no. But, like, she doesn't like it. And I remember myself, there was a certain member of my family, and when they'd drink, they would turn into an asshole too. I've seen other good mates of mine, a particular drink might turn them into an asshole, whereas to be fine on other drinks.
A bottle of whiskey, maybe.
Yeah, do you think that's a true thing?
Whiskey now.
Do you think that's a true thing? Like, whiskey can make you rowdy and stuff. Do you think that's the thing? Yeah.
Definitely. I have a funny thing. Like,
I don't know.
I can't drink whiskey on the night of a party.
Why?
It just doesn't agree with me. I turn into an arsehole, right? Like, I'll just turn into an arsehole. Like, but if I drink, I drink like brandy or rum or any other brown spirit, it's grand. Whereas if it's the morning after and we're having a bit of a cure, for some reason, then I can have a mild whiskey and I can have 2 or 3 of them, and they'll just put me lovely.
Yeah.
Question: how old are kids when they're in 5th and 6th class?
11 and 12.
Yeah.
So is that an appropriate age
For drugs?
to teach them about the do's and don'ts?
I don't think so.
No, Jesus, no.
I don't think so.
But should we?
Not about the do's and don'ts. That's far too in depth.
No, I didn't go do's and don'ts, but I did explain to my little one how it
Yeah.
How some people react to it and other people mightn't, and how everyone's different. And there's all sorts of different things.
But surely
people
we
can
can't.
react to.
Surely we can't teach the do's without the don'ts, and the don'ts without the do's. You have to have hand in hand.
Absolutely. And I think that's something that more comes into senior cycle of secondary school, like 5th and 6th year.
And is that
where
a case
people are
of-
really getting into their drink and their drugs?
But I can never see a situation in this country where there's a teacher teaching the do's on drugs rather than the don'ts.
But see, the do's are
Weren't
so
you
important.
in
Hang on a second.
Kevin
Let me
Hickey's
introduce my
class?
lesson class.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, can you imagine?
so basically, when you go to take a substance, there are 3 things that one should consider quite deeply: the self, the setting, and the substance. You need to know yourself, you need to know where you're going to be and who you're going to be around. You also need to know what you're taking. Ideally, exactly what you're taking with a test done. You need to be consciously aware of what you are taking, how much of it you are taking, because
And how it'll
affect you. You know, like if you have a shandy, like a pint of half beer with lager, or a pint of half beer with 7-Up, it's going to be very, very different than if you have a double vodka Red Bull. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like what you take and how much you take of it has a huge impact. Being aware that the first time you do something is going to be very, very, very different, and that it should really be done very carefully in a close group of friends with people who know what they're doing and that will look out for your best interests. Like, you know, I'm not really here to say go do drugs, but I'm here to say there are ways of staying safer while you do it.
Absolutely.
Look, I mean, what I find interesting about that is, you know, if you're going skydiving, they're going to give you instructions on what to do to keep yourself safe,
Well,
even
the first
though you're
time you
doing
do
something
it,
dangerous.
The first time you do skydiving, you won't even be doing a solo dive.
Oh no,
You'll be
you're
on
not
tandem, like.
tandem.
No,
jump.
You're
Oh,
literally
that's-
like you're strapped to somebody else. There's
Yeah,
your like
absolutely.
There's your false air.
And that's my point. We are allowed to do dangerous things like get into a car and race it around the track. We're allowed to jump out of aeroplanes, and we're given the instructions on how to do that safely.
Yeah.
But around drugs, there's such a negative stereotype that I can't ever foresee, not in my lifetime, in the class where it's being taught to the children.
Well, like safe alcohol practice, I think, is beginning to be taught like.
Is it?
I think in ways like I was definitely coached on a bit of like, you know, alcohol is addictive, it is dangerous, like, you know, like there was definitely bits of it taught like. I mean, maybe not directly in an SPHE class like.
I do remember one particular SPHE class we had with
right.
Kevin Hickey.
Ah, no way.
Shout out Jerry Hickey's Motor Factor.
Sponsor us.
I've been going there for years, literally more than half my life. But anyway, right, I remember there was one, and it did actually explain to us sort of the more positive effects. It didn't dress them as positive effects. It just said this is what people explain feeling. So they take ecstasy and they feel a heightened sense of euphoria. Say is the way it'd be worded.
Yeah.
So I do remember getting a handout with that, but it did.
Finions thought a bit of fucking stuff.
It did actually. To be fair, it's probably the only socially responsible thing they've done. Apart from producing jocks and stuff.
So do you believe it's a societal problem?
Yeah, that's absolutely. Like, and I think the problems arising from uncontrolled drug use come from the fact that there is no societal education, and people have to fall and find their own way through. And it could be the fact that like some people hang around with a bunch of cruel people that take pleasure in watching someone fall, like you know. Whereas like other people grow up in a nurturing environment where like it might be a bit hippy drippy or whatever, but like they'll grow up in an environment where it's a bit like it's not quite regulated as such, but things are kept an eye on and there's more open conversations.
But have you noticed that it's really about where you are in society, your social status, whether you know you take drugs or not?
No.
No, what I've noticed because I did live in county council areas in Dublin years ago, a long time ago, and drug use would be rampant through these areas. But you go to the private areas, you know, they would probably hit it a little better.
And
for all the
It's in a medicine cabinet because they went and bought a script
instead.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
but it's not as prevalent in
It is.
Did you ever hear of Hendrick's Gin?
No.
Yes.
Hendrick's is a brand of gin, and they used to have, and you can still get them occasionally, a Hendrick's teapot and a Hendrick's tea set.
I've seen them, yes.
And old ladies drinking their tea would actually have it full of gin.
Yeah.
And they just have it more socially acceptable.
Little
looking.
sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
But surely there
there's
has to be a statistical discrepancy there to show that, you know, in my opinion, I've seen most of the drugs that I've ever experienced is in lower class areas.
Yeah, but are you going to find more cocaine in like a lower income area than you are a higher income area?
you're probably going to find more for sale, to be honest with you.
You'll find it for sale, but it's most of it's going to the likes of the BlackRock and the.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
one thing I have noticed in the
Where
lower
the money
class
is for it.
areas, the likes of Ballyfermot, Clondalkin, Ballymun, all of these areas, you know,
Ballia.
it's flooded, absolutely flooded with weed.
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
one
what
of-
harm is that?
Another common misconception.
How much of that relates to the fact that for young men that want to make some money for themselves, that it's nearly the only option sometimes.
Yeah.
It is.
Like, it's a very, very easily accessible business route.
It is, yeah.
Like, it's high risk. The returns are much better than opening a shop.
Yeah.
Like, if you open a shop, you might get, what, like 10, 20% or whatever, but like with weed, you can get like 50% on what you pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things I disagree with, that weed is a gateway drug. And I've explained this to so many people. Weed is not a gateway drug. The reason why, and somewhat it is, and I'm contradicting myself
Okay.
here, because the only reason why is because you go and buy a bag of weed off of a guy, and it's illegal to sell weed in this country. Normally the guy has something else there.
Yes.
Or you're at a party, and it's never the weed that's the gateway. It's just the fact that you have a dealer who's selling you weed and goes, well, do you want to try this?
Yeah.
It's the dealer that's
It's
the gateway.
environment, yeah. Like, you mean, because you're being brought into, like, okay, as soon as you start drug use, you start going to parties and whatever else, you can be brought into an environment where there's more things on offer.
Right.
Yeah, and you
Or-
meet people you wouldn't have met otherwise.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like, not out
Yes.
of any direct malice as such. You know, obviously there are some people who'll give you a couple of hits and then start charging you, kind of thing. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you've lads like that. But you know, you'll just have an environment where there'll be more things on offer because you're into this whole subculture. You're into this taboo world, like.
And what is the most negative aspect of dealing drugs illegally, in your opinion?
Most
Getting
negative
caught.
access. Pretty much the crime and murder associated with
Yeah,
it.
and also,
Absolutely, yeah.
you don't really know what you're getting.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
absolutely.
deregulation,
like,
yeah.
like the quality assurance
Yeah.
like, isn't there.
I mean, like
Like
you see,
we've all heard horror stories of dealers like burning black plastic bags into hash. Or
Yeah, just picking bits of sellotape out with them. I remember that.
Yeah. Or what else would they do?
spraying
Yeah,
grinding
they'll spray,
weed.
spray weed with
Fiberglass.
glass dust.
Yes,
Yeah.
to make it look crystally.
Yeah, and then increase the weight.
Is there a
Yeah.
positive
Or sand.
aspect to selling drugs illegally?
You can be
Tax free.
you could be your own business owner. You could learn how business works.
I mean, if you were a drug dealer, right, and you got caught, right, you drug dealed for 10 years, and you're a pretty successful empire, and you got snagged, and you had to do 5 years in prison, you can come out and say, well, you know, I'm an experienced entrepreneur with 10
no
years
ability
successful
to-
retail experience, you know. Yeah, I mean, if
I
you
was
market
self-employed.
it right, you could get a good job out of it.
Well, in
At the very
fairness,
least, you do it really well, you're going to get a good book.
in fairness, I kind of was
Look at
expecting
Mr.
you all to
Nice.
say, no, there's no.
There is
positive
nothing.
No, there definitely isn't. We're just
There's
taking-
no. They're like they're
Good
really.
stuff, because that's
No.
a great message to send. There's nothing positive about selling drugs.
No.
Absolutely
No.
not.
Zero.
The
It
trouble
brings you up
follows
to-
wherever it goes.
It's a deep, dark world, and if you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
yeah.
And we see it all the time. You see it in Dublin, you know, these big drug dealers. Every one of them are going to end up getting shot.
before they're 40 usually
Yeah.
as well. Like, you mean,
Yeah.
if you look at their life expectancy of that career path, it's a blaze of it's not, and I'm not even finishing that phrase, it's just a blaze of horror.
Yeah, horror.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, you know, these type of people, they know how to prey on
The
even
vulnerable.
the vulnerable
Yeah.
and the young as
Yeah.
well. Because I've genuinely seen like 12 years of age kids who smoke weed.
Yeah,
12. At
Yeah.
fuck-
That's
at
messed
12.
up.
Seen it. Have you not seen the kid in Mullingar who goes around? He's about 12, 13 years old.
Okay.
And he's called the Huffer Kid.
No, never heard of
He,
it.
he
Solvent abuse, like.
Yeah, he goes into Tesco and you'll catch him down the back aisle.
Huffing.
Huffing.
Links.
Yes.
Ah.
And he's a known little character around this town.
I'll actually tell you a funny story.
That's a troubled lad.
That's
Yep.
terrible.
Yeah, he needs
Poor-
help.
He,
actually
he's
needs
short,
help.
like he's.
If
he's-
you are
it's-
listening and you know who we're talking about, please God help him.
It's stunted his growth and everything. This fella's tiny.
I'll tell you a funny but tragic story. There was years ago, I was in hospital in Tala, and I was in basically the A&E, and I was sitting in a bed, and there was another guy in a bed across from me, but they had this like tent thing around him just for a bit of privacy because he wanted to take a dump. So I couldn't hear. I couldn't see what was going on, but I could hear everything that was going on. So he took his massive dum, stunk out the place, and he was off his head. And apparently he had been inhaling Nivea, huffing on Nivea. And the nurse came over to him and she said to him,
They're not a brand. Rather than a product.
Yeah, sorry, Nivea spray.
Like
sorry.
Like body spray.
But fair enough. I was just like,
my mistake.
there's something I haven't heard of yet.
Yeah, no. So it was he was huffing on Nivea, and she said to him, "How many cans of it did you huff?" He said 4. She said, "Why on earth did you huff 4?" It was the funniest answer I've ever heard.
Yeah.
He said they were on sale in Boots.
Oh, Jesus Christ, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. See, this is an issue that if you had like a legalized market, like, you know the way you can go in, you can see special offers on drink.
Yeah.
You might see like a crate of beer, 12 beers for a tenner.
Yeah.
Like, and that is a lot of beer for €10, considering that like a pint would be like €5. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like, can you imagine having 2 for 1 on cocaine?
No.
But you know, I genuinely do think that if we legalise drugs, I don't think there's going to be a swarm of people running to the shops and buying drugs.
Oh
No,
no,
they're
there is.
not.
No. Like, do you remember during the head shop stage? I'm
fair.
going back to this. Like,
Yes.
I remember I lived in Dublin, and around the corner from where I was, a Nirvana opened up. They were a big brand of them.
Yeah.
But the thing was, when they closed at like 2-ish.
In the morning.
Yeah,
but they
but
sell
then they
through
went,
We did have a dirty 24-hour
Oh, no.
hatch here. In
No,
Mullingar,
like they went 24 hour after a while, but like originally they started, but they were just open till 2. But in South William Street was the main shop, and it was 24 hour, and you could arrive there at 2 a.m., pick up a bag, and there would be a party on the street to begin with because everyone was hanging around having a dip because it was illegal. The guards couldn't do a thing. And as well, then, like, you know, there was always a party breaking away from there too, like.
But it was all shady though, because I mean, you had
It was there.
you had your snuff powders. They were marketed as bath salts.
No, they were, yeah.
What were the pills that meant to be marketed as? It was something ridiculous.
Party pills, those jokes.
Party pills, but it was like, oh, don't take them.
Yeah, they were all,
it
it was all labeled like not for human consumption.
Not for human consumption.
Everything said not for human consumption.
Yeah, it's a great bottle.
Oh yeah, the smoke was an incense.
Yeah.
So do you think it is a case that if we opened up shops here tomorrow and everything was legal, do you think that would encourage people who would normally not be who would go down that route to actually try these things?
Yeah, I think the head shops
definitely-
gave a false sense of safety.
Yeah.
Because it was in the shop, suddenly these molecules were good and those molecules were bad because they were illegal, and that's bad.
And you're supporting crime if you go to your dealer.
So is that not
versus this guy?
So is that not negative?
It is, yeah, like that's what I'm saying. The shops weren't great. Like, I'm not a big fan of them, you know?
But then again, what the shops were peddling wasn't great for you either. In comparison to
very bad.
No, but forget about the head shops for a second.
Okay, sorry.
If the
you went into, you remember Layer Cake?
where?
Did you ever see Layer Cake, the movie?
No.
Oh, okay, have anyone else seen it?
I know.
You know when he goes
Jason
in,
Statham.
you know when he goes in, no. Daniel Craig.
Oh, Daniel Craig. Sorry, yeah.
When he goes into Boots at the start, and it's all FC UK branded Coke and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, if you had it like that, I think that's just a little bit too accessible considering how quick someone can spiral on these things.
That's my point. So if it was legalized and it was in the shops and it wasn't head shops and it was all quality control, is it a case that, you know, young people will go, well, it's in the shops and it's legal, so it can't be that bad. Let's go and try this stuff out.
I actually think I have a good story I'm going to spin into, but I think, yeah, like at the start you're definitely going to have that thing because the taboo has been broken. People are going to drive towards it, and it will become so much more of a social thing that you need to go and do this. You need to try this. We can finally do this, and it's, you know, it's in the shop. It's branded. It's tested. It's quality assured. But like I remember I was on holidays once in Amsterdam. And I was staying, I was over there with an ex of mine, and we were staying with her family. Her uncle lived over there. And basically we went into town. I got myself a lovely bong. It was called Moon Shadow. It was glass, and it had two burners.
Big ornate glass fuckers.
Kinda. It was about yay tall, but it had two burners on it. It had two places you could put weed into on it. And
what you seem to be describing is a glass dick with the two burners and the testicles.
It kind of looked more like an alien because I had like a hooped little kind of mouthpiece on it.
What, like a xenomorph?
Kind of, yeah. And I remember like I brought it home anyway. I showed it to the uncle. He was delighted. He's like, "This is the coolest thing ever." And then it was dinner time, and their son was there. He was about 13 or 14. Grew up in Amsterdam, and the uncle was like, "Look, will you put that away?" Like, you know. And the mother was like, "No, leave it out. let him see it. So he came down from his computer games and was eating the dinner, and it was out there on the table, and like it stood out. And he was like, "Oh, what's that?" And the mother's directed over to me. I was like, "Oh, it's a bong. It's for smoking cannabis. You put water in there, you put weed in there, you light it." Like I was being very kind of like, "This is how it works." And he was like, "Okay." Back to
No
food.
interest.
Yeah.
Zero interest. And I was like, "That's
Now,
cool."
That's
why
very
would a kid
so
have an
cool.
interest?
Completely. But like it was just such a natural thing to kind of like to like, for the way like there was no
Yeah,
shame
it was
or
just
stigma.
a casual thing. Like,
Yeah.
what of it?
Yeah.
Do you not remember being a kid kind of fascinated by drink and all the adults drinking, and why couldn't I drink?
Yeah.
Well, I did when I was
Yeah, I
3, and my elder brother and sister were meant to be babysitting me, and we'd just gotten this new couch set with a little footstool you could wheel around. So I used to wheel it over to the liquor cabinet, and I was like, what's this stuff Granny's always drinking? Straight over to the bottle of Hennessy. You had a little
Wait, how old
pop.
were you?
I was 3.
Oh my god.
I was 3, and you like if someone knows my siblings, they can ask them. But you pop the cork anyway, and I was like, started swigging. I was like, oh, that's kind of hot. Why is that hot? And I wasn't satisfied with my curiosity, so I had to go back and have another big gulp. It was like, maybe if I drink more of it, it'll cool me down.
It was spicy.
So I drank it. I was like, no, it's still hot. Why is it still hot? So I went for a third swig, and I was like, and at that point, my brother walks in, and he describes it. He says, I walked in, he was standing on the footstool, he was up at the liquor cabinet, and he was turning around going, and then he got very wobbly for the next hour or so.
So basically, what you're saying is, Ed, you haven't changed since you were 3.
I was going to say
the
that's
same
how. That's obviously how Ed Harris has become Ed Harris. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't drink as much as I used to, though.
Yeah.
Question. What is the most common used drug in Ireland?
Alcohol.
Alcohol, yeah.
Yeah.
100% alcohol.
Okay, and outside of, okay, I'll rephrase. What is the most common used illegal substance in this country?
Cannabis.
Cannabis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd well believe that.
Like cannabis, benzodiazepines, you're kind of verging it there, but I'm still going to say cannabis is more prevalent.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that on Cocoon, on your Facebook page, that you guys get an awful lot of questions around cannabis and, first-time users.
Yeah.
What's the most common misconception around weed for
A lot,
these
to be
users?
honest, I'm not going to lie. A lot of the questions we get around cannabis is, how do I stop?
Really?
Yeah, straight up. There's an awful lot of questions of like, I'm finding it difficult to stop. What will I experience when I do stop?
And what's the negative repercussions in their life that they're suffering because smoking weed?
They don't go into that.
They're probably getting into that.
We might not probe that. We're not there. That's the thing. We're not medical professionals. We're not trained counsellors. You know what I mean? We're not there to help them unpack their lives, find the root cause, and progress from there. They're coming to us saying, "Look, I want to quit weed. I'm finding it difficult." And like, to be honest, I mean, like the answers are 90% the same. Just stop. It's in your head. Sorry, just stop. It's in your head. Which, to be fair, it is like, but it's just kind of having somewhere to bounce off and come back to and saying like, look, it's been a week, it's going good, and having people like, you could have fucking 100 people saying well done,
Right.
Do you know?
Well, Nathan brought up a great point in one of the other shows about cannabis, that it exacerbates your bad situations.
Yeah, it's an amplifier.
Yeah, it amplifies how those shitty feelings you might be holding at that point in time, or amplifying, say,
makes
I have
you-
a lot of work to get done, I'll smoke a joint, and oh god, now it's such a
makes you
task.
happy with being bored.
Yeah.
That's it, but when you've got shit to do, it ain't no good for you.
No,
I actually
no,
have a
no.
question for Pierce.
Go ahead.
And it's just asking your opinion, not,
worries, Nathan,
not
what's up?
scientific or anything. Do you think weed is addictive? Mentally or physically, it doesn't really matter.
It's not physically addictive.
Okay.
Like, so physically,
There's no
addictive-
withdrawals of such.
Yeah, like, okay, you're going to have a couple of weeks where it might be slightly difficult to sleep. You might have troubled dreams. Those kind of things. Appetite can be affected by it.
Yeah.
So, like, those are kind of general things, but they're very, very, very short-lived. Like, we're talking matter of days for some.
Yeah.
Like, maybe, like, a couple of weeks till it's all relatively well resolved. And then you just have your own shit to deal with.
Yeah. Back to fucking reality.
Well, I did see one thing, and as a pot smoker at the time, I did realise this guy was talking out his ass. So this was some London hoodie, and he was like, "Oh, cannabis ruined my life, I was going around mugging old ladies and stuff." I was like, "You were mugging old ladies for weed? Really?"
I find that difficult to believe.
I find that difficult to believe.
How
You were
did
mugging
no one
old
give
ladies
that
because
man
you were a
seed or
scumbag.
two?
Huh?
How did no one give that man a seed or two? If he knew he was going to be mugging old ladies, he would have been better off with something in his own feckin' just quietly away. And if he got caught for that, Well, look, to be fair, I think it'd be less than fucking mugging old ladies.
No, but what he was advocating was that it was the cannabis was driving him to do this.
Oh yeah, his addiction was driving him to do it.
His addiction driving him to do this. But I mean, to be honest, I
think you've a low moral threshold when you're
I
doing
always
that.
had a rule: you don't get it on tick. Right, so I would never get on
That's a
tick.
really, really good rule.
It is because I know so many people. I know a young lad there, and he got what was it? It was cocaine. He got addicted. And he ran up a bill in $9.5 grand.
Nice.
Just
You
take
could
it.
do
This guy
that
was
quick enough as
24.
well.
Huh?
You could do that quick enough as well.
I know you
Yeah.
can do that quick enough. It's pretty unscrupulous that people took advantage of him that way. But
They must have known. They might have thought it was definitely going to come from somewhere.
Somewhere,
like, they
yeah,
knew
yeah.
him, and they'd be like, "Yeah, no, they have that. They're good for that. Here,
Yeah.
let him run on a bit."
Just
Go
before
ahead.
we
No, it's dirt. Like it's dirt.
before we
It's
move
scumbag
on as
behaviour.
well, I know a guy who was getting coke off a guy on tick,
Yeah.
and he's literally said to the dealer,
Mm.
"If I ring you tomorrow after I have a few beers, don't give me
Yeah.
drugs on tick."
Yeah.
And the dealer turned around and said to him, "No man, that's my job. If you want it and you want it on tick, I'll give it to you." So that just kind of shows you what's going on. Like,
Well, it's like that's just a case of that's a point to delete someone's number.
yeah,
Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like
Yeah,
you're
personal
aware-
responsibility.
Like there has to be that. You can't.
has to be.
like,
Yeah.
I know that we're here to say that. Like I'm here to say that. Like we need to keep people safe. But like the point, like in everything I'm saying, it's more about you have to be aware how to keep yourself safe.
yourself. Yeah,
Like I mean, at the end of the day, if you're not going to look out for yourself, no one else is either, or at least you can't rely on anyone else to. You have to look out for yourself.
Now, here's a question for you. If weed is an amplifier, like the lads were just discussing there,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
it's
Well,
an
all drugs
amplifier,
are.
If your personality, if your default set switch is at asshole, are you then a mega asshole if you smoke weed?
There's definitely people like that.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Because I
I
haven't-
found the opposite. I had a pretty kind of chaotic relationship with my parents. We say, but my old lad did say to me when I'd started drinking around the age of 15, he said, "Were you drunk the other night?" Yeah. Geez, you should do it a bit more often. You're a bit more human when you drink.
A bit more crack.
Yeah, no, just a bit more human. I wasn't as inclined to get into arguments
yeah.
and freak out and just rise to other bullshit stimulus.
Yeah, I found out when I was heavily smoking weed at the time that
It's a depressant. Like both of those things are a depressant. They're
They're
going to slightly depress your emotion. They're going to slightly depress your emotion. Like so, with that, you're not going to react to stimulus as quick. Like you might be a bit more laid back.
yeah,
But like fundamentally, you're not going to become a better person from doing drugs.
no, straight out.
But is it, about the whole amplifying thing there, I'm slightly confused by this conversation right
Okay.
now. Because if it amplifies your situation, or if it amplifies whatever it is, your personality.
That doesn't always translate into behaviour. If I'm cutting you off.
Okay, right. So, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
It may not translate, because I know people who are their default switch is asshole, but when they smoke weed, they become a nice person.
They can just become a bit more chilled out. Like
Yeah,
I
but-
mean,
So if it's an amplifier, why isn't it amplifying that trait?
Well, I'm
within the
saying
person?
amplifying as in like your own thoughts.
yeah.
Like
So they
if
might
you have
be-
a lot of shit to do.
But surely if you're an asshole, then it's going to amplify your assholeness.
Another thing I did find about cannabis is when I was starting smoking around 19 or that, I did have a better relationship with the folks because I
Okay.
wasn't fighting with them so much. I was
Yeah.
able to just like, whatever, man, and just wander off.
Yeah, but your
Yeah, see,
default
like-
switch is an asshole. Sorry, go on, Pierce.
That's who we were talking about.
like when we say amplify, like it can make you much more aware of what's going on.
Okay.
So like you might be aware that like you flake off at things a bit easy, and you could because it like can suppress your mood in a way that like it can make you all chilled out and.
So maybe
all that stuff.
situationally
Like,
it could be beneficial.
yeah, look, there is a benefit to cannabis. I fully think that it is highly beneficial for some. For me, I'm one of the few.
When you say some,
Yeah.
and beneficial, you need to tell us what the benefits then would be.
It's really good for glaucoma.
Okay.
It can be good for some sort of pain management to an extent. It can help with sleep. It can be good for eating disorders to an extent.
Yeah,
It's up
appetite,
there
yeah.
with. It's in Canada. I think it's used for that.
Yep.
There's these different there's different conditions like epilepsy.
That's a big one.
Oh yeah, the cannabis oil.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
little, what's that little girl, Ava?
Eva, yeah.
Ava what?
But it's
Toomey.
I've seen so many of these videos online.
David Toomey, yeah.
Charlotte's
Toomey.
Web.
Toomey.
That's the one.
I've seen so many of these videos online of people with Parkinson's, and they have the shakes, and they take CBD or whatever it is that they're taking, and the shakes go away. I can't help but feel that these videos are fake. I don't know why.
No.
It's just it's so
because-
unusual to see such a dramatic effect so quick.
Like an instant, yes.
But has there
Yeah.
been an official study where the officials have said yes, this has had this effect on somebody
Yeah.
with Parkinson's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know any of these studies offhand, do you?
I'm gonna have
Wasn't
a
there a
quick.
Harvard one?
Or the
I'm gonna have a quick Google, like
Yeah.
just like.
And I mean, the problem with that is that it's very hard to research.
No,
The
and
fact
the-
that
No,
it's
no,
illegal.
it's not. It's like
Well, in some
Well, it
in some
isn't, it
places,
isn't.
because,
I mean-
because it's illegal, it's very hard in some places.
Yeah, it's probably hard to legislate for to actually get samples and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there are so many people out there who are looking at cannabis who are saying, it's illegal and it should be illegal. But there's these videos of people with Parkinson's, and they're the ones who are saying it's not true. You're just trying to push through the cannabis agenda that you want to legalize weed. And they're saying, no, it's not. And yet I haven't myself found an official source of information to say cannabis is good. That's why I'm hoping the pro here can dispel the myths of whether this is true or not.
Well, I remember seeing a story of, we'll say this kid was about 10 years old, and they were going through, what you call it when you have cancer? Chemotherapy.
Chemo, yeah.
And they didn't want to eat or nothing
oh
like
yeah,
that.
it's good for appetite.
Yeah, nothing like that. And the mother and the father had a chat, and the father was completely against it. And the mother was like, right, well, I'm going to go out and do this on my own, basically. So basically, she sat with her 12-year-old, about 12, 13-year-old, really young, and smoked a joint. And for the first time in like 4 years or something, the child was like, I want to go get Subway.
Yeah.
Let's go eat.
Right.
And this child was going through chemotherapy and never wanted to eat. As soon as they had a bit of...
Yeah, but see, unfortunately, again, that's an anecdotal story. This isn't, this isn't evidence for me or any of the listeners.
Yeah, I get that,
Well,
yeah.
well, Ava Tommy's parents claim that it's stopping her seizures.
Again, they claim, and it's an anecdotal story. Where is the hard evidence of this?
Well, what's the harm in people using it if it's working?
We don't know. That's the point. If it's not working,
But if it's working for them, why?
okay. But if it's working for them, again, anecdotal. If it is working, and there's studies to show that it's working, then obviously it needs to be pushed further and pushed through legislation for cannabis or CBD or THC, whatever it is, to be legal in the country.
Yeah, there's such a minority, though. It's very hard to...
But I mean,
it's an excellent building product as well.
How do you mean?
Well, they grow it as hemp legally in this
Oh,
country.
Yeah.
And they use it for... There's a company that does insulating for your house.
Okay.
And they'll make it out of the hemp fibre. There's also the evidence. The first Ford Model T was actually hemp fibre composite body panels.
I didn't know that.
Can you get
And,
stoned from hemp?
No.
No. There's no THC content.
You need a ridiculous amount of it.
I think it's
and by that point, you just be like, oh, God, I don't want it anymore.
Yeah.
But but Henry Ford went out in this demonstration video. This is back to silent movies time, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he went out with a sledgehammer, and he was out baiting the panels, hopping this sledgehammer off the panels, and they were just flexing and bouncing the hammer back. Super strong.
Yeah.
It's incredibly strong. It was actually a major competitor to the timber industry.
There's zero doubt that it has multi-purposes. But my thing is, I threw that question over.
I use hemp rope at work, and
threw-
it's still used in rateable systems today. Rateable heavy-duty lifting systems, hemp is used specifically.
I'm not disagreeing with its multi-purposes, and it has its benefits in certain areas. But what I'm trying to figure out is, does it have benefits in the medical area? Because we did throw the question over to Pierce, and poor Pierce is over there now furiously looking for something to support the argument.
Like, I found a study, I found a study, I'm just reading through the results of it. I found it on, it's a really good website. It's called clinicaltrials.gov.
Okay.
It's where, like, clinical trials have to be registered through. And basically, it was first posted in June 30th, 2016. It's from the University of Colorado in Denver. Its collaborators are the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and GW Research Limited. I'm not quite sure who they are.
And what was the study?
The study was looking at the effects on cannabis on... Let me just look at the exact title, I'm really sorry.
No, you're fine.
Brief summary. The major purpose of the Stage 1 study is the safety and tolerability of the proposed dosage regime for the study of the drug. The form of cannabidiol CBD used in the study is GWP 42003, supplied by GW Pharmaceuticals. This dosage regime is based on their experience. This is an open label study in 10 subjects, during which doses gradually increased to the manufacturer's recommended target dose, with tolerability being evaluated at each dose level. Based on the response in subjects in stage 1, a target dose will be determined for the next stage.
So can you just break that down into English for us?
Yeah, so like it has a number of outcome measures. So looking at the first one is it's a stage one. So the first one is looking at adverse events. Then they're looking at like blood pressure. They're looking at physical exam, EKGs, lab values. Drug intolerance is an issue in it.
And I wonder if the people who were
number
involved...
7 is change in movement disorder, society unified Parkinson's disease rating scale total score. So it is looking at how their Parkinson's is affected by the medicine. Like
looking at it, so the results aren't out yet, no?
They should be out. I was in the middle of searching it through.
Do you know, we'll find that out another day. It's
Colorado, just to say, legislated for it in 2012.
Okay, very good. Can we go over to Nathan there for 2 seconds?
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of texts coming in.
I have a good one.
Oh, go on.
A very, very good one.
Please.
So you're going to enjoy this too. So Darren says, no, this is fucking... Anyway, he says, this seems like a whole pile of justification to support the fact that you've all taken drugs. It seems a very one-sided debate. What about talking about the lives drugs have ruined?
You're absolutely right, Darren.
Absolutely right, yeah.
You were
touched on that,
100%.
Aidan.
I did, and this is what I'm trying to be as non-biased as possible.
Yeah.
Because...
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, drugs are bad.
No, they're not. Drug is an inanimate thing. You know, it's abuse that's bad.
Yes, okay.
So the drugs
There's
themselves
a
are
means
bad
to get out of your bean in every culture around the world.
What was that guy's name? Darren. Sorry, Darren. You're absolutely right. Drugs have taken so many lives,
Absolutely.
and that's true abuse of drugs, but it's also true the criminality that's involved as well.
Yeah.
You know, if drugs were the case that they were legalized, I'm assuming that the deaths would go down, that the crime would
It's not-
disappear.
Well, there's over
To
a
be
million
honest,
deaths
like,
to the war on
it's-
drugs, isn't there?
Yeah, and like a lot of this spawns from like the Nixon era just say no policy. That was a huge thing that went around the world, and drug use hasn't really decreased because of it.
No.
So where I'm at with things is that just say no doesn't work. But if we give people honest information, they might find that something doesn't
Well, yeah.
agree with them and they don't like it
And I
quicker.
think that is the purpose of Pierce being here tonight. It's not to promote drugs, and this show is not here to promote
God,
drugs.
no.
As I said earlier on, I don't do drugs. I am on prescription medication, you know. I have tried drugs in the past, just purely out of curiosity. Thank God they didn't agree with me.
And you hated every last one of them. By
I
the sounds
hated
of
every
it.
one of them, yeah.
No,
I
like,
hated-
no, like straight up, I am not putting that in your mouth. Like,
no, I did. I
everything-
hated every last one of them.
Even
And you're-
alcohol.
Even alcohol,
yeah.
yeah. My
And-
body just doesn't like this stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, it might have taken you a while to realise that.
Oh yeah, well I tried. I was a trooper.
Tried really hard.
really hard. But no, Darren, you're absolutely right, man. You do have a point, and I'm trying to
appreciate your
be.
input.
I am trying to be unbiased here this evening.
Yeah.
That's probably not coming across. I'm sorry if it is.
Yeah, no, it's not going to come across that. I have another comment too from Lauren.
Please.
It's quite a long one, but it's good. So I don't think anyone is trying to justify or condone drug use, and nobody is denying that they have the potential to cause great harm when used irresponsibly. However, if people are going to do them, we cannot deny them information that they need to do so safer. In the same way people get support for drinking too much alcohol, there really is no difference between alcohol and any illegal drug, other than the fact that it's legal. It's perfectly possible to use drugs, including alcohol, in moderation safely.
Well, what I have noticed is it's, of course, mostly the drug users who promote the use of drugs. It's people who use it on a regular basis who are saying legalise it. It's people who have never used drugs are the ones who are saying don't legalise it.
You'd never see someone that's not involved with rally driving trying to get a circuit through a town.
Yeah,
Good point.
Yep.
Just saying. Like,
that is
no.
a great point.
Well, if you probably noticed that the show is running a little late tonight. We're going to take one more break because I need to have a pee, and we're going to come back. One or two more questions. You can send in your questions to 085 2727 212. That's 2727 212. We will be back momentarily. Ask your questions. We will answer them. Thank you very much.
Every day, Richie has to drive 2 miles to bum tobacco from his friends. With your generous donation of only $19.20 a week, Richie won't have to sponge from his friends. Text Richie to 521-034 2759126089 so we can finally tell Richie to piss off.
From its rich traditions beginning when the first AM radio transmission was broadcast in the year 1900 to present day, where radio is still the most listened to form of media and the #1 source for people of all ages to enjoy their favorite music and discover new artists. Sure, the technology has changed, but the concept has stood the test of time throughout history. From the end of World War II,
General Eisenhower informs me that the forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations. The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
to the falling of the Berlin Wall,
Our top story. The Iron Curtain between East Germany and West Berlin has come tumbling down.
to the U.S. entering the War on Terror,
None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
generations across the world are united by music as it transcends all language barriers. It brings everyone on planet Earth closer together. We at iStreamRadio.ie understand what radio has done for the world and would like to thank radio for its 100 plus years of service. Radio has been here through thick and thin. Thank you, radio.
Imagination is the beginning of creation. You imagine what you desire. You will what you imagine. And at last, we create what you will. Don't wait for the right opportunity. Let us create it. When the virtual world of the internet, ideas, dreams, and concepts have become a reality, now is the time to bring your idea to the digital world. MilestoneMedia.ie offer a full range of digital services such as web development, hosting, audio, and visual services. Inspiration has a new platform. MilestoneMedia.ie. Experience the difference.
Hello, Supernatural Dogshit fans. I want to play a game. On October 31st, the Supernatural Dogshit team will be live for our Halloween special. In studio, Psychic Deborah Orr and the team will be on an undisclosed haunted location. Will they survive? Tune in on October 31st at 9 p.m. Oh yes, there will be blood.
Supernatural Dogshit podcast is controversial and confrontational and may cause offense to some. Listener discretion is advised.
And we're back.
Hey.
Hello all.
Yep.
So during the ad break, we did have a little chat with one of our listeners, and we just wanted to add a bit of balance to the topic. So we got a bit of an opinion off him, and I'm hoping that Ed can share what that opinion was, Ed.
Well, basically, he told the story that he knew a guy that he grew up with, and he got very involved with drugs. And this guy is currently serving a prison sentence now for going for a little drive, and the end result of that little drive, while he was high on antidepressants and heroin and methadone, all sorts of things was in his system when they tested him. But he killed a mother of 4.
Well, in fairness,
So
he could have
there's
done the
the
exact same thing on alcohol. He could have done the exact same thing falling asleep behind the wheel. He could have done the exact same thing, for many, many reasons. Just unfortunate in this story, which is anecdotal. Unfortunately, four people died. So
No, a mother of 4.
a mother of 4. Sorry.
But then the husband won't drive anymore because he's terrified of cars.
Look, we're not saying that
Traumatised.
drugs don't have a negative effect. For God's sake, that would be idiotic to say. Drugs have a terrible effect. Once you abuse them, and I think that's the message that we're trying to drive home here this evening. Is once abuse comes into anything, we said it at the very start of the show. You can drink 6 liters of water and die. Once you abuse, whatever
Is that not drowning?
No. That would literally, what happens is...
Oh, your
when you
brain swells.
No, not even. It leaches all the salts out of your body.
Oh,
Yes.
it dilutes you.
Yeah, it dilutes you. It robs you of all your electrolytes. And without them, your cells can't signal. So like sodium and all that are used like in cell signal, like magnesium for muscle contractions, all that kind of stuff. And if they're all gone from your body, you die. So that's why like it has that's why like 6 liters of water will be enough to flush it out.
Well, he also went on to make another point that between the year 2017 and 2018, over 67,000 people had died of drug overdoses. But then 31,000, nearly half of them, were prescription drug overdoses.
And does that what was the figure? The first figure?
67,000.
Right, and that was accidental overdosing.
Not necessarily accidental, just overdose.
So, is that not the reason for those 56,000 people? Is that not the very reason? 67,000 people. Is that not the very reason why we're having this discussion tonight? Is to prevent that?
Yeah.
Because we cannot prevent the taking of drugs, but what we can do is we can educate people on drugs and how to do it safely and not overdose and die.
Yeah.
And I really do think that's the point this evening. So, Pierce, before the break, you were saying something, and I totally forget what it was. What was you asking?
I was just like, to help bring balance into this, and like just to acknowledge the fact that drugs cause harm.
Yeah.
David Nutt published a study on drug harms. It's titled "Drug Harms in the UK: A Multi-Criterion Decision Analysis." Like he went through 16 different types of harm. Just to list them out roughly. So there's drug-specific mortality, drug-related mortality. So like directly due to the drug, or drug-related incidents such as, like, to be fair, that murder, like where you have road traffic accidents, suicide, murders, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Drug-specific damage, cirrhosis of the liver, seizures, strokes, drug-related damage. So like self-harm, blood-borne viruses, damage from cutting agents, dependence, addiction in itself is a huge thing. Drug-specific impairment of mental functioning, drug-related impairment of mental functioning, so like, things caused by the drug and how the drug can affect your general behaviour. Loss of tangibles, like so your income, your job, your education, the gaining of a criminal record, imprisonment, loss of relationships, how families can disintegrate, direct injuries because of intoxication. Crime is a huge factor in why drugs are so bad. Environmental damage caused by drugs. In the production of drugs, there's caustic and harmful chemicals used. Often because of the legality of their production, they aren't processed through the correct streams and end up destroying local environments.
Especially in cocaine. Have you seen all those when they dump that? Ooh.
Yeah, like
mad looking.
Yeah. And you have the same, like, there's a massive problem with synthesis waste being dumped in the Netherlands.
Okay.
Because of all the MDMA, and same with the Czech Republic and places like that. Like you have these commercial batches being made, and there's nowhere to process the waste.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to.
It doesn't exist.
Yes.
You know, it can't exist. So, you know, there are massive issues. Then you have, like, international damage. So you have, like, the drug wars being funded by Ireland, England, the rest of the Western world, that are having a direct impact upon Peru, Colombia, everywhere else. Like, you know, like, it all trickles back. Like, you know, you've child soldiers involved in those things.
Yeah.
Then you have the economic cost of drugs, like the fact that, like, people who aren't in work paying taxes, you know, they're harming the economy. Those damn drugs. But no, it's true. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
People, like, you know, they're not able to function correctly. Like, and then you have the impact drugs can have in the community, which is what I think our listener touched on, and that's, you know, that's a massive thing. So David Nutt took these criteria and applied them to different drugs. He applied them to alcohol, heroin, crack cocaine, methamphetamine. And there's actually a listener asking about that. I'll touch on that afterwards just to address your question. Give us 2 minutes. So he also looked at cocaine, tobacco, regular amphetamine, cannabis, GHB, benzodiazepines, ketamine, methadone, mephedrone, butane, cat. That's a cathinone stimulant from Africa. It's leaves you chew. You used to be able to buy it in Harrods at one point. Funnily enough. Anabolic steroids, ecstasy, LSD, buprenorphine, and mushrooms. So
let me ask you a question, Pierce. If just to drive a message home to people, if they're misunderstanding the show at all tonight, if you could be quite precise in what your message is around drugs, what is that message to people?
Drugs aren't great. They aren't fun. They're not going to make you a better person. If you must do them, and there's absolutely no way we're going to steer you away from that, let's make sure that you survive it and can see the other side of whatever is causing you into this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
100%.
Absolutely.
You know, because if you look at the death rate due to cancers in this country or in any country across the world, and, you know, from smoking cigarettes, you know, I'm pretty sure that it would surpass that figure of 60-something thousand.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you'll probably have that in Ireland every year.
Exactly, yeah, which is crazy. You know, so there are so many things out there that are harmful, but we as humans, we still insist on doing what's bad for us.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if you're going to do what's bad for you, please be safe in doing what you're doing.
That's what we're trying to say.
And that is exactly what the message is here tonight.
And look, even beyond that, you know, even if you are going to cause yourself harm or whatever else, limit it to yourself. Don't make others suffer because of your bad decisions.
And that's a great point, because there's so many people who do suffer, who don't take drugs, but because it's their brother, their sister, the mother, the father, somebody who is on drugs, and it's destroying everybody's lives around them. Which all harps back to drug abuse. Drugs are perfectly safe if you do them in minimum quantities.
No drug is perfectly safe. I'm sorry,
Sorry,
I have to interject and say,
So,
like,
yeah,
look, there is nothing.
Drugs are
They can be
safe.
safer. They can be safer than using them in a high risk manner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Using them uncontrolled, untested, with no awareness of the effects or particular dosage regimes can cause you much, much more problems than if you
I
have
should definitely walk that back of saying they're
No, it's cool.
No,
man,
no,
like,
no. I'll tell you why. Because
take your time.
what I'm thinking is there was years ago there was a newspaper article about a mother who had lost her daughter. It was her first time to take ecstasy, and the mother allowed the newspapers to take a picture of the daughter
Was
dead
this
on the sitting room
in-
floor.
Was this is hardly
In
the
Dublin.
girl in the Twisted Pepper?
It was she was in her home.
The Twisted Pepper.
Yeah.
She was in her
gone
home,
now.
and
okay,
there
sorry.
was as a house party, and they literally took a photograph of the dead, like 14-year-old, and put it in the front of the newspaper, because the mother said this is what drugs can do to you. So when I said perfectly safe, no, you can do one drug, and yes, it can kill you.
Yeah.
But if you are going to do drugs, do not go out taking heaps of the stuff. Don't go crazy. It's
Start with a quarter and sip water is a phrase.
That's a nice one.
It's like, you know, because you don't know what you have, you don't know how strong it is. So there's two methods that are acknowledged as helping to bring about a safer environment, and one of them is to take a tiny, tiny, tiny chunk off the corner of what you have. Try that and see how it is over the space of 2, 4, 6 hours.
Yeah.
So that you're aware of how long it lasts, how it makes you feel, and from there you can decide if you ever want to take it again or not.
Yeah.
And then the other method is that, let's say it's a crystal. If you crush up a tiny bit of it and like just dab a bit on your finger and take that, and again, gently drink water throughout. Nothing too wild, maybe a glass every half an hour, maybe a pint an hour if you're dancing hard. But see how it makes you feel. See how long it lasts. Be consciously aware of that you are altering your conscious state. That's your intention in taking drugs. No one can say they take drugs to sober up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Well, what is the second most abused drug in this country past marijuana?
I think you're virgin on cocaine then.
I would have
I
seconded
would-
so.
yeah, I'd second that.
It's everywhere.
Definitely.
Okay, so what is so bad about cocaine? What is it that it does to you that actually kills you?
Your heart mainly. Like that's going to be a huge thing. Yeah, it's going to impact your heart. It's going to impact your bank balance.
Yeah.
like let's not like there's no
destroy
such
you.
thing as cheap
Is it
coke.
expensive?
As far as I'm aware, it is. Yeah, like I think it ranges from 75 to 100 euros per gram.
But it used to be an upper class drug. Now I believe it's they're getting into the the more rougher communities, and there's a lot more people doing it there as well.
Sure,
The
look,
a- the
everyone
average-
wants to have a good time, like
The average purity of it in Ireland is 17%.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming it's a stimulant.
Imagine, actually, sorry,
Go on.
just think about that, right? Besides alcohol, okay, like you go into alcohol, you pick up a can, it's 4%. You pick up a wine, it's 14%.
Yeah.
But you know exactly that the rest of the stuff in that, product is going to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine going in and buying, I don't know, anything and not knowing what the rest of that compound, what the rest of that mix
Oh,
was.
absolutely, yeah, that's
Do
crazy.
you know? And especially when it's like so driven by money. Like cocaine sales are it's all about money. Like even if you look at movies or TV shows or anywhere, it's always associated with this glamour, with this high lifestyle.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of going like, wow,
Where
like
the fuck
it's,
is it?
yeah, it's not something to aspire to, like, you know?
So is it a heart attack you essentially have when you OD on cocaine, or?
Yeah, like you're more, I think like if you're gonna have a bad time with it, like besides mental health, like the mental health will get you first.
Really?
Yeah.
You'll end up with an addiction if you don't end up with something like psychosis.
And is cocaine addictive?
Oh, highly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Is it?
Highly addictive. Yeah. That's why when I was talking about antidepressants, you generally look at the noradrenaline or the serotonin, whereas cocaine works on your dopamine system.
So it's obviously your brain looking for that dopamine hit.
Yeah.
So is that why you feel so shit the next couple of days? You're
expended it all.
Your dopamine's real low, and you've got
Not really, because it doesn't cause the release of dopamine. Unlike MDMA, causes the release of serotonin and it depletes your reserves of it through a mechanism called exocytosis. But basically, with the dopamine, it just blocks it from being metabolized. But why you feel so shit afterwards is because of the euphoria and because you're after leeching your body of all these chemicals through the stimulants. And you might have been drinking as well. The two often go hand in hand.
yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Coca-ethylene, isn't it?
Coca-ethylene again is bad for the heart, but there are questions over how much is actually produced during an average session, if such a thing could be quantified, and whether or not that passes a threshold for acute toxicity.
But you never actually know the purity, though, do you?
That's exactly true, unless
Yeah.
you have a HPLC.
And you say an average session as well. Like, I'm not contradicting at all,
No
but,
worries, but
some
like-
people like would have a gram. Let's say that's their session.
Yeah.
And then I know other people that would that have done, like over a half hour in a night.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. Like, yeah.
That's version into David Bowie territory, man. That
Yeah.
lad used to go through
Yeah,
7 grams a
that's-
day.
I've seen it.
That's insane.
I've seen it. I've seen
Like,
I've seen
how would you
perfectly
find the time?
functioning adults.
I think you'll find David Bowie's quite dead.
Yeah.
He is unfortunately from cancer, Lord rest him.
Yeah. Well, I think we've discussed drugs enough here now this evening. I think we'll lighten it up for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll knock off air. But yeah, that was an interesting conversation. And again, you know what? We don't encourage the use of drugs. So over to Nathan for any
Yeah,
messages
there's actually
that he
a
has.
question. There is from someone called Gary. He says, "What is crystal meth?
Oh yeah,
And why does it destroy people so badly?" I have a feeling you saw this, didn't you?
I did. Yeah,
Coughed
yeah.
that.
And I just wanted to go in and talk about it. So basically, crystal meth works on the dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine transmitters, promoting their release. It does. We don't know exactly how it causes this, but it's involved in massive releases of all your amazing chemicals. Like your serotonin keeps you happy, your noradrenaline keeps you alert and fast, and your dopamine keeps you excited, euphoric, does body movements. It's involved in everything. And basically, crystal meth is really good at releasing them, but also has a relatively short half-life, especially when smoked. So it has a very, very strong grip, is a good way to describe it, compared to other drugs that might just shake your hand.
Yeah. Now we can move off. drugs.
Now we can move off. Any other comments there?
Darren just says, "Good night, lads. Thanks for the company all evening."
Yeah, you're very welcome. So we will lighten the mood. It got a little bit serious towards the end.
It's a good conversation, though.
It was a very good
Do you know what's
conversation.
even worse?
Informative.
We could probably do another 3 hours on this.
You could, absolutely. You could.
Easily.
I
Might
do-
leave it
But
a week or
not
two.
now.
Can I say as well? We didn't even touch on psychedelics.
Oh,
Well, we did, but we did not. We did
Oh,
not. dive
Cary
in.
Grant was
Can
that
I-
actor,
will
by the
I,
way.
Will I come back for a different conversation
You
on
will.
that if you
I,
don't mind?
yes.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Absolutely, we'll definitely have you back.
The therapy session.
Yeah,
The therapy session.
with Pierce.
Pierce Fox, what a cool name, by the way.
Isn't it
Fox.
actually?
My parents love me.
It's like Max Power.
Yeah, I think if I could have a surname of like Fox, it'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
Pierce Fox.
Pierce Fox does well. Pierce, me, it's a bit Irish,
Yeah. Padraig Pierce.
but Fox is super cool, man.
The name's Fox. Pierce Fox.
Oh, I fucking love it.
How many people can do that right?
What is your middle name?
Or do you have to say yours?
No, I have
That's
middle
fine.
names.
We're not asking him his PPS number.
Or are we?
What
Vincent-
What is your
Vincent
PPS
Anthony.
number?
So it's Pierce Vincent Anthony Fox.
Wow.
My initials are
No,
PVA. I'll stick to you like glue.
Very good.
So go on, Nathan. Do you want to give out
My what?
your middle names?
Oh, it's Mark. Very boring.
Mark.
Thomas.
Just Mark. Mark Thomas.
Yeah, I picked my grandfather's name, so Thomas.
Yeah, I done something. What I actually did was, which was a weird one. My brother made his communion before me and his confirmation because he's older than I am.
Yeah.
So he decided that all of his names. So I'm Doyle, and his first name begins with a D. So he went DDDD. So it's 4 Ds.
Oh, jeez.
So I tried to copy him. So I'm Aidan Allen Andrew Doyle. So it's AAAD. Yeah.
Triple AD.
Triple A.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
And we can't ask this
Can't ask
over
Ed.
here. No,
No.
we can't. Because
No.
he's like the Stig. He's mysterious.
That's the way it's meant to be, though.
I'm still wondering about your name because it's not the name I met you with.
Oh. Well, I think at this stage, most of our listeners know that Ed is not a real person. He's a figment of all your imagination.
Or is he?
That doesn't work. The volume's down, you lunatic.
Feck, I fucked that one up.
Well, do you know what? Before we go, do you know what we
We're not
never
done
did
yet.
tonight? Do you
Oh,
know what
yeah.
we never did. We never did Eye on COVID.
Let's do it.
The most important thing of the week. We have to let people know what's happening in the COVID world. So we will go over to Eye on COVID.
Eye on COVID, bringing you the latest updates and COVID-related news from around the world.
Yes, it's Eye on COVID. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our Asian correspondent in the field. What's his name? What's his name today?
Fukum Yang.
Fukum Young. We're going to go over to Fukum Young. Fukum Young, are you there?
Oh, we still got the COVID. All right.
Yes, again, riveting stuff.
Wow.
It turns out that COVID is still here.
And they're still eating dogs.
And they're still eating
Oh
dogs.
my god.
But, you know.
How do you like our Asian correspondent, Fukum Young?
Where did you find him?
He's actually in Wuhan.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah,
Right
he's
now,
in, he's
yeah.
in
Any good at
Wuhan.
pool?
Pool?
Yeah. Everyone I know that went over to like the far east of Asia, like they've all ended up playing loads of pool. Now, fair, they were good pool players before they left, but like they've ended up in mad tournaments. And I don't know if it's an expat thing.
That's
or
so
a local
random.
thing.
I think that's just something that happens from growing up in Kerrigan's.
Yeah, true.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed now, one of my guilty pleasures in life, and I think most of you know, Pierce, you wouldn't know, but one of my guilty pleasures is X Factor. The
I
Voice,
knew you were going to say that.
all of this stuff. I love it. I just love it. I don't know why.
What about Geordie Shore?
No.
Yes, that's a guilty
hell
pleasure.
no.
I was wondering when the situation
Trash,
came
the
up
whole
earlier
lot
on.
is.
Was that what you were talking about?
No, that is a guilty pleasure now.
No, but I do like
T-shirt time.
The Voice and X Factor. Don't know why, I just think it's a great show. But what I have noticed is there's some amount of talent coming out of the East. Out of Asia in particular. There's like singers
Well,
who are coming over.
there's more of
and
them,
they're
for one.
Amazing.
There's just more exposure now as well.
I think
Yeah,
that's what it
we're
is.
more like, you mean like Joe Dolan was massive in Japan, but now Japan's massive in Ireland.
Whoa, that's a mind fuck right there.
Whoa, say that again?
Yeah.
Joe Dolan was massive in Japan.
Okay.
I thought
Joe
it was
Dolan.
the same size wherever you went.
No.
Boom.
They put him on stilts. But like, do you know, like we're getting more exposure now to the Eastern media, which I think is really cool because like there's a whole world there that like I want to go see, but I'm
I'd
happy
love to
fucking-
go over.
Like,
Bro, I fear if I went over to somewhere like Thailand that I would come back with every STD known to man.
only you can prevent that.
Why would I
Literally,
want-
that is up to you and nobody else.
Why would I
Yeah.
want to?
Well, so if
because
you
you won't have STDs.
No. If that man wants to go over and actively seek out diseases, well, that's your prerogative. But it's up to you how you deal with that situation afterwards.
Oh, just an antibiotic, I'll be fine. I'll be all good.
That
It's
that
worth
doesn't
it.
work for all.
It's worth-
Actually-
I have a bit of a kink for Asian women. I love Asian women. They're so
Okay.
kinky.
I have a question that I wanted to
That's a
direct.
highly fetishized point of view with
Yeah,
massive
well, if-
overtones
if-
of
if-
stereotyping.
If you go through my
And pervertedness.
history,
Well, that's a given. Look at him.
Look at
if you go through my
I like
history,
this guy.
I've
what
seen
you'll
what
s-
he's at.
You'll see ex-hamster and everything that I search is Asian.
Yeah.
Asian. Just love it.
Well,
So
look-
imagine if you went over there, right?
I'd be a god.
oh
You
my.
hope.
You'd be the same as you are over
Do you
here.
know,
A fucking disappointment.
No, but like,
Go on.
no, but not only that. Like, you mean, like, you obviously are expressing a preference for an aesthetic, right? Cool, whatever. You know, it's a thing. Now, if you went over there, you could meet someone with the personality that clicks with you, and hopefully it'd be reciprocal, and you wouldn't send them a dick pic first off.
That I can't promise nothing.
Can we have Pierce back every week? This is great.
But at the same time, like, man, you could meet someone to make you really happy. And all
Bullshit. I don't believe in that love.
Oh yeah,
crap.
Aiden's-
Yeah, I'm not a lovey guy. No.
No.
Have you ever been in love?
No, never.
You've
I,
never-
I think I
What?
think at one stage I thought I was.
That's like saying I think I've had an orgasm.
No, I know for a fact I've had orgasms.
Yeah, you see, you know you haven't been in love, so.
Exactly.
Why not?
No, now when I say I think, see, I've been in several relationships.
Okay.
They all fan.
More for a weekend or?
Oh
like-
no, I was in like 14-year relationship at one stage.
And was there no love in that at all?
Towards the end, no, it was there.
Yeah,
just want to
but
kill
like
each other.
for the first 12 years?
I think so. I
See-
think what happened with me
This
was
is the lack of empathy.
I think what happened
And
with me
feeling.
was I was horny and I was a teen and I got with this person and it was just, I hate to say this on air, but it was pussy on tap. That's all it was
You know,
to
in
me.
fairness, like that's a crucial part of a relationship is to be actively sexual. If
Oh,
both
but
people
apart from that,
are
she
inclined that way.
irritated me from one end of the day to the other.
Until that
Why
time.
did you put up with that for 14 years?
POT, pussy on tap.
But like, you do realize that. Well, like,
I was an idiot.
Was
I
it
young.
worth it?
No,
There's
no,
also-
absolutely
there.
not.
There's also other factors. I mean, there was.
I mean, it's a
go
foolish
find
mindset to
someone you
maintain.
like.
Say
Go,
again?
go and find someone you like spending time
See,
with.
now the problem is I have never in all of the years dated somebody I like.
That's why you need to date a man.
Don't know
maybe.
why.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no
I'm
fairness,
getting
like,
some looks here.
You
well,
get
no,
on-
like, no, in fairness, like, you know, you could be a top. You don't have to take anything. You don't
No,
want to.
no. You wouldn't get a Visa card between the cheeks of my ass.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, no, you would never have to.
And I have a thing for poo. I hate poo.
That's fair enough. But like, you know where God put our prostate, don't you?
Yes. In your bum.
In your
And
bum
it can
bum.
be tickled.
Your bum bum.
It can be tickled.
So then, you know, at least once we turn 40 and have to start getting exams, you put a little treat there.
Oh, by the way, you did make a little mistake earlier.
Oh, which one?
When you said that I want to go over to Asia because I have a preference for the way they look.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
What is it then?
So, as I explained at the start of the show with my tiny willy issues, you know, because I am, you know, I'm not very well endowed and I have no problem telling people that. If I go over to Asia, they have all tiny dicks
You're
over
so
there.
right.
I will be a god to them.
Yeah,
They'll be like,
yeah.
oh, you so big. You know, and of course that's what's going to be. You know,
No, you so average.
not
No,
over there.
you're so average.
Over there, I would split them in twain.
Man, I'm in an awful lot of like sexually orientated Facebook groups because, to be honest, I'm just like, man, let's listen to what other people are saying.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
actually see on comments about male body positivity that there are like you know, you could have 20, 30 comments saying that, like, to be honest, like, the old big, sure, look, it's just not there for the daily dinner, like.
Yeah, but do you know what I think it is? We all know as men who have had sex with women, there's that point when you're having sex and you hurt her accidentally somehow. You know,
Right.
you do something and they go, ouch. I think we've all been there, yeah? Yeah, okay, we've all been there.
Quickly
At that-
apologise, check in, and see what way things are going to continue afterwards.
No, in that moment of ouch, I feel like a legend.
Yeah.
What?
I feel like a ledge. I'm like, I've hurt you with this. How the hell can I hurt you with this? And it's like, yeah.
Are you sure it was that? It
I'm
wasn't
a
like
man.
a
I can
pelvis
do my
bone
job.
or something.
You weren't just like
I couldn't tell
stretching
you
too
what
far.
I genuinely don't know what it is. You know, it could be. I could have hit our head off the headboard. I don't know what the ouch was, but in my mind, I was a porn star right there. And
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's you know exactly what I'm talking about. We've had this conversation.
No comment. I get myself in trouble.
We have had this conversation. But do you not feel some little bit of I'm a man? Look what I did.
No, to be honest with you, no.
You're all pussies.
No, it's meant to be a nice
be honest,
experience
yeah.
for all involved.
Yeah, like.
Oh, would you stop with
Well,
a
no,
white knight
well,
shite?
Well,
No,
to be fair, like,
fucking is.
PC.
Like,
Yeah.
No, it's not PC. It's
like I'm not
Common courtesy.
I'm not adverse to a bit of kink, like, do you know? But at the same time, it has to have enthusiastic, ongoing consent with boundaries from the outset that are constantly reaffirmed and checked in.
But sometimes there's no boundaries set from the outset.
yeah. That all sounds very boring. I just want a quick
no.
shag.
If you're pushing boundaries in that, you do need to have.
Oh,
ground rules.
yeah, 100%, yeah.
Yeah, I just want a quick shag. That's all I want. I
Well,
don't.
that's you,
I don't
but,
want to
like,
talk to the
Well, at least it
person
sounds
after.
like you put the work in there anyway. You know what I mean?
I don't.
He
10
has
seconds, that's
never
me.
had a cuddle after sex.
Never.
Never.
I've never brought a woman a drink in my life.
It's not-
Never.
just not his thing.
Not my thing. What I do
You
is.
can tell why you're wearing nice shirts now.
What? I'm pushing out the fucking seams. Look at me. I'm getting so fat.
You look great.
We look great. We look great. What are you at now? What do you weigh?
What do I weigh now? I think I'm about 110 kg.
You're only 10 kg heavier than me.
Yeah,
I'm
that
100.
though.
Yeah, I'm 100. Most of it.
He looks healthier.
Have you noticed that when you go over speed ramps too fast, it hurts
My
your
tits
boobs?
bounce.
Yes.
Yeah,
If you go over
yeah,
too
yeah.
fast, it literally rips at your boobs. And you're like, oh Jesus Christ, my tits.
Stop trying to bring someone else into this tit conversation just because you have tits.
Your splendor is
No,
jollies.
I don't see
No,
any.
no.
I don't see any. You know what? It's the black t-shirt.
It's. I know we're supposed to be social distance.
No, he's a-
can
he's
I
a
have a
pretty
squeeze
broad
of your
dude,
boob?
like.
Hold on, I take a
Okay,
squeeze.
take a squeeze. Right.
Oh, you see, you've stretched out a little bit, so you just let them hang.
Aiden's are.
Oh, there they are.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they're kind of. Mine are much bigger than yours, man. Mine
Mine
are
just
much
go
bigger.
under my arm.
Actually, my nipples are in the wrong place.
Are they?
Mine are down here because they're so big.
Can I read out
You
a funny?
call me big.
Can I read out a funny comment since?
Please.
But we're on like the opposite of what this comment is. This comment is a very informative show, lads. Really enjoyed it about what we're talking about
Oh
right
wow!
now.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Oh, that was just sent
Who's
in,
this?
was it?
Who's
No,
that?
this was sent in 2 minutes ago by Gary.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Gary G. We'll say.
Nice one, Gar.
It's not. It's
Good
not.
man, Gar. Can't wait to see you again.
Yeah. He said very informative show.
Okay. Well, now you know what turns me on. Asian women.
But
And-
I'm sure
and
right-
and shutting the fuck up.
I'd say right now he's not thinking very informative.
No.
We're talking about ditties, man
Uh,
ditties,
Maybe too much information.
a little bit. But these things happen.
So I'm assuming that we all have weird kinks. Every last one of us. As humans, of course we do.
In what way?
We step outside of the norms. So when people
Norm
say
is
Well,
subjective.
according to you, the norm is
norm
just
is not
doggy style.
subjective.
Norm is subjective. It's
No,
a-
norm is part of nomenclature, which we all have to agree on. Otherwise, we
That's
can't
why
explain
it's
what is normal.
That's why it's subjective.
So, what I say is normal.
It is subjective.
Straightforward intercourse, which is doggy style. That's the natural
No,
position.
no. See, like
Missionary is the natural
exactly.
position.
No, doggy is the natural position.
No. You want to make that eye contact.
Yeah.
I don't. No, hell no. Hell no.
Come on, you
because
need to
you're always
connect
doing
with somebody.
It's because
Shit,
he's
no.
having sex with the wrong type of people.
No.
He really
Yeah.
is. Like, I mean, like the world. If you're listening, can like people just like I don't know, pray for Aiden.
Yeah, say a little prayer.
Say an novena.
Light a candle.
Yeah. Just
Send in your
something
prayers to 085 27 27 212 or WhatsApp.
We're just looking for a
God will
connection.
answer.
Nothing real, nothing serious. Just something to show that connection exists.
Yeah, say a decade of the rosaries.
I mean, we all definitely crave connection from another human of the opposite
Stop.
sex. See, you don't.
You're
This is
mental.
why you're.
Yeah, this is why you're so cynical and miserable.
Yeah.
Hey, where am I miserable? Look at this.
Yeah, as you say, it's all an act.
That's
Yeah. Wait till the show finishes. Miserable.
Yeah.
Oh God, I can't feel anything.
I'll be upstairs with me heroin.
But at the end of the day, no matter what this is off topic too,
Smoking
but whatever you're going through, you always put on a brave face. Everybody.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see a fucking sad little.
I think men do it better than women.
Yeah.
Maybe
Here's a
I'm-
good one for you.
Maybe I'm completely wrong.
Well,
Women can fake
Actually,
orgasms.
did you
but
know
men can
that-
fake love?
Hang on.
Very true.
Well, that's true. But did you know that Thursday 10th that we entered and lost there was World Suicide Awareness?
What?
Oh,
It was World
today.
Suicide Awareness Day, 10th
Yesterday.
of September.
Oh, yesterday.
now.
Sorry.
Okay. Thanks for mentioning that, but that has very little to do with the perverse conversation. we're
No,
having.
very. Yeah, all right. Onto the perverse shit then. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just on that point, while we're talking about World Suicide Day, I think it's important to note the fact that, like, while men have a higher rate of suicide,
Yeah.
women actually make more attempts per capita.
Yep.
It's just
Yes, but they're terrible at it.
no.
Ooh.
It's what happens is women choose methods that allow them time to think.
For example?
So,
Yeah.
like they might choose poisoning, like an overdose or something like that.
And then they can be saved.
And then they
They're-
go make themselves
they-
sick and call for help.
Yeah, they get that half an hour to rethink. Whereas, like, when you hear of any man that's hung himself, and let's face it, that's a really popular method for men.
Yeah, really direct.
Yeah.
Like, you will
I can't
always
imagine why that would be a popular method. I really can't.
I have no
Simple.
idea either. Yeah,
There's
it is that.
There's no going back. Once you jump off that thing, that's it.
Look at Robin Williams.
But like, no, like actually, if you want to go to Robin Williams, I will talk about Robin Williams in 2 seconds. But basically, like, look, if you are feeling down and you are feeling shit,
Talk.
talk about it.
Because men
and-
don't talk.
Yeah, men don't talk, and fucking don't do something you can't reverse.
Yeah, but to see this thing of men don't talk, it seems a little sexist that we would say that, because I find that the roles have been reversed in society lately. Where,
Slowly but surely.
You know, where women are starting to not talk either.
Yeah.
I think they're becoming more and more like men and bottling it up, which is very unhealthy.
Nah, women talk in their close groups in a way men don't,
How do we know that?
because they talk about dick size.
Yeah, how do you know that? What group have you been in that to witness this? Or is this just something you've heard?
It's just the urban legends.
Yeah.
Yeah,
By the way,
a true
to go
urban
back
legend.
onto Robin Williams, since you brought it up,
He had
um,
dementia.
Yeah, he had a rare form called Lewy body dementia.
That's correct, yeah.
And he was young for that as well, wouldn't he? be?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
And the fun, like, not funny, but like the academically unusual thing of that is that same thing, that same Lewy body, like that can build up. If it appears differently, it drives you into Parkinson's.
That's right, yeah.
So whereas like he was at the point where he couldn't remember a single line in a script, he would have to check script.
Yeah.
Compared to like
Which
when
must be
he-
so sad for him at the time. Like,
yeah, like it was him destroyed. Like he,
Devastating to his career. Like.
yeah.
But he made a video like 20 minutes to an hour before he died. He sent out his
he?
love to a woman. Have you not seen it?
I didn't know that either.
Go to YouTube and you'll see a video where there's a woman who was in Australia and was diagnosed with cancer, and I think she was
And is he sending her?
he was sending her
get well, kind of.
sending her get well and I love
Yeah.
you. And an hour later he goes and hangs himself from the back of the door using a tie or a belt or something.
something like that.
Now, what I never understood about that type of asphyxiation is if you do that at the back of a door, surely you can just stand up when you start to panic.
Yeah, but that means when you really want to die.
Nah, like I'm not getting into the
No,
mechanism of
we
it.
shouldn't.
No.
This is dark.
On a lighter note, shall we go lighter?
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
please.
Comment.
Please, let's just-
Missionary. Comment from David. Missionary for love. Doggy for the foggy Jew.
Yes.
And as well, on the weird sexual thing, because we've talked about this many times. Do you know what, for Pierce, do you know what space docking is? It's
That just sounds like a leap of faith.
It's a
No,
great.
myself and Ed will just do a visual demonstration here.
No, please don't. So, would you like to know?
Yeah, I don't.
I'm only
know
asking
what
this
it is.
question because I think it's actually brilliant. It is when
think
one
it's-
man and another man. Well, one man wraps his foreskin over the other man's foreskin,
Oh,
and then the other foreskin is pushed over that foreskin. And
it's
then
a
they
little tunnel of love.
a little tunnel of love, and then they ejaculate into each other's foreskins.
That's precision.
Okay, so where I'm going with where I'm going with this is How much to do it? What's your price?
Who's it with?
See, that's what I asked. That's
That
the
makes
first.
no difference.
No, but it does.
No,
No,
makes difference.
no. I have to look in their eyes and I have to get turned on by their body.
Oh.
Wait, are you going to get turned on?
Well, you have to get hard.
Boy.
Well, you can watch something else first.
Are you
bi.
Are you bi?
Yeah.
Nobody told us
Yeah,
this.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, no, I wasn't giving you that
Not that-
information.
No, I'm dying.
Not that it's a big fucking deal.
No, but I am dying to ask this question.
Okay.
I'm dying to ask a boy person this question.
Okay.
So, which tastes better?
How do you mean?
Vag?
It depends on the cleanliness, man.
There's that a huge thing of it as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And does it taste different?
Well, I mean, if there's no secretion there's nothing to taste. Effectively, it's just flesh, like you know.
Exactly.
So, and that's what I was thinking of years ago. Surely, if there's no secretion and it's just skin, then everything tastes the same.
Yeah, I mean, you might have a slight flavour from whatever shampoo they use.
Yeah.
Oh.
Even better.
I mean, is it like going to be Florida or Musk?
I did once have an experience years ago where I made the mistake of putting aftershave on my penis.
Stings.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
stings. But then there was a girl at it afterwards, and she had to go in and brush her teeth. She said it was just awful.
Yeah. So, Pierce, would you space dock for free then? Does that sound like a barrel of laughs?
I'm not gonna lie. If it just came up in the middle of a situation, I'd be like, "Let's do it."
Let's do this shit.
I mean, 20 quid is 20 quid. No, I'm
How's Nathan?
I'm 10 grand. Oh. I'll see you outside in a few minutes.
And the show's ending very shortly.
Well, at
that
least-
tunnel of love is outside.
At least we're after ending for the last like half an hour on a funny note. So.
Yeah, it was. So, what do you think? You think we're finished for the evening, lads?
It's up to you guys.
No, I think we're finished for the evening. It's like nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. What lunatic would be sitting up listening to the show at this time?
David
Thanks,
is,
NPR.
Gary is, and Darren
Go
is.
to bed, you lunatics. You're all
Yeah.
at work tomorrow.
And Frank is listening.
Hi, Frank.
Hey, Frank.
Hey.
There's roll call. If we read out your name, you have to go to sleep.
Yeah,
Bedtime.
It's bedtime,
I
guys.
agree.
So we're not going to go to bed.
Yeah, we are.
I'm gonna go to
very-
bed.
yeah, I'm
Work
going to
in the
bed very
morning.
shortly. And you're in
Good
work
night.
as well.
Oh, I'm working half 8. Can't wait.
Yeah, you lunatic.
Oh my god.
So what I'd like to do is just thank Pierce for coming along. A very special guest, Pierce. He was quite informative. Well done, Pierce.
I really appreciate the invite, lads. Like, I mean, it's literally been, it's just been a year and about a week or so since I did any kind of talk like this, and I really am appreciative of the invite to come back and get my groove on.
No.
Well, we
worries.
enjoyed your groove, and I think you had a very important message to give to the listeners, which is be safe.
Yeah.
You know, be safe, not
If
sorry.
you're going to do it, you're going to do it.
If you, exactly.
Look
So
out
Yeah.
for one another and make sure everyone gets home.
Yeah.
That's it.
we all take care of one person. You know, the problem is halved overnight.
Yep.
Just show a little bit more love.
That's a nice one.
Aw.
Oh.
Hey, you have a bit of compassion.
There
in
you go.
you.
It's there. You have to dig deep. You have to dig
Break
really
down
deep.
them walls, man. You're going to find love again.
Yeah, you'll have to again.
Or for the first time. Sorry.
Oh,
You need to can go hammer with a dildo on it.
actually, before we
There's
go,
money in that.
before we go,
And for all your-
actually, wait, before we go. So, have you been in love?
Oh, yeah, loads of times.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man, that's worse.
No,
Loads of times.
yeah.
Yeah,
Same,
no,
yeah.
like I've definitely had I've definitely been in love 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
Like,
Really?
yeah.
So, so describe what is love.
Love is all encapsulating. It's wanting them to be their best selves. Like it's just wanting the very best for a person in every situation. An overwhelming emotion of positivity when you see them. Just
You made my hair stand up.
You did. You made my stomach turn.
There you go.
That's not hard.
That's the opposite.
He's right.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, my stomach turns for any reason. Yeah, have you ever been in love?
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, you think... I don't know.
Ed, have you ever been in love?
Yeah.
Yeah. So proper love.
Yeah.
And is it the movie thing that you see? You know, I think Hollywood has destroyed love because you're expecting all of these things that never happen.
It can be.
That's because you have your walls up.
Yep.
Like, you
Walls
mean,
up,
like-
trousers down.
Take a photo.
yeah,
Send it to me.
love can make you forget about the rest of the world.
Yep.
Completely.
Yeah, but then is love not a drug equally?
Yeah,
There's a song about that, isn't there?
Is there?
I think there's a song on love is the drug.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I recognise that
See,
statement.
I find love to be one of the most selfish emotions you can actually have.
Selfish.
Selfish. Yeah.
Why is it selfish?
Because so we all have parents, you know, or had parents, and let's say one of them was dying. At that point of that person dying, you love that person so much, you would be sitting there begging to a God you probably don't believe in to say to them, please don't make them die.
Yeah.
You're not asking for them not to die for them. It's because you will miss them. That's selfish.
But like, yeah, like for someone that's not entirely unfamiliar with that situation, you have to like respect the natural process to an extent. Do you know?
Yeah.
Like you have to acknowledge the fact that like people come and go out of your life. Like, you know what I mean? You'll have friends that will appear for a few years, disappear, come back. You'll have people that like are just flash in the pan, and then you'll have people that you'll travel with through the majority of your life. You'll learn, hopefully, you'll learn the most things you can from them.
But you know, you said that love makes you feel this way, and I feel this, and I feel that, and I.
Well, you hope love is
No,
just
but the things he was saying was he was hoping for the benefit of that person.
Yes.
He was hoping for positivity to come
I
into
can't
their life.
control another individual.
But is
That's
it
fundamentally
not how they
something
make
against
you feel?
their presence?
Makes you feel a particular way.
Yeah.
So you want that feeling. You want that feeling. Therefore, it's selfish. That's you looking for
No, but they're
something.
supposed to feel the same thing.
Okay, even if they do, you still feel something
No.
that's a want from you.
There's a selfishness in every action. Like, you mean, like you could say that, like when I was volunteering with Cork Simon, I did 6 months full-time volunteer, and it was a 40-hour week.
Where was that?
Cork Simon community. I worked in a wet house.
Okay.
That was a house where alcoholics were allowed to drink inside.
Yeah.
Wow.
Under supervision. Yeah, it's really cool. It was
Never heard of that.
It's proper harm reduction, like, because what happened was when they'd come into the house, they had to surrender all their alcohol. And as well, these were people who had been on the streets for well over a decade. It was like the retirement home, effectively. But the aim was to help manage their addiction to the point that, like, ideally they could move away from it. That was recognised as not always possible. But it was to reduce their interactions with the law. So, like, they wouldn't be drinking on the street.
And what's this got to do with love?
There was a point.
There was a
actually.
point.
I can't remember, but there was.
You forgot it.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
Can you?
Oh yeah, no. Every action is selfish, and like
Oh,
I
yes.
was going back to, like, you know, how I was being all altruistic and helping the homeless, and like it was brilliant. I learned so much from it. But at the same time, like for me, I was there because one, I wanted to do something with myself. I'd been dossing around for a long time, heavily in the party scene, had achieved nothing, dropped out of college more times than... I'd actually dropped out of college more years than it takes someone to finish college. I did 5 first years.
Oh, wow.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. You're late bloomer.
Man, I just banged my head off against the wall till I wanted to know what the dent was happening.
But you can understand why I would say that love is a selfish emotion. Because it's always about how it makes you feel.
No, it's only selfish if it's an abusive relationship, because then it's controlling.
Yeah.
Whereas
so
if it's
let's say you and I are in love, okay? We're in a loving, blossoming relationship.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I love you, and you come in
I love you
and
too.
I smile.
Yeah.
There's a big smile on my face. So I'm happy that you're here, and you're
And
making me happy.
But I want to be there. That's
Yes,
why
but
I'm there.
Yeah, okay, but forget about that for 2
no,
seconds.
No, because if I didn't want to be there, you'd be okay with me not being there, in so much that...
But I wouldn't be okay with it.
No, you might be upset that I wasn't there, and you might feel that hurt and that loss.
Mm-hmm.
But there would be an acceptance of he's doing the best for himself. He's doing whatever the fuck he wants.
Yep.
Do you know? And like that's a painful thing to phase into, and that's part of the acceptance of a breakup.
Yeah, I get that. And it actually was Hazel who was telling us there the other night after the show that it takes half of the time you were in a relationship to recover from a breakup.
Yeah, that's fair.
I said it would take 17 months. That's it.
And when she said that, I was sitting here doing the math in my head going, hold on, it was 14 years. Jesus, yeah, 7 years. It was like 7 years before, I fully got over it. But I don't think I was in love in that relationship. What I think it was I got so used to my life being normal, kids, Mrs., blah, 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 and then all of a sudden that's gone out of your life and you're on your own and you're going, oh, woe is me, and you just want that stability back. I don't think it was a case of love with me. It really wasn't.
Well, that's fair enough. Like, there might not have been love in your relationship. You said she wrecked your head from the outset.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know?
Weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah.
I was just going to think of, well, I suppose you like...
Oh,
that's a great song.
That's what kept him in
some
that
music video.
relationship.
I genuinely have terrible pins and needles in my leg. And every time I bounce my leg on the ground, it's going bzz, 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 bzz.
Losing a relationship that you really like it's like grieving death.
It's the
and let me ask you that question. So you break up with somebody you love. Now you want to feel that happiness again.
Yeah.
You want that. So again, selfish.
Well, no, you can say that everything's driven towards the selfish.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
I get it. Like society is selfish in that way, and I get where you're coming from. But like when you come out of a bad breakup, you have two choices. You can either focus on self-improvement, which is a long road, but much better than going into the whole emotional outburst of fucking substance abuse.
Yeah, it's long, difficult, and it takes a long time to bounce back. It really does.
Yeah.
But and that's not even for somebody who's in love. That's for anybody who's in a relationship. Because just don't forget, there's so many people out there who are genuinely not in love. There's so many sexless marriages out there. They've been married 40 years and they're not sleeping in the same bed and all that kind of stuff.
Did they get bored at the top?
Which?
Did they get bored at the top, or does the top stop having the same force?
God only knows.
Yeah.
God, you said it's subjective.
Yeah. Well, I mean, was it a normal thing back in the day? So my grandparents, from what I remember, from being as young as I was,
separate beds.
Beds.
That's a big thing on the continent as well, though, because it means that like you have uninterrupted sleep, or even there's a thing that like where was it? It was somewhere, but basically when you got your hotel room, there was two small duvets on it, so each person got their own duvet, and it meant that no one was stealing the blanket.
Yeah.
And I think that could solve a lot of problems. Like, I mean, it's either that or two separate rooms if snoring's an issue. But I think like having a good night's sleep means a lot.
It does, yeah. Everybody's different too.
Apparently, the more you sleep, the more you live.
I'm fucked.
Oh no, I'm on a winner. Like I love sleep. Like
I love my sleep.
Yeah,
I love it too. I just don't get enough.
Ed, you can attest to this.
Get more sleep, Nathan.
I
Man,
know.
Have you ever seen me?
Just try it for like 3 weeks. Just try it for 3 weeks to set a routine, and you will feel a brand new man.
Yeah. To be fair, I got 8.5, 9 hours last night.
Nice.
And that's the first
That's a
time.
sexy amount of sleep.
First time I got that in about 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, see, I'm normally a 12-hour guy.
Oh wow, you're just like whole hog. Like.
Oh yeah, like I'll wake up and I'm okay to wake up, but I go, it's grand. This is nice.
You're a man that loves his sleep.
Yeah.
Do you have a really good bed?
No.
Did you used to before you were here?
I'm looking at your studio here, man. Like, and
I know, but I'm in the process of decorating.
Okay.
Yeah, so
this is the standard it's going to be at, is it?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
He wants a floating chain bed strung from the ceiling.
No, that's a sex swing.
Well, I mean, what did they say?
Oh,
You spend over half your life in bed, so you should really invest in it.
Can I just say it to the listeners, by the way, this studio would not look out of place in Donnybrook at the RTE studios. Like
No, it would, because it looks that good.
That's true. Sorry.
Joe Rogan ain't gonna shit on us.
No, have you seen his new studio?
I haven't.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I listened to, just before we go as well, I listened to his podcast with David Blaine today.
It's gone very boring.
It wasn't great.
Yeah, he's gone very boring.
There was loads of silences and weird off
shots fired.
because they kept looking at the screen.
Big shots.
Calling you out, Joe. You need to get more interested.
Yeah, I just didn't really enjoy him and David Blaine.
No.
Like, David Blaine was great.
No, but I've watched Joe Rogan for years,
Yeah.
and I've noticed over the last year or so, I think it's because he has had so many fantastic, phenomenal guests on his show that when he has these people on and then he has an ordinary guy on, it's like meh.
Is he suffering from Simpsons?
How do you mean?
Gone on too long.
Like, not even that, but just kind of like they've done everything. If you look at like the South Park episode, Simpsons did it.
Simpsons did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like just like it's no fault of their own. It's just a case of like there's only so many ways to square a circle. Like
Spice it up a bit, kind of.
Yeah. Interject some, I don't know, fire or space diving or something.
And at the end of the day, it is just Joe and one other person.
Well, actually, back to the whole sex thing. I don't know why. You just said something and it popped into my head.
It always happens.
So I was talking about kinks earlier on.
Yeah.
Right, I have zero problem to put my hand up and saying on the air, for all of our listeners, what my particular kink is.
Yeah.
Have you all got a kink? And is it embarrassing?
Wait, as in, when you say kink, what do you mean?
Is there something outside of the norm of sex
that you like?
That could be considered, a taboo?
Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying it on air.
Are you brave enough to say it on air?
No.
Anybody brave enough?
Well, I've already said I'm bisexual, like, so I think I'm pretty
says
much
it.
covered for saying.
Yeah, but is there a particular kink within that? Like, would you like to have a threesome? Could you go with a guy and a girl, like, and just like do the Infinity 8 thing between you all?
Sounds fun.
Yeah, you probably could. Yeah, easy.
I never thought about it, but that sounds fun.
Ooh, now you have something to think about.
Yeah. I suppose that's just like.
Are you in a relationship?
No, I'm not. Well, I kind of am. I'm kind of seeing somebody. But
Shout out that somebody.
All right, okay.
No, you don't need to name names.
No, I wasn't.
No. Like we have been kind of seeing each other, but it's just there's nothing like there's no label on it. Is the cleanest way to put it. But she's a fucking cool human being.
Think that's an issue too, not putting a label on it.
No. That's
Because
very much just where I'm at in my life.
yeah,
That's
but-
like I'm very much just at a space in my life where I do not have the time for the emotional commitment of a
Yeah.
full-on relationship.
Yeah.
Just being like, like I've been in, like, longest relationship was 6 years, 4 years cohabiting.
Oh, the effort.
Yeah, like, you mean, like,
Yes, Mr. 14 years of marriage.
Yeah, right.
Effort. Yeah, but I mean, my thing is, oh crap, if I want to have sex, I should be able to just have sex with a chick, not tell her I love her, not do the whole cuddling thing. I just want to just have the
There's
sex.
a website for that.
And roll over and go to sleep. Hence the reason why I'm a great
you
believer
need
in
friends with
masturbation.
benefit. You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
that doesn't exist. Every single girl that I've tried to do that with, and this is not me being
They love you.
Catch feelings.
yeah.
They love you.
Or you catch feelings. one or the
No,
other.
absolutely me. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
As
sorry,
in-
sorry, that was
he
silly.
has too many walls. He's too many. He won't let himself be loved.
See, but you know, I did
He won't
genuinely.
recognize the genuine emotion and
Do you know what? We should-
authenticity of an interaction.
We should do an episode.
Finding love
just
with Aiden.
on Aiden. Yeah.
You know, I think every single woman that I've ever been with, when they first meet me, they go, "He's a bit weird. He's a bit wacky." You know, I'm a big believer in honesty, so I will, give people. I don't care
you seem
what it
straight
is.
up, like, and I have time for you.
I will say whatever it is out straight.
Yeah, you
So,
do. You do.
when I meet these women, like one particular girl that I met, I remember having a conversation around her, saying to her, I've never jizzed on a girl's face before.
Right.
And she turned around and she said to me, "Mel, maybe I can be the first."
Aw,
You know,
that's kind
and
of sweet.
it is kind of sweet. But the point is, she thought I was a bit mad and a bit wacky, and this is a personality trait that I have. But it then
When it got down to the nitty gritty, you're a
Then-
dull motherfucker.
no, geez, no. When every woman that's ever got with me, they went, "Okay, you sustain that madness. There's something seriously wrong with you. I can't handle this." So, pum, out the door. They run. I don't think I've ever dumped a girl, have I?
Oh, they run on you.
Oh, they run on me. Yeah, they go, "You are an
Yeah,
absolute weirdo."
That's probably because you lose interest and you kind of push. Anyway.
No, I don't think it is.
I don't know, from what I've seen.
Can we just bring up the message that you used to send to every single person that you matched
No,
with on
please
Badoo?
don't.
Okay, no
Please
problem.
don't.
It wasn't
Well,
a dick pic, was
you
it?
did bring
No,
up.
it was a bit
No,
more
that's a bit
vulgar.
crass.
You
yeah.
did bring up my Kitty Strangler story.
No,
and
but
the
this is a bit
viewer-
crass.
I don't know. I think the world needs to know of internet dating with
Fuck it.
Aidan Doyle.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Look at the reaction says it all. And you know what? Oh, what did you just do?
Oh, chaos on the desk.
messed up.
Internet dating with Aidan Doyle.
And you know
That
what?
sounds like the Adrian Kennedy phone
Nice.
show or something.
That is exactly the same one that's used.
And you know what was said to me before the show? Someone rang in, or sorry, was it a phone call? Yeah, it was a phone call. Someone was on the phone to us and they said, "Be more harsh on Aiden."
Oh, who was that? Oh,
Sean?
shout out to Sean. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the
So let's be more harsher on Aidan.
Here we go.
So if you're ever unfortunate enough, a lady,
To match with him on Badoo.
match with him
Ladies,
on
I'm
Badoo
single.
or Tinder or any
And
of
I've
them,
seen this because he showed
straight
this to me.
away. His first message to you
you know
will
what?
be,
Wait. No, don't say it just yet.
Can we do it at the same time? I think you know what. Go on.
No, I can actually prove on air. Where's my phone? Where's the other phone?
Who cares?
The super-
You're going to try and prove on air that's not what you say, or that's what you say?
No, that's what I say.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know where your phone is.
Where-
I don't know.
where's the
no,
phone for the
we
text?
know, we've
I
seen
don't
it.
have it.
We've
So
seen it.
you know predictive text?
Yeah.
So if I type W in my phone, the first predictive word that comes up is wanna.
All right.
And if I type M, it's so basically I don't even have to type it.
The
anymore.
whole
I just-
sentence comes up.
The whole sentence, which is want a mouthful of cum.
That's his first message to every single
First
girl
message.
he ever matches with.
So if you've ever got that message on Badoo before, it was me who
And it
done
was
said
actually
that.
him.
Yeah, it was me.
Want a mouthful of cum.
And that's
What
why.
an awesome chat up line.
That's why nobody
Subtle.
replies.
Every now
Tasteful.
and again,
Unique.
you go get a chick that goes, yeah, and you're like, yeah, awesome. Now I know I'm not wasting my time. I hate wasting my time. chatting them up, being all nicey, get rid of all of that. I believe monogamy is for lunatics. So yeah, I'm single, ladies. You can also find me on Badoo at username Big Baldy Bastard. No, it's not. It's not. Is it any surprise that I'm single?
No, not in the slightest.
It's not really. I'm hoping.
Would you ever bring them breakfast in bed?
Not a fucking hope. No.
Would you ever cook them dinner?
No.
Would you take out the bins if you cooked them? If they cooked you dinner?
I suppose I would take care of responsibilities in the house that I have to take care of. Yeah.
What
sure.
about emotional? Would you be there for them emotionally? Would you listen to their shit? You're already retching.
This is awful. But years ago, when I was with a girl, she had a family member, really close family member. I can't give away too much details, or that people will know who it is, who died. And it was like a week after she died, and I was like, "Are you over the death of your whatever yet? Because you know I need sex."
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's it.
That is such a blunt force too. Like,
I'm an absolute bastard.
There's no filter. There's no filter. I think you've learned that.
He doesn't seem to know how to woo either.
No.
Like,
no. Want a mouthful of gum?
There's there's no courtmanship in that.
He's
like,
past the wooing.
He's a jester. He's a jester.
Yeah.
But you have to remember, I'm 40 years of age. I've passed the point of giving a fiddlers about any of this.
As Conor McGregor once said, "You're nearly 40 years of age." Nobody knows the reference.
No,
it's all right.
None of us
He
get it.
says that to Floyd Mayweather. He goes, "What are you doing? You're nearly 40 years of age." By the way, he says
dance around and make millions.
Yeah.
So come on, give me a hard
I
time.
might do it.
Give you a hard time.
Walk away.
Oh, I can't even remember. Oh, it was one a mouthful of cum.
Yeah, is that it? Is that the best you can throw at me?
Oh God,
These are lacking
I'm trying
tonight.
to think here now.
I'm pretty sure I could embarrass every last one of you on air, but I won't.
Yeah, do you know why?
Are you enjoying that tobacco, Aiden?
Yes. Why?
Well, I'm just wondering.
Oh, are you smoking that tobacco with lung disease, by any chance?
I am. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's a bit grim.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even emotionally hurting him. That's just kind of like pointing out, like, wow, we're all mortal.
And he's dying.
Do you know I actually had an
We're
uncle?
dying from the minute we're born. Is what we do with the days in between.
I had an uncle of
That's
mine
very good.
who died of cancer. And when he died of cancer, he was drinker, smoker, drugs, you name it. And everybody was like, "Oh, poor him, poor him." And I was like, "What the fuck did you expect? It was his own fault."
Yeah, but like, in all fairness, you think like there's a 50-50 chance. So like, out of everyone that starts smoking, half of them will die of a smoking-related disease. That means half of them get off scot-free.
If I die of a smoker
That's an
related
optimistic
disease,
point of view.
if I die of the
Half
lung
of us are
disease
gonna
that I
die.
have, I don't want anybody feeling sorry for me. I done this to myself.
Yeah, I know, but like, can I just say, I'd hope it would be a relatively painless and peaceful departure. Do you know?
I don't know, but I'm getting the carcass and I'm going to taxidermy him and strap him to the roof of the car with rough ropes.
With an erection.
With an erection. Yeah, you will be the most unique hood ornament in the world.
You could use me as a coat hanger. Well, you wouldn't really hang your coat on it.
No, I'm just going to run the aerial. I'm going to run the antenna up you.
Speaking of aerial, do you not remember the aerial
Like
of
the
your,
way
of your
you can
car?
put the set of keys to your
The
head to
aerial.
bounce the signal further.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder would that work with radio?
I'd say it would.
Should.
How does that work now? As in,
I don't know, but we should get onto them lads
we
that
take
do
a
the
dead
cadavers.
Aiden and we run a coaxial cable up his ass, up to his brain, and then we forcibly insert a coat hanger into his frontal lobe, and I assume we should be able to get some BBC radio.
we would. Also,
I
I
didn't
didn't
mind a bit of BBC Radio 6 of a Sunday.
I didn't hear what you
That's
said.
good music. Oh, I was just saying we should get onto the people that do sell the dead body bits.
Yes.
Do you know, like before we actually have to
Oh,
deal
yeah.
with a messy one, we could get one that's pre-cleaned and ready
Yeah.
to go.
Sounds good.
You
Well,
could-
I think we might need some sort of research institute, license,
yeah,
and
and you
medical
couldn't sell my
professionals.
body parts anyway.
No, it'd be
No,
like
no, no,
trying
no.
to sell second-hand
Yeah.
meat.
Yeah, it's awful.
Just on the body part thing too, I remember that this TV show is definitely not on TV anymore. I remember at late night TV as a young kid, and there was this show where they used to do live autopsies on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seen it.
yeah.
Have you?
Channel
that,
4.
So
Seen
that
it.
was a thing.
Yeah, that was a thing.
And I
There's a
remember,
DVD set, the
I
medical
remember him
students get.
cutting into a body and
was a German guy.
something squirting.
It was all blue. The set was all like blue.
No, the one I seen was like a very clinical white set.
I remember your man was wearing the mad fucking scarecrow hat or
Well,
something.
I seen a guy literally
That's right, yeah.
He donated his body to science, and a couple of hours after he was dead, his body was literally hanging on meat hooks. And this is a YouTube video, and they take his skin off in one piece. It's like a onesie. They literally take the whole thing off.
What?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
But sure, it's not the same as how you skin a rabbit or something. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
Yes,
it's
it
just
is,
it's
yeah.
a process. You're
Yeah.
applying it to a thing. But have you ever seen the the bodies of the Japanese men that are fully covered in tattoos. I think they could be Yakuza, but I'm not going to say that because that might be offensive. And anyway, look, they're Japanese people that are covered in tattoos, and their tattoos are preserved.
Oh yeah, so they could look at them.
Yeah. And like he puts them onto like mannequin. He sews them back onto mannequin so you can see them in form, so they're not just spread out like
Bleeding weirdos.
Yeah, how did that decay?
tanned. You know, leather, the skin, like you can preserve it.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't think of that now, clever arse.
No, I didn't.
No, you didn't. Look, lads, we're going well over time, so we're going again.
Let's get out of here.
An hour and 10 minutes over.
Yeah.
An hour and 10 minutes and 46 seconds.
That's what happens when you're having
We
fun.
could possibly dissect the show later.
We will,
too.
yeah. We'll edit this down for
Spotify.
for consumption.
Yeah.
And our text line is now closed, unfortunately.
Well, it's not. It's really open. You can text if you want, but
Oh,
we're
yeah.
not
Oh,
going to be
God,
reading
yeah,
it.
we're not going to look at it.
Yeah, we're not reading
Screw
that.
that.
I might.
So, I'd like to thank Pierce for coming in tonight. It was good to have you in, man. Educational. And I'd like to also
Anytime. Thanks again. Like,
no worries. I'd like to thank Nathan.
Thank you.
And Ed.
I would also like
Ed.
to reiterate what you said. It was actually amazing having Pierce here.
It was, yeah.
I think it was really good.
Really good.
Really enjoyed
It's
it.
been excellent, yeah.
So for tonight, we will say goodnight, but we will say see you next week at 9 p.m. on Tuesday. God only knows who we'll have in the studio. Hopefully it's not Richie. We will see you all then. Good night.